It's absolutely flying now, literally. I know his plan was to go to the pro team next year, when there's still an update. Okay, yes, Good morning to everybody. Welcome to Doorslammers 2023. If you weren't here, you're not here. Right there. A big show back on that racetrack. So yeah, it's going to be a few years ago to go. The final indeed, yeah. And it is Kirsty, I'm guessing, because Andy's sat there on the line. Doorslammers. Spencer Tran was crew yesterday, and down as Spencer has switched roles, down his crew and Spencer Racing today, going alongside Nick. Camaro from Nick absolutely flying yesterday, 9.4s. Spencer 11.12-ish. Good day with a strong tailwind. Let's see what happens. So the only team that actually switched drivers that was supposed to, I think, so far, everyone else hasn't bothered. Apparently I have no commentary on my fleet again. It's the reward for all the hours and hours and days in the workshop and the drive, travelling, everything. It's what you do it for, you know. And it's just, it was cool they got to share it, definitely. Steve Matthews. Honky Tonky. Come on, got the Gas Circus here this weekend, also Gas Circus, come on. We have Katie actually, Katie Booth, and we'll be back to Bracket Business. sprouted. What do they have to do to fix it?
Well, I know they put a call out for an MSD 7AL yesterday, but that's electronics. They've obviously given it a fix.
I'm just wondering whether the front didn't when it came down. Just to explain what happened, he absolutely painted front yesterday for big graphic on Skyward, really Skyward, and then came down quite hard with a couple of sparks. Whatever the damage was, he was out for the rest of the day. Fortunately, though, he gets to do it all over again today. Another go, yeah, Ben Kennedy stopped out there past the fence. So take it on his brother. How cool is that?
It's just flooding his feed with photographs of his Willie changing picture. Oh dear. Just see if I can find that out. He had new tyres on.
Okay.
And of course all the other racers just ribbon. There we go. That's the community room. Wouldn't be the same without. Well, they used to avoid each other like a plague when it comes to big bracket eliminations.
Oh yeah, or avoid each other like brothers.
Yeah, I just thought this is a test, isn't it? Test kit. Well, certainly an unfortunate error, isn't it?
Yeah, it's their test run.
It's like the backwards.
Yeah.
That's what one of his quickest ever.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He set up before the team last year, definitely. So, Ron Bartlett, who went red yesterday, I think. Yeah, all sorts of nitrous was trying to do because somebody went straight out the window and came to racing yesterday. I think this is the last of our cars, so unfortunately it does look like we're not going to be seeing John Turnaround because we've got the first round of front-wheel drive.
Yeah, but then it's only a test pass.
Does that mean you're not in, or is that in?
Only it's just a test pass, isn't it?
If they can fix it anyway. It was, again, my apologies to John last night. I did say that it looked like a double step off the start, and it wasn't. The engine was coughing and it surged at the finish line, which is never nice. It wouldn't stop itself. So they had a bit of fixing to do after their front run with the big rapid yesterday. So Ron Bartlett with the test run, normally runs again, about 8-2. Fix it off for 3:30, not entirely sure why. But we are on with round one of...
Do you know what, it was obviously normally on an FIA meeting, you get to like 9 o'clock and all the pro stuff starts firing up and the pits come alive. This morning in the front wheel drive it was exactly the same, everyone who was first out. As soon as they got to 9, some people went before 9 and security was like, oh no,
Can't be doing that. So, this is your best out of the year, isn't it, sir?
It is. Well, it's the best class ever. Not been done in time for round one, unfortunately. But we've had, I mean, Petros has done a full engine build. They have been up all night. They have not stopped. They basically, between the crew, they've had 2 hours sleep, swapping over.
So they
the twin chutes, and it basically starved the engine of oil.
Oh.
So they've built 2 motors overnight just to capture the gas. So my wife's been like, Jesus, what is going on? She was like, we've had angle grinders, we've had air compressors, he's got a lathe in the back of the truck, he's been doing work. Wow. So first race in the European front-wheel drive class is going to be Charlie Roberts taking on Connor Devine. Now Connor ran a 9-second pass the other day, but we know Charlie Roberts took out a previous champion in round number 1 last year. Charlie got the jump on the line and Connor's had a jump on the start. and second car through, and that is the choice. That is. Now again, on the start line, 1/9 Renault 5 taking on Liam Roden. He ran in the 12s, I think it was. Where did he qualify?
He qualified 57th.
57th. With a 70, he broke the drive shaft. So big thank you to the guys. Personal best. That car just gets quicker and quicker. I've got no phone to be able to take the photo until I've got this phone, and the iPad recorded it.
That was Liam actually.
Right, next up. This was a funny one in the draw last night because Harry is listeners, isn't it? Yeah, these two are in the same kit together. They've been drinking, partying all weekend, helping each other spanner on cars, and they meet round number 1.
Well, at least they know each other how much they did drink last night.
Well, no, I mean, last night the business was dead.
Really?
Apart from people spannering from, 11 o'clock onwards, everyone had their game face on. The set yesterday ran a person best of 9-second passes every run.
Is it called pigeon because of the colour, or is there no story behind it? What's the
It's just literally, can anyone catch the pigeon?
Right.
And the early got pigeon.
Okay, bringing the cars up to the line then. See what happens.
Eliminated today. Don't go home, that's not the end of your day. We want to see some grudge racing this afternoon. Although we start this morning with a lot of cars, by this afternoon we'll have a few cars.
Yeah.
And we want to keep the track nice and busy. So do hang on.
We're 4-cylinder into the pairing lanes, please. 4-cylinder. Let's have you into the lanes, please.
Oh, that's a shame. So I see was in the tower. I say he left the race in a friend's car, and the car's gone and went home yesterday.
So who's been knocked out? They've had his size?
Yeah, I don't know.
There you go.
Yeah, we need to find out.
Well, there we go. He has gone, but that's how you do it. You don't need yours. You've got to just run something.
So yeah, as soon as you're going down the steps, I don't know. I can't see it. Where?
If anyone's listening, yeah, if he's left his race suit somewhere else and can't make the first round call, obviously that's really disappointing.
Go and strip one of the other races.
You're not like that, but you know.
Well, I've got mine in the caravan. I think it's anyway. You can probably get 4 people with mine.
He can use the left. He can use the left leg.
proper rocket suit.
It'll be one of those.
I'm not going to say
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. I was like, when you get that news, when you got a race suit, I was like, I'm going to meet you both. We could fit Daryl and you in the race suit. Okay, right. Paul Conway with the Astra. Whole new engine rebuild overnight, taking on Nick Shot. Let's see if he's worthwhile overnight. Dropped off on the double. Both double one down. Paul Conway is down. That just makes it all worthwhile. I mean, 2 o'clock this morning, I think they just finished building the engine. They got there, got early, and then by the time I went this morning, they were like, we're good to go.
Not a relaxing weekend, but it's a hell of a lot of fun.
No. Alright, next up. This is going to be a fantastic race. Scott Lurie's personal best is a 10.2. Vitor Formella yesterday went 10.1.
Let's see if the trip from Poland is going to be worthwhile.
Are we going to see a side-by-side nine, or are we just going to see a fantastic race all the way to the finish line? Scott Lurie's always got the feeling great. Oh, what a line! He went at 141 miles an hour. Scout did everything off the line that he could.
Check his reaction time.
Yes, what I mean?
0-1 to even 1 second.
And with that deep stage as well, he was feeling brave. If I'd have got deep stage like that, I'd have been like, oh no, no, no.
You know what's coming.
Yeah. Well, don't forget, if anyone's watching, we got the sweepstakes. We had £50 spare, and it went to the smallest red light round number 1.
Who's close to that?
No, possibly. Is that no for red yet? No? Don't jinx it. Carl Martin's taking on Dale Houston. I've ever seen Carl Martin put in.
Very quick sweep of the Kestrel lane.
It's been good so far. We're not even halfway through.
Some
You're
surprises.
not even halfway yet. You're not even like a quarter of the way through.
Straight after this, I shall be running down to the VIP area, and I shall be drawing the next round as well. I've already been summoned. It was like, as soon as you finish, get over here. And of course, if you're watching on the live stream, may even be on there as well. We shall see. I can't see
It
Barney at the
depends on
moment.
racing because it's in and about with the racing, isn't it?
It is, yeah, that's the thing. We've got 4-cylinder already been called to the lanes. So, who's out at the moment and who's in?
I can tell you.
Yes, I know.
Out is Connor Devine, Dale Houston, Lewis Simpson, Nick Shotton, Lisette de Koenig, Liam Rogan, and Ricardo Late, Scott Lurie, who just saw you all go out there. Which means through at the moment is Charlie Roberts, Carl Monks, Alan Duthie, Paul Conway, Harry Lockwood, Brad Morgan, Grant Moore, and Pitor. So they're the ones. There's 8 of them through at the moment. Got another 24 to join them, or 20 plus to join them, put it that way.
Serious stuff. I just got a message from the other side of the world. My brother-in-law just messaged me to say my baby nephew is watching his first ever drag race on the live stream. Start them young, get them done the right way. Yeah, how cool is that?
Couple of quick shout-outs from me. Martin Stanbury, a very, very good morning to you, mate. Been going through the mill a bit recently, fair to say, Mark. But he's made it here today. Absolutely delighted for him. Martin, good to have you back up here, mate. And I'm sure he's going to do do everything he can to be here next weekend as well. So bit of a shout out to one of our fans. Birthdays today. It's the Goose's late Goose birthday. Adrian Solly.
Yeah.
Birthday boy today. Nostalgia Superstock racer John Davison. Nick Garrett. His birthday. Yari Hallinan. I haven't seen him for a few years, but his birthday. And class sponsor of the Big Bracket, Nick Williams, birthday boy today. I didn't realise it was Nick's birthday today until it flashed up on there, but there we go.
Social media is good for one thing, not forgetting people's birthdays, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Nick,
Yeah, but
Nick,
then
your card's
also,
in the
if
post,
you
mate.
do miss the birthday, they're like, you didn't miss your happy birthday. You could have seen it on Facebook. You know, sorry.
Was
It's,
that
it's when you see it at like 5 past midnight and you're like, oh, I had birthday yesterday.
Or just say, sorry, I'm in Australia, I was way ahead. So
That's it. Right, looking at the head of the lanes, we've got Yodi. He's coming up next. He's your pick.
Oh, mine.
Yep. Wow. A little bit of a clean-up. It's been a good weekend so far. And it's only just getting started. We're literally going to have to... front-wheel drive going to have to be turned around pretty quick, I would assume. I kind of said to Petros, I was like, don't do it. Let's not do an engine swap between round 1 and 2 because it's going to be a little bit tight.
Yeah.
But he's got a great race. He's got Machi with the 9.4 second VW Lupo. So he's definitely got to have his game face on. But we shall see.
Just remind everybody that's part of VW Breakout. Show and Shine registration began, well, it actually began at 9 o'clock. But the show paddock behind the main grandstands beyond the pairing lanes, that is where the show paddock is for Show and Shine for VW Breakout. Should be some glorious vehicles around there. Certainly worth checking that one out. The time now, 10 o'clock in the morning, which means the action wheels have opened up in the entertainment village. Also Circus Whiz have opened up as well. Cool Flow Arena opens up with slippers, the Split DJ bus, and also Cool Flow BMX display at 10:30. And then Live Action Arena also starts as well at 10:30 with the FMX display team, and then Team Maximum Lock at 11 o'clock, and Podzilla, the monster truck show, at 11:20.
So it's a busy, busy day. And one of the other things we need to shout out is there is so many traders on site. We've got two sections of traders as well. We've got trade section C and D, which is basically just behind the barn, working your way around to the pits. And, of course, we've got all the traders behind the main grandstand. And then over in the VW Breakout area, we've got so many traders over there. So there is so much to do on site today. And, of course, I shall give my personal shout. European Front-Wheel Drive is just behind the main grandstand, should you wish to go and get yourself some T-shirts. I think we've run out of hats. Wow. They're all gone. I'm gutted my straw hats didn't arrive. Bad. So we're going to have them for next weekend for the FIA main event.
Yeah.
But if you want to go and support, or if you want to go get me little Santa Pod stickers, we've now got them almost for the full FIA meeting. And basically, you know, you see some people with the Nürburgring stickers on the back of the car. We basically made 2 straight lines and put Santa Pod. We've got 2 straight lines, Shakespeare County Raceway, RRP. We've got TIP, we've got How Far, we've got ZERSP. And slowly but surely, we're adding to the list. So hopefully we'll see some on the Pro Mod trailers and stuff as they go around Europe. And then, of course, we've got VP Racing Products. They've got a big stand just by the Santa Pod Caf. So if you want to go and talk to them about their awesome racing fuels, or if you want to go pick up some additives, or even some gloves or some merch. Again, VP Racing Fuels is our headline sponsor for this event, and that is just opposite the Santa Pod shop, where, again, you can buy VP Racing Fuels.
Yeah. Also, whilst we're talking about the pod shop, the latest FIA merchandise, and also the Slick Tricks range of products as well in there. And, of course, you've got the garage, which has got all the race parts as well. Also, got to give a big shout-out to Blackett Photography.
You beat me. You took it out of my mouth.
I bumped into Ian first thing this morning. Just pop round and see them, because there's a lot of racers that get so much benefit from either having slow-mos or photographs of their cars, so they understand what's actually going on. Various packages available. Obviously, I think there was only 5 Run What You Brung cars on Friday.
That's it.
So, but Blackett Photography in full attendance today. Pop round and see them. Get your pictures, because they're great memories, especially if it's your one and only visit of the
drag show. Yeah, well, especially he went full bilingual the other day and did a whole post in Polish.
Yeah,
just to let all of those guys know about what he does. They've seen some of the photos that obviously Pudgy has taken, and they're loving those. And it's like you can go get a whole album from Blackett Photography. So yeah.
So his studio is by the pairing lanes. You can't miss it. And as you say, he has got is it a poster as well outside, which so people can read? Does he walk by in Polish as well?
Probably. Probably.
But so Blackett Photography right next to the pairing lanes. Please pop by and see them.
Well, looks like the
That's right, I
lads.
could see their studio on the live feed.
Yeah.
Right next to the pairing lanes.
That's it. Well, he's turned it sideways so people can see it more visible straight
Yeah.
from the pairing lanes. And it definitely has worked.
Right, well, whilst the track crew are doing their thing out there in the Kestrel lane, tell you what, we'll take a breather. Nitro FM 96.2, going to take the airwaves over for a short while, but we will be back with a continuation of Eliminations of European front-wheel drive very shortly indeed.
Yeah. Summer.
Okay, we are back once again. Well done to our track crew. Thank you very much indeed.
That song just finished in absolute perfection timing.
yeah.
Nitro FM. Great work, great work. Right, continuing on with the European front-wheel drive class. We've already had some upsets in round number 1. Lewis Lavender, yesterday run personal best of 12.6. He's taking on Connor Edwards with the 11-second Saloon. New gearbox on Connor Edwards' Saloon for today, and he's currently out in front, but now he's lost power. They're actually side by side at the moment. Lewis Lavender, but here comes the turbo power of Connor, but the winner is going to be with a 12.62 at 103. Lewis Lavender goes through to the next round. Andy Harris down there celebrating.
Win margin only 0.3.
Right, next up it is Colin's pick in the sweepstake, taking on Daniel Malton. Jody versus Dan. Honda versus VW.
Blue versus orange. So you were doing...
I know, just going on.
No, you were on such a roll there, I thought I'd just screw it up for you.
Right, so both in stage, the lights drop. Well, unfortunately, issues for Jody, so Dan is basically on a solo run. Slowing down though. Jody suddenly realised and started picking up speed, but Dan goes through with a 13.09 at 113.
The curse of Colin strikes again.
Well, it was nice to donate to the pot.
At least yours made it to round 1.
Yeah. It's always next year.
That's it. Phil Thomas with a bye run. Quite luckily for that. As he chases the two cars at the bottom of the strip. They've still not made the turn yet. So, coming up next, we have Robert Culliquin taking on Dominic Caliste.
I bet they're on the right laugh at the top end. How are there 3 cars coming around the corner at the same time? That's an odd race.
So, one 11-second car versus one 12-second car. Is it all going to come together for Rob in round number 1? Well, pretty calendar-like reactions for both of our cars. Dominic at the mid-track is doing 98 miles an hour. He's probably looking in his mirrors saying, I have got this, with an 11.53 at 128. Next up, 2 good friends, Martin Dainty versus Darren Dewhurst. We know Martin can run down into the 9s. Darren is on the verge of his first 9-second pass. Can he pull it out in eliminations round number 1? As the light drops, Martin Dainty gets the jump, but they're side by side around about 100 foot. Martin's got a mid-track wiggle. Darren's got it nice and straight, but this is all Martin Dainty with a 9.94 to an 11.06. Don't forget, boys, you've got chance for grudge racing this afternoon, so do not pack up yet. Your 9-second dream is not over yet. Next up, 2 VW DRC racers. Paul Walklake takes on Anthony Mincher. Anthony Mincher, first time into the 9s this weekend with the Mark 1 Golf. Paul Walklake has been running consistent 11-second passes, but again, we don't race on paper. Anything can happen in round 1 of European front-wheel drive. Paul's in. He's on the 2-step. Anthony's in. The lights drop. Anthony gets the jump on the line. As long as he's away from 60 foot, he has basically got this race. And indeed he does. Anthony goes through with a 10.21 at 139 to an 11.97. The Mayor. Did you enjoy that last night?
Absolutely brilliant.
Terry was like, I don't drink. I'm a teetotaler. He goes, but I had to have a swift couple of drinks last night before I come down in the mayor costume.
Oh dear.
So he's only teetotal depending on the outfit, is what you're saying.
That's it. Right, Terry Newton, he ran his first 8-second pass this weekend. He's taking on Ben Fatchester in round one. Ben Fatchester gets the jump off the lights, but the turbo power of that van swings past him at the 330, and Terry goes through to start his day with a 9:10 at 163 miles an hour. Again, one of our more seasoned racers from Comp Eliminator. He's got more races under his belt this season than half of the field around the corner. This is going to be a good one. Ahmed Jamshed, our reigning champion in the European front-wheel drive class, taking on Craig Evans.
Let's not forget there's £50 bounty on this race.
That's it. So Ahmed is looking to keep that £50. Craig Evans is looking to take £50 and a win in round number one. Ahmed yesterday ran a new personal best of 8:51. The lights drop. He waits for a green light sensibly.
Apologies, it's not on Ahmed. It's on the number one qualifier.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
He drives around. He's doing 142 at the 8th, and Ahmed goes through with an 8:44. Wow. 169 miles an hour. A new personal best.
Wow.
Again.
0.75.
0.76 under his index for comp as well. That's pretty special stuff.
Yeah.
What's that? 8:44.
Has he moved up?
He has moved up one place. He overtook Mustafa to make himself the ninth fastest. Right. Husband and wife in round number one. Becky Bambrick in the grey VW Golf. Andrew Bambrick in the baby blue VW Golf, who is now in the 11-second club. This is one for the books, though, for the family.
Battle for the couch, this
It is. Imagine if Andy was red lit then. But luckily, it is a green light drag race. Andy Bambrick is well out in front at the moment. I don't think he's got the nitrous on this pass, and he's going to take it nice and easy with a 13:36. Very sensibly rolls on to the next round. Becky goes through with a 16:01. Next pairing, Lucas Reichley taking on Cameron Bishop. So turbo versus normally aspirated. Oh, Lucas rolls through the beams and goes red, so it is straight away a win. Cam Bishop is just going to take it easy and wave as he drives by. What time are we going to get? No time, unfortunately, for Lucas, but a 10:53 at 123 miles an hour. The crew are enjoying that. Woo!
Sounds like a firework display.
Right, Jose Late taking on Asen. Mama, he got a race suit. This was the chap that was up here saying he didn't have a race suit. Someone had gone with it. That's awesome to see. So we have got a race. Turbocharged Honda Civic versus a TDI VW Polo in round number one of European front-wheel drive. Jose taking his time to come into stage. He's now spooling the turbo up. Good side-by-side launch. Jose is out in front at the moment. Can the petrol car catch him at the top end? I don't think he's going to. Jose is going to go through to the next round with a 10:36 at 136 to a 12:04. Wow, underneath the tower right now, former champion Andy Nichols and Andrzej Majcik from Poland. Andrzej, who has run a personal best this weekend of 9.6. He is now the fastest all-motor front-wheel drive in Europe after a little backwards and forwards between him and manager Wells, who is also racing here this weekend as Ian runs back for the tractor. Well. So we'll just look out and see what they've got going on. Yeah. Okay, right, well, we do a little clean-up. I think we've got time to hand over to Nitro FM. Take over the air. Hell yeah. Ed is basically going to be sitting at home right now going, you! I have to turn the microphone off for this because I'm going to sing the rude version. Sing along now, Ed. La 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 la. Oh, hopefully Ed enjoyed that at home in his slow ass car. And he's like, it runs 11s, it's not slow, stop singing this at me. Basically, we had a whole pub in Malta pointing at him, changing the words, and he's like, my car is fast. It is, Ed. We just like bullying you. Right, oh, someone's at the door.
I'm amazed it's Sunday though. That's great.
That's it. Who delivers on a Sunday? Okay. Great bearing coming in, ladies and gentlemen. We have got a monster turbocharged EG Civic in the Kestrel beer lane, a former champion of European front-wheel drive class, also an 8-second club member. He is taking on Andrzej Majszek from Poland with this awesome all-motor CRX. It is the fastest all-motor car front-wheel drive in Europe. Is he going to be able to get the jump off the line? But will Andy Nichols back half speed bring it back for him? Andy Nichols waits patiently. He knew what happened last year in round number 1 against Charlie Roberts. Andre is being beckoned into stage. Andy Nichols rolled back. We've still got that tailwind. Right. Here comes Andy. Here comes Andre.
You can see the crewman living it down there going, you know, calm.
Yeah. Now, see, Andre doesn't need to spool up. Yes, he was playing to get out. Andy's in. He's got 7 seconds. Andre needs to go in. He is in. Here we go. The lights drop. Great reaction by Andrzej Majszek. He is currently out in front, but here comes the back half power of Andy Nichols. And indeed, he does drive around him and goes through with a 923 to a 963. Again, a personal best. Andrzej Majszek will still be happy with that.
And as you said, Luke, anyone that gets knocked out, please stick around because we've got grudge racing this afternoon. So you're not done. I can't imagine anyone from Poland's going home yet. So
exactly. You have travelled so far. You need to stay and get some more runs in this afternoon. The people, again, watching on the live stream want to see the lanes full. The people in the grandstand want to see the track busy all day long. All right. Simon Crowley. Oh. Well, unfortunately, issues there for Clark Appleton on the start line, so this is going to be an automatic win to Simon Crowley. He's doing 114 at the 8th and ticks off a 10.15 at 146. Unfortunately, Clark pulled himself through stage, so didn't get any timing data for that run. Right, so we have got down there. Okay, Alan Kenyon's got a bye run, I believe, hasn't he? He must have yet, because I can see Petros Taxopoulos.
Well, it should be Jake tipping against Alan Kenyon.
Okay, I can see. Well, that's okay. Yeah, so it will be Patricios versus Stephen Ray, and then I can see Jake on the other side of the lanes. I think he might have been a bit late down. Okay, Pavel Pitrak from Poland. Who should he be facing?
That's a big list to go through.
It is, isn't it?
Well, he's in the wrong lane. It should be Rafael Kakel.
Rafa Kakel is broken. Yes, I spoke to him last night. Unfortunately, he said engine was done now. So it's going to be a solo run. And, well...
No, you've got the win light. That's it.
Well, he got the win light in the first run anyway.
15 seconds, 60 foot.
Right, next up, one of our previous champions in the European front-wheel drive class, Stephen Ray. He only turned up and put in one pass yesterday. He basically said, I went to the barn, dusted it off, put in a 10.4, I'm good to go. Eliminations is where his heart is at. He's not bothered about going for PBs. Oh, well, he's had a bog off the start line, so it is Patricia Dabrowski all the way out in front at the moment. I can't really tell you where he is, to be honest. But the win goes to a 10.27 at 136. We have another one of our Polish racers into the second round.
Well, he certainly was ready. 0.1 on the tree is one of the quickest reaction times we've had in round one.
Right, we have got underneath the tower Jake Tippin and Alan Kenyon. Then we have got two heavy-hitting matchups coming up. Who do you think is going to win on the live stream? David Lamech or Fran Herbert? And Maciej Zukowski versus Petros Taxopoulos.
Yeah, in the draw last night, there were an awful lot of lower qualified cars getting drawn together, weren't there? Like, it was very noticeable. But then when you got 60-something cars...
It's going to happen, isn't it? Right. Two 11-second vehicles on the start line. Before this weekend, Alan Kenyon had never driven this Ford Focus. He was bullied in by the mayor, Terry Newton, to enter this race. Well, unfortunately, a big hop, skip and a jump for Jake Tippin. So Alan Kenyon, who's on a storming weekend, is going to go through to the second round of European front-wheel drive with an 11.75 at 118. That, sir, is another personal best. Celebrate them all. Right, underneath the tower, Fran Herbert with the Golf, taking on David Lamech. Last night, literally, obviously in our chat group, Tom said to Jacob, he was like, go and ask for your head back off this car, please. So, David Lamech yesterday ran a personal best of 8.54 at 169 miles an hour. Just a tiny bit off his personal best that he ran at Pilar in Poland. But we'll take every one of those personal bests, and hopefully we're going to see him go quicker and quicker today on Eliminations Day. Fran's got it all to do in round number one. She's run personal best. She's happy. She went 12.8, 12.4, and now she gets to race one of the fastest cars in Europe. If you're watching from Poland, please let us know in the live stream. Get the comments going, get the likes going. Make sure you're sharing this feed. I know we've got a watch party going on at Halfar Bar in Malta. Good morning to everyone there. We're looking forward to seeing six-cylinder class coming up soon. Okay, right. David's into pre-stage. So it's all down on Fran now. David waits patiently. In comes Fran. David's in. Again, David's got a good 3 seconds on Fran if he wishes. He takes the green light. Let's see what he can do, though. That's nice and straight. 142, 60 foot, 134 at the 8th. David Lammick goes 856, 168 miles an hour. And Fran goes through with a 1229 and 111.
From the cruise reaction, you'd have thought Fran won.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it's all about, isn't it? And again, knocked out, but she can get some more runs this afternoon.
I think the good thing to note from that was he was obviously scared of Fran, so he had to run it all out.
He didn't, yeah, and he made sure he didn't red light either. Right, so next pairing, Mr. Boost. Runner-up last year in the European front-wheel drive class, taking on Pavel Grillik. Both cars on the start line. Mr. Boost gets the jump at the half track. Matty Davison has got a little wiggle, but he's out in front at the moment. Here comes Pavel at the top end, but Matt 9.47, 155. You can hear Rachel on the start line going crazy. A massive personal best and a 978 as well for Pavel Grillish. Nice.
Wow.
Keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. Manager Wells has probably been told that Andrei Myshek is out of competition. There's a front-wheel drive all-motor battle going on between these two, and the European record is going backwards and forwards between these two. So quickly flick through and see if I can try it. So 962 is the European record for an all-motor car. Manager has got a free pass. He can take his time, get himself set on the line. That's not going to be the run. 155, 60 foot. At the 8th mile, Manager is doing 115. But he starts his day with a 980 at 141.
Right, by my reckoning, we have got 4 buys to come and only 2 races. Can we please have Pro Doorslammer into the pairing lanes, please? Pro Doorslammer, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
Okay.
So, Luke, just some buys and 2 races to go.
Yes. Petros, underneath the tower, has worked all night to rebuild a motor for this car. He put in a new personal best yesterday of 825 at 185 miles an hour. Yesterday, he said, today I am going to do 300 kilometers an hour. He did 298. He said, today I want to do 320, which is essentially near on 200 miles an hour.
321, I think, is 200, but yeah, that'll
We'll
work.
see, we'll see. It's a big ask. But last night he said, full boost.
But he's hardly had any runs on the track
No.
this weekend at all.
He struggled this weekend, but let's see what happens. He's taking on Machi, who also yesterday ran a personal best. Ooh. 9.4. This is a big race, ladies and gentlemen. Poland versus Greece. Oh, where's Petros going?
Lining up a bit straighter, I think, is the answer to that one.
Yeah, he's also got the £50 bounty on his head as well.
Yeah.
And if he goes through, then the bounty is increased to £100 for round 2.
So what have they done? You said that when he pulled both chutes yesterday, when it went 185, it starved the engine of oil.
Yep.
What have they done to rectify that?
Just built a new motor.
Fine.
Right, Petros is in. Here comes Machi. We got a green light race. It's a bog for both of the cars, very luckily. Well, Petros, just take it easy. Save your motor. He's got no mirrors, obviously, so he doesn't know where Machi is, but goes for the finish line with a 10.07 at 172 still, as Darrell shakes his head.
Yeah, nearing Mark Sheridan territory, that one.
It is. But Greece move on to the next round. So again, if you're watching from Greece on the live stream, be it Santa Pod TV or Santa Pod Raceway Facebook, do let everyone know. Your man is through to the next round.
I love that. How have you remedied the problem? Built a new motor. Yeah, that's not going to cure it, though, is it?
Well, that's it. Right, one more pairing. Or have we got? No, we got Hader Yellow. He has got a bye. Right, I've been summoned to run to the other side, to the VIP, to get this draw done for the next round, because front wheel drive will be coming round. Oh, no, actually. We still got more.
Yeah, still more to come.
I'm not going anywhere. Cat's around there. Ain't got no VIP, fool. Luke White's round there. Cat's around there. How many others have we got left?
Right, just having to see who I'm... Yaroslav's got a bye. Cat's got a bye. Jose Layton, Asin Mahmood. Phil Thomas. Oh, no, he's been through, sorry. Luke White.
Yep, he's down there.
Hyder.
He's just behind us.
Yep, so that's it.
Nice. Well, we know Cat was in the lanes last night when the lanes closed. He had a terrible one run yesterday, and he was obviously looking to rectify that. And he's he's a number one qualifier for the past 2 years in a row. So he definitely wanted that bounty on his head. Yeah. But the bounty moves on to round 2. There is now £100 to be won.
You got it.
And at present, we have only had one red light. So at the moment, once I get the print off and find out who that was, there's £25 going to someone whose race are red lit.
That's because everyone else has been so far away from red lighting.
I know.
Yeah.
It's one of those, though. It's big money, though, isn't it? You don't want to muck it up. Okay, right. Hader moves forward into the burnout box with his, street legal Honda Integra Turbo. I can see Paul shouting at the guys to move the Lupo, but you can see the Lupo's wheels are basically cocked inside, so it won't turn. Okay, right. Hader on a solo run. Right, Luke White up next. We got 2 runs left. Calvin and Luke.
Has Yaroslav been through, actually? That's the other one.
Yeah, we've seen him go through. No, he was rebuilding an engine last night.
Right.
That's the Mark III Golf, so maybe he's not made the call.
Okay.
So Luke White, who entered the event on Friday, wasn't on the entry list, but then literally did some runs last week at the Jap show and was like, I need to be at this event. Goes through to the second round. He is 1 round away from getting his weekend's money back. And underneath the tower is Cat with one of the... Look how they're moving the Lupo. You missed that. They basically just picked up the back end and swung it round. So last runner in the European front-wheel drive class. Let's see if Calvin's going to make a statement. His personal best is an 865 at 174, which he ran at Doorslammers. His crew member just lining him up nice and straight on the start line. He gets the red light, but he's on a solo, so he still goes through. At the 8th mile, doing 134, and he goes through with a 9.9 at 166. Right, draw time.
Okay, so front wheel drive. We've whittled Whittled them down by half, basically, now. So we look into the lanes to see. Tell you what, it's going to be a busy day today. It really, really is. Next up then. In actual fact. Down to my order. So we've got 4-cylinder down there, actually.
Down in Nitro FM, the radio mics faded up.
Okay, so just a tiny bit of preparation, and it is now 4-cylinder that is going up. Next, Dave Crowhurst taking on Chris Waterhouse, Josh Waterhouse taking on Daniel, and then there are a few buys in round one, but that's how we whittle the numbers down. Rob Lawton's got a buy, Darren Scannell's got a buy, Andrew Burton's got a buy, and Jack Krugel's got a buy. Then the rest of them are races. Oh no, sorry, Chris Todd has a buy run as well. So getting ready for 4-cylinder. Round one eliminations. No buybacks today in our heads-up classes. The big bracket, though, does have buybacks. Big bracket will be making their way down soon for their round one. And then we have an option for the losers of round one to buy themselves back in. They basically have 50 quid that they need to pay to the signing on office, and they can buy back in. And that's exactly what Thomas Haas did yesterday. He got knocked out in round one by Keith Bartlett, and then he went and paid his 50 quid. And do you know what? He stayed in all the way to the final, and he took the win. And he bagged £5,000 for his efforts yesterday. Unfortunately, he had to pay 50 quid to get it. Oh, what a shame. But never mind. He's made a nice profit from his racing this weekend already. And he gets to do it again today. Could he double up? Could he win £5,000 again today? And make his trip from Switzerland well and truly worthwhile. He's here for next weekend as well, racing in Super Pro ET at round one of the FIA Championships. So that's going to be pretty exciting indeed. If you haven't got your tickets already for next weekend, the event starts with a test day on Thursday. Then, of course, it is the Sportsman Day on Friday, where all of our sportsman racers get a chance to have the track to themselves. Then on Saturday, it is round one and round two qualifying for our pro classes, including FIA Top Fuel Dragster. We also have Nitro Funny Cars. We also have the Top Methanol Cars. Pro Mods are going to be here on Force, Comp Eliminator, and then, of course, our bikes as well. Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, the Super Twins, and Pro Stocks. And not forgetting our juniors as well, Junior Drag Bike and Junior Dragster. It's going to be absolutely fantastic meeting. Round one of a full-blown FIA Championship. Really looking forward to it. Going to be immense. Okay, here we go then. 4-cylinder. Round number one. First up, Wayne Waterhouse with the Audi S3. One of the lucky chaps that pulled a chip that said bye when his draw came round. So guaranteed a spot into round two as long as he can do his run, which he is.
I particularly enjoyed last night. I was the opponent for people
You
who
were.
got a buy run,
Yeah.
which was nice. Does that mean I've got to stage up?
1266 107 there for Wayne.
So Luke's out there on the VIP balcony, just about ready to go with the draw. What we're going to do is any moment we get, we're going to hand over to Luke so he can go through and get the pairings for round two of front wheel drive. 32 chips going into the barrel. But our focus for the moment is on the racetrack.
Right, Josh Waterhouse. Has got Daniel for company here with the Golf. So Vauxhall VXR the Astra taking on the Mark 1 Golf. Well, we know on paper that Daniel is way, way quicker, but anything can happen here.
The only thing that happened is Daniel is off in the distance.
6:26, 113 at the 8th. Goes 9:73 at 140 at the stripe. That's Daniel safety through into round number 2. Darren Scannell, a former finalist here in 4-cylinder, and he gets a bye run here. Nine-second car. I mean, you just look at that car and you just think it's a standard Mark 1 Escort, but as soon as you hear it, as soon as you see it go, you realise it's nothing but. Clicks it early. No point overdoing it. 9.96 at 109. He's normally running 9.5s, about 140, 150.
I was up the top end yesterday, just nipping up to the caravan, and he came flying through the top end, and that thing is just... It's one of those cars you look at it and think, it shouldn't be going that fast. It's like pretty damn amazing, actually. So, your number... I think he was number 2 qualifier, 3 qualifier. Alex Laserak with the second coming single cab. If you like the look of that thing, go to his Facebook page. It's called The Second Coming Single Cab, and follow his exploits. It's quite amazing what he does. Just amazing. Taking on Jack Marriage.
Oh, have we got a dead stick? Is Jack Marriage going to drive round him? Oh no, Alex has picked it up again. Oof.
That was
nervous.
A close one.
11.74, 128. Of course, Alex, the defending champion at this event. He won the event last year. Yeah, that was a little bit nervous at half track.
Yeah, he managed to get it plugged in gear and keep going. That was a lucky one. Definitely got away with that. So, our friend from Denmark. Our only Danish competitor here, I think, this weekend. With a bye run. That's Jack Krugel. I think officially this is a Nissan Pulsar. I'm not sure what it was in the UK.
It's a Sunny.
Is it?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, of course it is, looking at it now, I can see it. Just not used to seeing parachutes on this end.
Not that I had that version, but I had a Nissan Sunny GTI years and years and years ago. 1990 I had one. Good little car.
Not as quick as this, though, I bet you.
No, nowhere near. Nowhere near. Yeah, I went onto the government website and had a look at the registration number on it yesterday, and because it was a company car.
Right.
And it came out in 1990 and it expired in 2004.
Clicks it just after half track and still goes. 9.06 at 137 miles an hour. Just pick up the launch, and I think that'll be way quicker. Cracking match up, this one. Jan Nemesits with the Fiat 126. An obvious choice for drag races because it's bonkers. Against another vehicle, Jane Turner, who had a bit of a hard weekend, and that's not going to make it any better. Jan is long gone in the little Fiat 2, an 1182, 116 miles an hour. Jay bows out, I think, yep, with a 1575. So, Dave Crowhurst. So, Dave Crowhurst with the Wanger from Cranbrook. Kestrel side of the racetrack against Chris Waterhouse, who's been running quicker and quicker. This is going to be one hell of a race, actually. Both kind of mid 9-second cars now. Dave Crowhurst with the whole shot, but a missed shift allows Chris to catch up. Whoa, Dave, keep it in your lane. And he doesn't take the win. It is Chris Waterhouse with an even quicker 9:57 at 1:49.
Yeah, nobody hit the blocks, but they got sucked over by then.
I think they did, yeah. It was only like a couple of events ago that he was tickling the nines, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now he's in the mid-9s for Chris Waterhouse.
Right, quick track inspection in the Kestrel Lane.
Okay, what we're going to do very quickly, folks, up there on the VIP balcony, if we can do the draw while we do have a moment. No, we haven't. Sorry, it's okay. Track crew out checking the lane, but we're not got a big enough gap to slot it into. Luke is ready to go with the draw for round 2 of front-wheel drive over there. Chris Todd with a buy run. Yeah, any brakes in action, we'll hand it over to Luke.
Yeah.
So Chris Todd had his the first time I've seen him run an 8 for a long while yesterday, actually. And with that really opens it up as well with Kev Jenkins being out. Would he use it as a tune-up run, or would he just take the green?
Just take the green. I think he's done.
There's your answer.
She was there trying to even get it in gear by the looks of things there.
9-second reaction time is not the one if you're racing. However, it was a buy.
Still goes 151 mile an hour in 14 seconds. There you go. That's another one of your...
yeah, mismatched numbers is what they are, yeah. The most mismatched numbers in drag racing history normally are incredibly slow ETs with unseemably fast speeds. That's one of them. Okay, Andrew Burton on a buy run.
Yeah, predetermined this one.
Really good looking run.
Yeah, way better than yesterday. Even though he coasted at the strike, just lifted it right in there, 11:14, 118.
If you weren't here yesterday, you haven't seen this car. Do you know what? We've never called him by his name in 2 days he's been here. Have you noticed that? Martin Freesthrower from Wien. Lovely part of the world. In the Carmen gear, show quality all through against Adam Phillips. There's a lot of limiter going on down there. 950 at 140. It's an excellent picture he posted a couple of days ago when he got here at the main gate, saying obviously tired but happy to be here. But they don't do it. They don't do it for miles per gallon. They do it for smiles per gallon.
I can't believe they're two super impressors.
And they're paired up.
Yeah.
So Mikey Singh and Andy Holmes. Andy Hughes, sorry, not Holmes, apologies. Two very, very quick race cars. That Scooby in the Kestrel lane is a proper weapon. That's more like it. He's off. 919 at 160 takes out a 1081. Car in the other lane wasn't slow, but my goodness. Well done to Andy.
All right, Peter Shattuck and Johnny Marriage. Two outlaw flat fours. Okay.
Now
Now we're going to find out if Luke's
get out and push.
get out and push scenario will kick in or not.
My goodness. Well,
Yo.
Peter Shattuck's going to get the furthest, but it's not a race to get the furthest. You've got to get to the finish line. He's still coasting.
Shut up. We got a draw to do.
We
Yes.
have. Good man. Carry on.
Are we good to go, boys?
Yes.
You got it.
Right, European front-wheel drive. First number out the pot is number 10. Number 10, Euro Wells manager, the normally aspirated car. He has got, oh, this bucket is moving. Number 18. 18. Vitor Formella. So UK versus Poland. Next is number 16. Number 16, Martin Dainty. Don't forget there is one bye in here, but it is number 44. Martin Dainty versus Alan Kenyon. Next number 3. Number 3 is David Lamek from Poland, and he is going to be facing up against, stop moving, number 17. Alan Duffy, 2 Vauxhall Corsas or Opel Novas, whichever one you want to call it. Number 5. Andy Nichols, previous champion, against number 21. Anthony Mincher. Next up, number 27. And it's going to be Phil Thomas. He has got the bye run. Phil Thomas into the next round automatically. Next token is number 35. Number 35 is Cameron Bishop. He's going to be facing number 2, Mr. Ahmed Jamshed, 2 Honda Civics. Next chip, number 4. Number 4, Terry Newton, the mayor. Number 20. He's got Carl Monks. Right, number 47. He's taking on Andrew Bambrick is number 11. Andrew Bambrick with Calvin Skerritts. Number 25. That is Luke White. He is taking on number 41. That is Dominic Caliste. Next number, number 37. 37, Charlie Roberts. He's taking on number 31. 31. That is Grant Moore. Next up, number 13. Unlucky for some. Brad Morgan with the 9-second R5, number 34. He gets Hader Yalao. Number 51. Can you believe we've still got a number 51 in here? Lewis Lavender with a 12-second car against number 19. Number 19 is Patricia Stabrowski. We have number 43. Don't forget our number 1 qualifier with the bounty is still in here. Matt Davison, number 38, 38. Matt Davison has got Harry Lockwood. Next up, number 23. Jose Late will be racing Petros Taxopoulos, the bounty, number 1. Next up, we have number 45. Dan Melton will be facing number 52. That is Paul Conway. Next up, number 32. Are we going to get this done? Simon Crowley faces number 36. And just in time, that is Paul Petrak from Poland. There we go, round 2 draw of European front-wheel drive. And we continue on with 4-cylinder.
Seamless, mate. Well done.
Cracking job there, Luke. Well done. So, 4-cylinder. I'm actually just having a quick look at this. We have got 4 races and a bye to go. So Phil Norman and Richie Webb. Got Pro Doorslammer in the lanes. We're not far away from round one big bracket. It's all happening.
So Phil Norman with the beautiful machine against, Richie Webb yesterday only put in one run. It wasn't, we really call it a run without being rude. It wasn't anything like we normally expect to see from him. Oh, Richie, not the wall, or the other lane for that matter. 970, only 128 miles an hour. That is a 7-second car when it goes straight-ish.
13.28, 100 mile an hour there for Phil in the end. But Richie Webb into round number 2. Rob Lawton with a Gold Digger, Toyota MR2. Predetermined buy from the chip draw last night. And then we have 3 races after this to determine who goes through to round number 2 of 4-cylinder. It's just breaking the beams to go through, so well done, Rob. He's just like out for a Sunday drive and he still goes 141 miles an hour at the stripe. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Right, 3 races coming at you now. Branislav Hidik and Jack Bowley. So the Golf and the MR2. Well, Branislav's gone into stage and just waiting for Jack to come forward. Here he comes. Well, Branislav off the line nicely, but Jack Bowley driven round him before half track. And that's Jack all the way with the 982, 149 miles an hour. Branislav goes 11.37 at 118. James Wotton taking on Bratos Bigala. So 2 VWs, but totally different vintages, of course. Can we have big bracket into the pairing lanes, please? Big bracket, we need you into the pairing lanes, please. So Bartos is in stage, just waiting for James to go in. Lights go green. And James Wotton takes that one in the end with a 940 at 149 miles an hour. Bartos goes 10.19 at 134. All right, so by my reckoning, just one pair to go. Peter Shattuck and Johnny Marriage. No, sorry, no, they went already gone through, actually, yeah, because neither of them got to the finish line. So, yeah, that is actually 4-cylinder done. We are set for Pro Doorslammer, round number 1.
Yeah, track prep coming up. The crew actually checking right down at the top end. Someone was smoking very heavily right down the top end, in the shutdown area, that is, by the way. So, hope you're enjoying the racing so far. We've got loads more to come. It's about to get faster as we head into our Pro class, Pro Doorslammer, which is basically anything goes, and it will. But the track crew out inspecting. Looks like the top end's fine. Very good morning as well to everybody up the top end. Angie and the whole turnout crew up there. Thank you for the tireless work that the SBRC do week in, week out to keep everybody very, very safe, to look after everything about the place and make it a fun place to be. I think Luke and the team over there are just sorting the chips out for the draw for round 2 of 4-cylinder, while we're watching donuts going on in live action arena. Is that right? Well, we never get to see it, do we? Obviously. But everybody in the bank, if that's your kind of thing, please do head over there to the live action arena. Santa Pod is possibly the most, what's the one I mean, diverse form of motorsport entertainment you'll come across anywhere. You don't tend to get circuit races and have monster trucks and all sorts of other stuff going on as well. And the band last night as well, I think I knew every song and I was in bed.
Yeah, that's right. Just looking at the live stream, Team Maximum Lock getting set.
Thank you very much indeed. We got front wheel drive pairings. That'll be for Colin, because he can read them, for round 2 coming up. Like I said, they're just working out the pairings for round 2 of
4-cylinder.
4-cylinder, while the crew are out there doing track prep.
Pro Doorslammer, round 1 pairings. Dave Smith has got Kev Slyfield. Dave Vector, John Tebenham. Mateus Bankuyak takes on Bruno Barda. Michel Turenne pulled the bye.
Cool.
Andy Robinson and Mark Hartfeld. That's going to be a very good race indeed. Dave Swift got the other bye. Jan Eriksson and Walter Strobel.
First pair down.
And Premislaw taking on Andre. Going to be very entertaining indeed, Pro Doorslammer. Yanni Eriksson yesterday, though, the numbers he was running was just outstanding.
And consistently as well.
And the mad scientist has joined us. Hey, he's here.
For VP Racing Fuels. Looking better than ever.
Yeah.
I swear that's just one of the Williams boys in a coat. I really am. Well, I think it could be.
No, he is the actual mad scientist. He had a seat next to James McVeigh on the plane. Made it all the way over here. So for Pro Doorslammer, obviously the class sponsor, VP Racing.
He's going to get his hair rearranged standing there like usual. I wonder if no one's actually thought to put earplugs on him. Or earphones on him. He'd be deaf. So I think we're about there with just a couple more sweeps with the tractor, and we've got, like you saw, Colin, round 1 of Pro Doorslammer. Yeah, Yanni Eriksson was the class of the field in the only car in the 570s and 580s actually, throughout qualifying. Although Andy Robinson did run 589 back on Friday, and Andre Arnover did run 591 in testing on Friday. Let's just hope everything they've learned over the last couple of days is going to pay off. Round 1 this morning. That's the other person I thought it could be, Andy Wilshire. I thought it was just him with the white coat on.
No, it can't be Andy Wilson because he's not wearing a beanie hat.
So if you haven't been to Doorslammers before, the way that this works, obviously, with Luke up there ready to do the draw for round 2 of a 4-cylinder, is that instead of doing the more traditional tournament-style eliminations, like you have 16, then those winning, the winning 8 move on. There's a predetermined ladder, if you like. It doesn't work like that this weekend. It's random pairings out of a hat, which does make life a little bit more interesting. Also, talking of interesting, Dave Smith's first ever race.
Yes.
What's coming up today. I think he's got his licence as well, is that right?
Yes, because he's now done his 2 6-second full passes.
Correct.
So obviously we just need to get that verified, but yeah, I think he has done it. I'm just looking at the prize funds actually for Pro Door Slammer. When you go through this round, you're guaranteed £500.
So you get your entry back.
Yeah.
So Dave Swift's got his money back.
Has got his money back.
So has Michel Turenne, obviously.
Okay, here we go then. Pro Door Slammers.
So this should be Andrei Arnova taking on Premislav, our friend with Premislav Sukachi with the Trans Am, but unfortunately Premislav, I think they've had a very, very troubled weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, if you remember in the shutdown area, they did have a lot of fluid that.
Was that from him?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Okay.
So Andrei Arnova basically just takes. Well, he'll need to take
the green.
The green.
But going to try and run it all out. A lot of them are here for the week, aren't they?
Yes.
This is home for the next week.
They are on what we call a staycation. And the pits are going to be quite busy, even though they've got nothing to do. Northamptonshire countryside will be an interesting haunt for a lot of these people.
I love what you call that. It's a staycation, but a staycation at a racetrack. I mean, that's just like bucket list stuff for so many people, isn't it? I want to
do you know, I was so tempted this week, but for obvious reasons I can't. But yeah, the caravan's not moving for a week. Mind you, it can't move because it broke the tow hitch.
Oh, you're kidding?
No. But luckily, Matt Seamarks has got the bits and he's going to fix it during the week.
Cracking stuff. So, Andrei Arnova yesterday had 3 runs where the car went a little out of shape, so he backed off it. The last run was much better, 5.97. This car, when it's on form, has been in the 580s. His personal best is a 584, which he ran at this racetrack in the dark last September as a test run. Let's see what they put in it for round 1 this morning. Oh, well held, sir. Look at that. That's going to be a bit quicker. It is. Well, 5.97 at 2.46. A repeat from yesterday's run.
0.96 to 60 foot.
Yeah, that was hauling. 3.96 at 1.91 to the 8th mile. He's been a lot quicker than that before. It had its characteristic wiggle about 100, 200 foot out, something like that. But he stayed with it all the way through. One of the really good things about this racetrack is that it's prepared very evenly across the lane. A lot of racetracks, especially if you find this in the States, have a groove which is basically straight down the middle, and if you deviate from that groove, you're in trouble. But this, you can see, this tractor goes completely from side to side, and that's why he was able to hang on to it. So the team from Estonia move into the draw for round 2 with a very nice solid 5.97. I'm sure they're looking for more than that, but for now, 2 good runs.
So, Walter Strawbill going to be taking on Jan Eriksson. A £50 bounty on the head of Jan Eriksson, of course.
Which Walter Strawbill will happily take if he can. And once again, if you're tuned in, you like what you're seeing, these two will be in action in a week's time at the main event, part of the first round of the FIA European Championship. However, today's focus is on Pro Door Slammer at the Doorslammers. Jan Eriksson was your winner a year ago. In fact, he was undefeated in any race at this racetrack last year. Sending out change of address cards as we speak.
Yeah.
Walter Strobel yet to break into the sixes, whereas Jan Eriksson is nearly a second and a half quicker on previous form. However, as we have seen multiple times this morning, it doesn't matter if your car's quicker, you've got to get there first. So the Camaro from Germany, basically a complete family team. Husband, wife and daughter. That's it. No one else. They do a terrific job with what they have. Two different vintages of Camaro in either lane. The orange one from Sweden, defending European and event champion. And Walter Strobel with the black car from Germany. Walter leaves before the tree's activated. Problem is now he's got to clear the track at the top end. Jan Eriksson will get the win, but Walter has to clear the top end before he can send Jan Eriksson down. Dave's just making sure he's okay. Yeah, building even more heat in the motor, using more fuel. As Walter Strobel made the turn off? I don't think he has. No, he's just making the turn off now. There we go.
That's rude.
I wanted to swear then. That was amazing. 583 at 245 for Jan Eriksson. He would have been tough to beat, no matter what Walter Strobel did. 0.97 to 60 foot, 259 to 330, 8th mile, 385 at 196. Well done to Jan Eriksson. Commiserations to Walter Strobel. Yeah, Jan Eriksson takes the last turn off right down the top end. I think that was actually Walter Strobel's first ever race in that car, because he was, when he was here last year, he was licensing. Do you remember?
Yep. Right, Dave Swift. About to get his money back from his race entry.
Now this car normally runs in comp eliminator. The great thing about the Doorslammers is no matter what car you've got, you can come and join in. And Dave, like a number of them, always wanted to race against pro mods. I don't know if you noticed, a mad scientist was actually really cheering him on that time. Yeah. Good old Superman pose.
So for VP Racing, a pro door slammer, Dave Swift. Just on hold for a second, just getting word from top end. And the spotters are out. So obviously just checking the lane that Walter had just run in. So basically we have a turnout crew, Angie and the gang at the top end there. We'll check over vehicles, and if any fluid has escaped from the vehicles in the shutdown area, when they turn the corner, we'll check the track just to make sure there's no fluid down there as well.
Dave Smith will get to make his run. So, do we have our 4-cylinder draw ready by any chance, if anyone can hear us up there? Because if you do, you can do it. Looks like we'll be a couple of moments. Yep, I think they're just getting themselves into action.
Yeah, the chips are going in.
So we're going to hand over to Luke and everybody up there on the balcony. Are you ready to go, Luke?
He's just put the chips in.
I think he is. There we go. Giving it a spin.
He rotates the drum.
Giving it a spin. So, Luke, away you go.
We're on. Right. Are we going to go?
Yes.
4-cylinder draw. Chip number 4. Andy Hughes with that super fast Subaru Impreza. He's got chip number 8. Andy Hughes will face Chris Waterhouse. Chip number 9. Daniel with the Mark 1 Golf will chase chip number 7. Darren Scannell, 2 9-second cars. Next up, chip number 1. Jack Krugel, chasing that 7-second pass, is going to get chip number 2. Where was the boo? Chris Todd, right. Chip number 10. Rob Lawton with the 9-second MR2 has got a bye run. Next chip, we have chip number 6. James Wootton with the Beetle will face chip number 5. Oh, that's a great race. Martin with the Mexby gear. Number 16. Andrew Burton with the Beetle will face chip number 22. He's got a race this time. And he is going to face Wayne Waterhouse. Both had bye runs in round 1. Chip number 3. Alex Lizarak with the camper van is going to face chip number 11. And that is Jack Bowley. And that leaves chip number 17. Richie Webb is going to face chip number 20, which is Jan Nimitz with the Echoed Fiat 126. And that is 4-cylinder draw done and dusted. Highlights. Oh, you want me? Well, there's some good races. Andy Hughes with a Subaru versus Chris Waterhouse, 2 9-second cars. We've got 2 9-second cars in the next pairing. Of course, Jack Krugel, number 1, and Chris Todd, number 2. Chris Todd is going to be holding his head back in the pits. And James Wootton against Martin Friescher. Obviously, we've got VW breakout, so there's a lot of VW fans here this weekend who is going to be enjoying that matchup. Mex has not had the perfect weekend just yet, but we know James Wootton is very, very fast. Alex Lizarak, our champion from last year, against Jack Bowley, and of course Richie Webb down the bottom against Jan. There's some great pairings there in round number 2 of 4-cylinder. Right, boys, what do you think to that?
Nicely done. The Chris Todd. That is a good matchup there, actually. Your number 2 qualifier taking on the number 1 qualifier. Whoa, that's what happens. Normally 1 and 2 would meet in the final, but no, they meet in round number 2. Call out, please, for European front-wheel drive back into the pairing lanes, please, for round 2. European front-wheel drive, we need you back into the pairing lanes, please, for round number 2. Well, track crew still working away in the shutdown area. Pro Doorslammers waiting patiently in the lanes. Obviously, we've got a lot of racing to get done. And obviously, we've got big bracket as well. So it's going to get very, very entertaining indeed as soon as we are good to go once again. But at the moment, we are on a pause. We're going to go over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will take it back when engines start up once again for VP Racing Fuels Pro Doorslammer.
New gearbox on Connor Edwards' saloon for today, and he's currently out in front, but now he's lost power. They're actually side by side at the moment. Lewis Lavender, but here comes the turbo power of Connor, but the winner is going to be with a 12.62 at 103. Lewis Lavender. Both in stage, the lights drop. Well, unfortunately, issues for Jody, so Dan is basically on a solo run. Slowing down though. Jody suddenly realised and started picking up speed, but Dan goes through with a 13.09 at 113.
The curse of Connor.
Is it all going to come together for Rob in round number 1? Well, pretty calendar-like reactions for both of our cars. Dominic at the mid-track is doing 98 miles an hour. He's probably looking in his mirrors saying, I have got this, with an 11.53 at 128. Pull it out in eliminations round number 1. As the light drops, Martin Dainty gets the jump. But they're side by side around about 100 foot. Martin's got a mid-track wheel. Darren's got it nice and straight. But this is all Martin Dainty with a 9.94 to an 11.06. The lights drop. Anthony gets the jump on the line. As long as he's away from 60 foot, he has basically got this race. And indeed he does. Anthony goes through with a 10.21 at 139 to an 11. The lights drop, he waits for a green light sensibly.
Apologies, it's not on Ahmed, it's on the number 1 qualifier.
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
he drives around, he's doing 142 at the 8th, and Ahmed goes through with an 8.44! Wow. 169 miles.
Battle for the couch, this
It is. Imagine if Andy was red lit then. But luckily it is a green light drag race. Andy Bambrick is well out in front at the moment. I don't think he's got the nitrous on this pass, and he's going to take it nice and easy with a 13.36. Very sensibly rolls on to the next round. He's taking his time to come into stage. He's now spooling the turbo up. Good side-by-side launch. Jose is out in front at the moment. Can the petrol car catch him at the top end? I don't think he's going to. Jose is going to go through to the next round with a 10.36 at 136. He's got 7 seconds. Andre needs to go in. He is in. Here we go. The lights drop. Great reaction by Andre Myshik. He is currently out in front, but here comes the back half power of Andy Nichols, and indeed he does drive around him and goes through with a 9.23. Well, unfortunately, issues there for Clark Appleton on the start line, so this is going to be an automatic win to Simon Crowley. Doing 114 at the 8th and ticks off a 10.15 at 146.
No, you've got the win light, that's it.
Well, he got the win light in the first run anyway.
15 seconds, 60 foot. Also pretty sure when Mark had an unfortunate incident a few years ago, it was Andy and Luke that repaired it. Repaired the front end of it, yeah, absolutely. So Andy Robinson in qualifying, I think he was in the 6.0s, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it confused me because he ran 5.89, but that was testing back on Friday. Mark Hartvelt in the low 6s, I think. You said they were struggling with a boost problem off the line
on
with the supercharger.
New supercharger.
Yeah, one of the things people don't realise is that there's a lot of obviously there's electronics on the car, but there's an awful lot of monitoring that goes on with computers. So that's how they know that's the problem, because they can see that the boost drops off the start line.
Yeah, so Andy ended up with a 6.02. Mark ended up with a 7.47 actually.
Oh, really?
In qualifying yesterday.
No full runs yet for Mark Hartvelt and the Voodoo Hemi team. He had a couple of fairly good runs going, but not up to their usual standard. But then that's what testing's about. There's a whole bunch of new stuff on there, getting it all figured out. The crewman tells him first gear please, which is exactly what Bowser just did to Andy Robinson. UK for NGK in the Kestrel lane, Voodoo Hemi for the Netherlands in the Slick Tricks lane for a place in the draw for round 2. It's a race, no tyre shake at all. Looks like it's Mark Hartveld. It is! His quickest and only full run of the weekend at 594, 237. Andy with a 604. A much faster speed of 244. Win margin was only 0.3. Andy was 500ths quicker on the tree, which made that closer than the elapsed times would dictate.
Yeah, 500's on the tree, but 400's difference on the 60 foot.
That was where it was.
Yeah.
If you look at the 330 numbers, Mark Hartveld was the 330 in 258. Andy was 269. 1100ths of a second. That was pretty much the race, because from there on, Andy was reeling him in.
Yeah. What a race, though. What a fantastic race.
Yeah, more of that. So Andy's now asking at the top end if there's buybacks for round 2.
Oh, dear.
Good solid runs for both, though. That's kind of what they were looking for going A to B. Give them a round of applause, everybody. They've been here for 3 days trying to do that, and that is one of their quickest runs ever. Only a couple of ticks off the quickest Mark Hartveld's ever been.
That's why they made so many runs, to get it tested,
exactly.
Get it sorted.
It's funny, isn't it? Is when all of a sudden qualifying and testing finishes and racing turns up. Andy nearly did that on a whole shot, though. If he'd have had a little more in the 60 foot, I think that would have been the difference. But still in great shape going into the main event next week. By run then for Michel Turenne. So the negative CUDA, and I don't mean that by the crew's attitude, I mean it is effectively a negative. It's a black and white and grey car. Looks very effective though. Michel started driving a few years back, having never driven anything, and I don't think I'll ever forget his first ever 60 foot was sub 1 second. First ever 60 foot was sub 1 second. Ever since then he's won his first race. Finally, after years of trying last year in Germany at the Nitro Olympics. I think he was qualified number, was it 2 or 3? Because I think they both ran 5.
Michel qualified number 2, 597 with a 4. Andre was 597 with a 6. Both at 245 mile an hour.
They know they've got some stiff competition coming in next weekend from Scandinavia. Hooray, again. So they're going to try and nail the setup again, try and get deeper into the 5s. They've got all the good bits and pieces on there. The crew's been running this car for a number of years now. They kind of know it inside out. Just trying to step it up a little bit more to nudge towards the 580s. Nice looking run. Out another 590. Oh, 593 as well. 242. Once again knocking on his quickest run ever. Not me if you've heard that before. Plenty of times. But yeah, 0.99 to 60 foot. 263 at 330. That's amazing as well. Look at that number at the top end. He was 400ths slower than Mark Hartveld to 330. Yet he was, well, quicker at the finish line. Tells you all about where they're making speed and power. Give the Robinson gang a round of applause, or the Fishers I should say, but the Robinson gang of Fisher, Robinson Fisher gang, a round of applause please. Off to get Andy. That gives them a bit more to work on for next weekend.
Just having a look at this, like Andre Oliver through 597, Jan Eriksson through 583, Mark Hartveld through 594, Michel Turenne through 593.
Unreal.
Very, very good.
Well done to the Pro Dutch team as well. That's it. Put your hands together, please. They're back in the draw for round 2. Well, we've got Bruno coming round now. Who's Bruno got today? Matthias,
yeah.
who I think may tag on. I think may tag on the end.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. So Bruno looking to get back in the fives. He was close yesterday. Now, on the subject of numbers and where cars run on the racetrack, Bruno's car runs like a scalded cat to the 8th mile and then kind of takes it a bit easy for the last half of the track. Whereas others absolutely cane it on the back half, as you can tell by the amazing sub 2 second 8th mile to quarter mile numbers. But Bruno hasn't put in a 5-second run this weekend yet. Can we keep up the tradition? All 5-second runners move to the draw for round 2.
Well, best in quali was a 6:02.
I think they were just concentrating on getting the car off the line again, you know. I remember talking to Bruno up the top end before when he got out of the car once, and I said, I think he was trying to break into the 5s, and he just went, oh, another 6:02, you know.
Kev Slyfield had exactly the same thing, didn't he?
For a long while,
6-0, 6-0, 6-0. But then the memorable one was when Mats Eriksson finally got into the 6-0s. He had some T-shirts done, and then the same
to cross them out.
Went 5-5-9.
Yeah, first 6-0 was in Hockenheim, just like a few weeks before. Came to the finals and whacked another 10th off it. So Bruno Barder from Switzerland with the Gotham City Corvette. See what they got loaded in there this time. Oh, he stayed with it. Bruno, you hero. 598 at 232, wagging his tail all the way down. This is what I'm talking about short numbers. 94.94 to 60 foot for Bruno Barder. You can't go much quicker than that without shaking yourself to death. 2.56, the quickest number again to 330. 3.89 at 187, quickest to the 8th so far as well. Over the stripe, 598, 232. That car, if you look at that, that's 2.09 for the back half. That's giving up over a 10th of a second to Jan Eriksson and Andy Robinson as well on the back half.
Yeah, speed is down as well compared to like 245.
That's where he normally is, though. I think it's just the way the car's geared, the way they run it with a converter. But they're back in the 5s.
Dave Vector taking on John Tebenham.
Another UK versus the Netherlands race. So one car built by Robinson, one car tuned by Robinson. David's been in Pro Mod now for about 15 years, would you believe? If you look at him, he only looks 62. I'm just kidding, Dave. Yeah, the thing is, Dave, I think Dave's still in his 40s. So he must have started when he was, you know, I think he was probably in his late 20s when he started racing in Pro Mod. Easily. So he ran a 6-0 a couple of times yesterday, got a little close to the wall and gave it a stab on the throttle. John Tebenham didn't make it into second gear yesterday, I don't think. Both of these 5-second race cars, we've had everybody in the 5s. Moving on. That's the way you want it, isn't it? It's almost like they were mucking about for the last 2 days. Just kidding, of course. I know they are incredibly difficult to set up.
It does set the scene beautifully for next weekend as well.
Oh, and today.
Yeah.
So David's been in the 580s. John Tebenham's been in the 590s. Here we go. Look at that from David. That's a fantastic run for him. 575! 235 miles an hour. That was outstanding. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the team from the Netherlands.
Wow.
Oh my goodness me, proper goosebumps.
Yeah.
When I saw him fly with the front wheels in the air through 330, look at those numbers. Oh my word. To 60 foot, 0.95, 330, 251, 8th mile, this is special, 3.76. Come here. come here. Listen to me. No, you come here. Listen. .951 60 foot, 330, 251, 8th mile, 3.76, at 198 miles an hour. Congratulations, my friend. Well done. That was superb. JT was trying to hang with him. Went 6:59 at 209 miles an hour. Wow. Jan Eriksson, you've got company, sir. And I think a few Scandinavians just spat out their morning coffee.
Wow. And needless to say, a new personal best as well.
For Dave, yeah. That was staggering. Give them all a round of applause. They thoroughly deserve it.
Right, last pair, and then we do have the... Kev Slyfield just put for sale on the back window of the car. Now then, are we going to continue with these 5-second cars going through? It's unbelievable. Andre Onova, 597. Jan Eriksson, 583. Mark Hartfeld, 594. Michel Turenne, 593. Bruno, 598. Dave Vector, 575. This is unbelievable.
It's pretty stout, to say the least. I actually get to do it for a change. I get to take a picture of the screen, and I'm going to send that to Dick, because that's one for all time, that is. So this is Dave Smith's first ever race in Pro Modified with the Stranger Thing 55 Chevy. Kev Slyfield's been doing it a long time. Can we have all of our round 2 participants in Pro Doorslammer in the 5s? If Dave Smith wins, he'll likely want to say yes, won't he?
Well, Dave Swift, obviously watching all this going on.
That's a good point. Oh, he's still there, of course. Yeah,
he's still got to do his bike run.
So Kev Slyfield's been around in Pro Mod a long time. Kev's such a cool guy for many, many reasons. Not only can he drive, but if you ever always notice with Kev, there's no messing about on the start line. Pre-stage, and he just bumps it in straight away. There's never any delay whatsoever. So good luck to Dave Smith. His first ever race with that gorgeous Bel Air in the Kestrel Lane. Both these cars built by Andy Robinson. Both of them 5-second capable. See, there you go, Kev, straight in. No mucking about. Kev is long on to a 6:01 at 2:36. Terrific for Dave Smith. 6:61. 209 miles an hour. Made a really good account of himself as well. 08 on the tree to an 07 for Kev. Kev goes 0.99 to 60. Again, if you look at the numbers, Cole, half track, Kev Slyfield, 3.93 at 187. That's hauling. And then it kind of just takes it easy for the last half. That's just the way they run the car. Dave Smith, 1.10 to 60 foot, 430 at 171 to the 8th. And a 6:61 at 2:09, I think, is his quickest run ever, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll be very, very happy that 6:91 in quali. But yes, 6:61. Stranger Thing. But Dave just looked just totally at home racing there. Absolutely fantastic. Can't believe. I mean, this is no disrespect to Kev at all, but 6:01 is the slowest losing time in round 1. It is unbelievable. So we do have the solo run for Dave Swift.
Well done to both teams. Please put your hands together, both teams from the UK, giving us a fabulous show here on Sunday morning.
And of course we got the draw for round 2 of Pro Doorslammer. So Dave Swift going to book his spot into round number 2. He's going to be joining Andre Oliver, Jan Eriksson, Mark Hartfeld, Michel Turenne, Bruno Bader, Dave Vector, and Kev Slyfield in the draw for round number 2. Dave Swift, low 7-second runner. just wonder what Dave's mindset is. Thinking, oh, I'd love a go. Well, I know he'd love a go in a pro mod, but would he one day step up? But it's a big ask. It really is. It's a lot of commitment. But he enjoys running this car, the AMC.
So yesterday, if the engine drops below a certain temperature, it won't run, and that's why he kept having the issues underneath the tower.
Right. So there we go, Dave Swift safely into round 2. Coasts across the line. So there we have it, Pro Doorslammer round 2. And we'll be doing the draw in the not too distant future on that.
You've got one Jaguar.
Yes,
coming
doing the
underneath
time
you.
trial run.
Okay, nice.
Bearing in mind that this chap only bought the car on
Yeah.
Friday and was basically here testing, but entered into Pro Doorslam, but it was the only class really that he could have a go in. Next up, we will be having Big Bracket, round number 1. This is where you will see the losing crew chief sprinting round to signing on with 50 quid to buy back in. And then chance their arm again and try and get into round 2. So getting ready for the big bracket that follows this. Random pairings, of course. We don't know who will be racing who. Somebody will be just picking them totally at random. I can't see what's going on down there. But there we go. So this car will be on a boat or through the tunnel after this weekend going into Europe.
I'm sure he'd like to put in a full run before he takes it home. Had a couple of tail wagging runs, did a really good save yesterday actually. And by save I don't mean of the goalie variety, I mean not crunching the car. It's also the first time on the start line without Dave Smith and the team there with him, so obviously he's got to get used to running the car on his own. Dave and the team I'm sure have done everything they can to help. He's a little close to the centre, but that's not going to hurt him too much, I don't think. So, fingers crossed, Matthias. This car runs mid-sevens like clockwork normally. Not sure if it's got the same engine in it, though. That's the only thing. Still goes for the wander towards the wall. Wisely backs out of it. Still goes, runs a 9-second run at 110.
Okay, and of course the mad scientist now has a chance to get away from to go for a little wander then
And get run over.
Many thanks indeed, obviously, to VP Racing for their continued support of Pro Doorslammer and of course drag racing throughout Europe. So, big bracket. And we got Simon Swarbrick taking on Warren Watts. Don't forget random pairings. You know who's going to be coming round. $8.97 dialing I'm going to have on Warren Watts. It is. That's basically what he was dialing in yesterday. And $10.59 for Simon Swarbrick with the Ford Pop.
So a new bunch even of random pairings coming your way.
A couple of new names running today.
Okay.
that weren't here yesterday. Dave Fulton is one of them. We were expecting John Atkinson to be racing, but Tom managed to stay in the car, and also Kirsty Tram, we thought, was coming out the car to allow Andy Dibley to race, but no, Kirsty stayed in the car. Spencer Tram is running today. He wasn't racing yesterday. Here we go. First pair. Williams Brothers, big bracket. Simon Swarbrick goes 10.70 at 126. So his team will be sprinting round,
now
possibly with 50 quid.
Sorry, the difference I was just going to say between this form of racing and everything else you'll see today, they had the opportunity to buy back in. The idea being, if you lose in round one, you can spend 50 quid, like Colin just said. And then basically you kind of go into, I don't want to call it this, but it is a lucky losers pool, if you like, or a paid for losers pool, where everybody races off random pairings again, and then whoever wins those races between whoever it is that's running goes back into the draw again.
Okay, so Tom Atkinson darling in 8.37. Thomas Bublitz 10.15. The Nova will be going first, and it'll be the Cortina Estate chasing him down. Well, Tom closing in, but has he got enough? He has 840.
On a whole shot, look at that.
Wow.
Thomas Bublitz much closer to his dial-in. But he was 800 slower on the tree. Tom wasn't exactly bad, 840 on an 837. One thing I will say, so basically a loss in this round costs you 50 quid.
It does.
Doesn't it? Yeah, there you go. And then you have to try and win again. So bizarrely, I just worked it out yesterday, because there were actually 5 rounds of racing for the big bracket, but Thomas Haas
did 6.
He did 6, didn't he? He lost one of them, but it was the one at the start, which was the one you could get back from.
Right, 2 former winners of the big bracket
in round 1.
One of them's going to have to pay 50 quid. So Billy Game won the big bracket in 2021 on the Sunday. Lee Charles won the big bracket on the Sunday last year. The defending Sunday champion from last year and the defending champion from the Sunday the year before. One of them is going to have to cough up 50 quid and try and get into round 2. One of them is going to take the win. Oh, bit of a staging duel. Nobody wants to go in.
Come on, one of you's got to pay 50 quid, that's it. Just halve it.
Still a duel.
They're welcome to do it as well. No rules. Nobody says you have to stage
there is no
first.
rules.
Now, Drag Racing Folklore says the last one into stage is the first one over the finish line, and it don't always work like that.
Billy's got in. I thought Billy would flinch eventually. Didn't want to hurt that motor.
Yeah, that's always the problem. Ian's making them wait. Well, Billy's going for a wander again.
But it's enough.
Oh, right on the money, and he needed every bit of that as well. 0-1 win margin at the stripe. Lee Childs left Billy on the start line by 0-4, and Billy needed every bit of that perfect run, 8.29 on 8.29 to get there. Still going for a wander around in the back half of that car.
Wow.
He was obviously ahead of it this time. What a race this is going to be as well. Yesterday's winner, Thomas Haas, with the Valiant in the Slick Tricks lane, 803. Basically the man on top of his game at the moment in bracket racing, taking on someone who has been on top of their game for most of their life, I think. Lee Huxley.
It is a cash point for Lee Huxley, let's be honest, this event. He won the big bracket last year on the Saturday. The previous year he was runner-up on the Sunday. The year before he was runner-up. The year before that he won. He's had 2 wins and 2 runners-up in 4 big brackets. Unbelievable. Oh, Thomas goes red, so Natalie's going to run round with 50 quid.
Well, they've got the money.
Yeah.
006 though, red that was. Lee was 02 on the tree. Thomas only just went red though. 006, very, very close indeed. He did click it off at the finish line. At least, well, he's just doing what he did yesterday. He just wants more racing.
Groundhog Day. Yes,
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Lee Huxley, though, 869 with an 870 dial. I'd say that car was working all right.
And an 02 light as well. He'll go a long way with that.
All right, Spencer Tram. Last time out for Spencer, he doubled up.
Against Ron.
Yeah. But no, Spencer, one comp eliminator, one Nostalgia Superstock, took the perfect ET money. He had a weekend that he will never forget. Is he going to have another day here at the track that he's going to cop some more money? We'll find out. Ron Bartlett is his opponent. 826 the dial in for the Anglia. Spencer, 1108.
This one's going to be a tough one to drive at the finish line for Spencer and both of them, because there's a big gap on the tree between the two of them. The little Anglia is much quicker.
Yeah, but don't forget Spencer's used to it because he runs in comp and he got all these fast cars coming at him.
Oh yeah, but he can't break out
he's
there.
gone red. Oh.
Big red light as well. And he gets away with one because Ron Bartlett, I think Ron's just going to take it easy. Spence with, on the money on the ET, but it's very unusual for Spence to go 06 red.
Yeah.
That's a long way for him anyway.
Right, we got one Bartlett through. Is it going to be another one?
Bartlett's lucky lane in the Slick Tricks lane.
Yeah. Going alongside Dave Fulton. 2 9-second door cars. $9.98 dial in for Roaring Rat. $9.40 for that lovely Chevy of Dave. Well, I think Dave's drawn alongside already. And 961 takes the win to lose that 10-20.
Well, Keith's got to buy back into his own race.
Yeah. Back up Bob. Yeah, that is the car that belongs to Pete Lane. Going alongside the Full Monty, the Mustang of Pete Cresswell.
Is that because it's a backup car, or just?
No, the car was always called Backup Bob.
Oh, fair enough.
There he is. Actually on there now.
Yeah, so another big difference on the start line, 3 and a bit seconds. The green will come on for Pete Lane with that Cuda.
Yeah, Pete, a former finalist in the big bracket. Pete Cresswell, former semi-finalist in the big bracket.
Pete's going to get there. Will it be in time? Yep.
Oh, look at the win margin. 006. My goodness me. 1150 plays an 849. Oh, that was tight.
Virtually a dead heat, that was. The finish line cam for that one will not be able to differentiate between the two. Pete Cresswell with 400ths in the bank off the start line. Bang on is dialing for Pete Lane. One hell of a race. At least Pete Cresswell gets a chance to buy back again if he wants to.
Closest race of the day. 0006. Closing speed 114 to 151 miles an hour.
Yeah, no one knew who won that.
Yeah, Simon Groves will give us a measurement on that one soon, I think.
Kirsty Tram against Jens Konecki. My goodness me. Check out the reaction times. They're both on their game today. Jens is going to go flying past. And Jens takes the win. My goodness me. Kirsty Tram loses out with a 005 light. Win margin for that one was 0.2. An inch and a half, that matchup, that previous matchup. Nothing in it whatsoever. Thank you very much as always, Simon. That was a hell of a race as well. Kirsty was 005 on the tree and went 11.94. Not good enough. Against Jens Konecki, who was 04 on the tree and he went bang on his dial-in as well. This is some tough stuff.
It is. Simon Ennis, Steve Matthews. From Crazy Racing Barracuda and that wheel-standing honky-tonky 57 Chevy.
That sounds like a song. That wheel-standing honky, whatever.
And it goes red, so Steve Matthews is going to be coughing up 50 quid if he wants to play again.
He's sticking to his weekend plan, isn't he? No offence at all, Steve. I'm only kidding. We're so glad that someone from Gasser Circus has come along and joined in. It's going to be Dave Cherritt against Nick Williams.
Birthday boy. Mind you, Simon Prest is here. I have seen him.
Yeah, not with the car.
But not with the car, unfortunately. No. Maybe next year. Hey, Simon. Yes, good boy. So, Nick Williams, 9.49, darling. Dave Cherritt, 9.70. So, the Williams brothers, of course, sponsors of the Big Bracket and have done every year. We've done Doorslammers. Huge thanks to them. But Dave Cherritt ain't going to be giving Nick a gift here for his birthday. That's for sure. Nick's car didn't sound 100% there. 993, 136. Dave Cherritt takes that one. 978.
Bless you.
Right, John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda. We were a little bit worried about him earlier on, but he did put a social media post on saying that he was good to go today. Going alongside Ronnie Mercer with Annie the Ford Pop 1041 darling. John Turner darling in 877.
My goodness me. So good to see JT back again after yesterday's effort. Oh, goodness me. Come on, his car in the shutdown area. It went flying off to the side when the shoot. It might be part of the shoot or something. It might be the drone shoot, actually. But 907, 148, a little bit off yesterday's pace. He was going into that round completely blind after rebuilding everything after yesterday.
Well, 10.48 and 41 for Ronnie.
Good effort for Ronnie Mercer, well done. Still resisting that nice research. And well done to JT and the whole team. I know they're up late last night, early this morning as well. I mean, that was how close it was. He didn't even make the practice run this morning, did he?
Right, John Bean, and it's the Morris boys. Colin Morris behind the wheel.
I think we've got front wheel drive coming up shortly, and Oklahoma Willie I can see around there too as well with the jet bus. I'll be going to do the draw for Pro Doorslammer in a couple of moments.
Right, John Bean, off he goes with a 956 dial-in. Colin Morris going to try and close it down with that 861. And it is Colin Morris that takes that one. 865 to lose at 969. So Colin Morris is through. And John Bean into the buybacks, should he decide to do so. Right, Bob Bolden with the white noise. Peugeot 205, dialing in 937. And how about Mark Huxley? The Can Do 2 Reborn Toyota Corolla, 972, darling. You'll see these two in competition next weekend in Pro ET at the main event. But this is for big money here at the Doorslammers. Oh, Mark Huxley goes red. So it is Bob Bolden that goes through to round number 2. Mark Huxley going to cough up 50 quid if he wants to play again today. Bob goes through with a 935 at 141, 972. Mark Huxley hits his number, but a cherry on the tree eliminated him. Can we have True Street into the pairing lanes, please? True Street, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Good matchup between these two. There's only 500ths difference on the tree. Ben Kennedy with the relentless for Pop going alongside Brett Featherston, the Nova Scotia. Of course, Brett, current Pro ET national champion. Both get green lights. Ben Kennedy gets there first, but breaks out by a 10th. My word, 927. So it is Brett Featherston. He also breaks out by only 300. So Brett is through to round 2. And almost a 10th on the line as well there for Ben. He treed Brett beautifully, but broke out.
Thank you very much indeed, Colin. We're up on the balcony doing the live draw again. This is for round 2 of Pro Doorslammer. Thank you very much indeed. Try not to put my elbow in it. Right, folks. So this is for the matchups in round 2 of Pro Doorslammer. We had a number of 5-second runs, and our first race will be... My arm's not long enough. First run will be number 2, who is... Michelle Turenne is going to be going in the Kestrel lane, taking on number 7. That's Kev Slyfield from the UK, going to be going in the Slick Tricks lane. Next will be number 6. David Vegter, who ran low ET of the weekend so far in round 1. Who's Dave going to be against? It is number 12. That is Mark Hartveld, an all Netherlands matchup for that one. Okay. Out next we've got number 11. Dave Swift. Let's see who Dave's going to be going against. It's probably going to be a 5-second race car because the rest of them are. He's going to be against number 4. Bruno Barda. That leaves 2 cars left, and one of them was your number 1 qualifier. It's just really for lanes now. So, last out, number 3. I think that's Andre Arnover, going to be taking on the one and only Jan Eriksson, who was number 1. So, those are your pairings for round 2 of Pro Doorslammer. Michelle Turenne from the Netherlands against Kev Slyfield from the UK. All Netherlands in round 2 again. Dave Vegter and Mark Hartveld. Dave Swift from the UK against Bruno Barda. And last but not least, Andre Arnover with the 5-second Mustang taking on Jan Eriksson with the Camaro. It's going to be fun.
Well done indeed to Darryl. So some great matchups there as we contemplate the round 2 of Pro Doorslammer. Looking into the lanes, we can see that it is Oklahoma Willie that is just rolling forward. Going to be putting in his first run of the day, and then tucked in behind that it is Martin Hill with Fireforce, the Jet Funny car. Absolutely glorious day here at Santa Pod once again, and also a tailwind once again. Good crowd here today. Thank you ever so much indeed for joining us, whether you're here for, obviously, the VW Breakout. Loads of things going on site for you today. Just quickly checking in on the time. It's midday here, just gone. Show and shine judging just about to commence in the show paddock. You've also got the Cool Flow BMX display. And at 12:29, so not that far away, we are expecting the Battle of Britain Memorial flight to stop by. So Oklahoma Willie just getting into position, ready to put in his run of his first run of the day. I think he's scheduled for 2, to be honest. Yep, due another one at around about 3:10 this afternoon. (1958) VW pickup.
I was looking at his setup in the pits yesterday, and I thought that awning and the trailer fits perfectly for it. And then I thought, hang on a minute, it's Perry. Of course it fits perfectly.
Yeah, Rolls-Royce Viper 535 jet. Around about 5,000 pounds of thrust from this.
And I think he's rather enjoying himself this weekend with new personal bests on terminal speed. 155, 156. That tailwind is certainly helping.
Makes a big difference to something that's slab-fronted.
Yeah, that's it.
I would personally love to see a match race between him and Alex with the single cab.
Yeah.
That would look absolutely bitching. Give him like a second head start and then see how it works out at the top end. They'd be similar speed through the finish line, not far off each other. Although in history dictates that doesn't always work out well when you run a jet alongside a regular car.
No.
No.
Especially a lightweight car as well.
Yeah, that does tend to get blown about a bit, yeah. I remember years ago there's a fabulous drag race in Great Lakes at Union Grove where they used to match race all sorts of things, and there was a guy with a front engine top fuel dragster match racing a jet, and yeah, a guy with the top fuel dragster match racing a jet, would you believe? It was a front engine dragster, and the front engine car was weaving about all over the lane, and the crew got up to the top end and said, what happened? What was that all about? And he said he showed him his goggles and it melted his goggles. Oh. So he couldn't see where he was going. But credit to him, he kept going, obviously. There was a race to win. So Perry winds it up a little bit. As call points go, this is pretty much the top of the pile. Perry clicks it actually at half track. Maybe the breeze is going to carry him over the finish line. He still manages to run 11.98 at 96 miles an hour. We do hope you enjoyed that, folks. We have a louder and a quicker one underneath us, but as for cool, I don't think you get much cooler than a V-dub with a jet on the back.
Especially at a VW show.
Precisely. Exactly why he's here. So Martin Hill with Fireforce, number 3.
Yes, I did turn it off.
You alright? If I can actually press an OS button properly, that would help. Right, so yeah, Martin Hill underneath the tower with the Fireforce jet, the house jet, if you will, at Santa Pod. I don't think there's a vehicle on, that's ever raced here that's done more to promote this place. The Martin's car, the fact it's sign written is that. Ladies and gentlemen, the Oklahoma Willie team. He'll be back again one more time later on today. We've also got front wheel drive round 2 coming up, is that right?
Yep.
So some humdingers in there, I'm sure.
Every, let's say, top car has avoided each other in round 2.
Wow. They haven't won, though. That's the thing.
They haven't won yet.
Also, is everybody made it down for round 2? That's the most important thing.
No.
That was going to happen, wasn't it?
One person didn't make it.
Okay. Just one?
Number 1.
Oh, no.
I don't know. Until we get in the lanes, but Cleo has messaged me saying he hasn't left the pits yet. So
Yet. Being the operative word.
Exactly. So Jose Late is in the lanes.
But Petros isn't.
Petros isn't. But we'll see at the moment. At the moment. So fingers crossed. If not, he shall be obviously working on the car. The thing is, the turnaround time was quite quick, and if he needs to do something on the engine, he's not going to send it. But the good news is, obviously, we've got grudge races this afternoon, so as we filter down, hopefully, he might get a slot in there. If not, Maria, we're keeping Petros here till Thursday. Sorry.
Why not?
But yes. So Martin Hill underneath the tower once again. I've got my printout for round 1 so I can work out who's got the best reaction time from the old sweepy sticks.
The thing is, though, from previous events, this is one of the experience things that everybody that's been here for a long time racing, don't stop working. Don't stop trying to make the call for your class for your next round of racing, because if anything happens on the track and it delays things, you have a chance.
Yep.
And I've lost count of the amount of times where people shouldn't have been made it. If when they were called down, that was it, they'd have had it.
That's it. I really hope Jose is at the back of the queue, allowing Petros to have as much time as possible to get down. Obviously, this is Doorslammers. There is no rules. If he's in the middle, he's in the middle. But we shall see.
So the support vehicle moves to one side, which allows Richie to come forward. And in a moment, the Afterburner show will commence. But will Martin be listening to the same tune that Richie's got plugged into his headset? Here we go.
Oh, no. There's no one on the balcony to scare. This is rubbish.
There certainly will be next weekend, that is for sure. Sometimes you wonder why we don't take when he's doing that. We're basically holding on to everything in the tower, stop it from falling over. But here we go then, Martin Hill with Fireforce number 3. going to put in another 5-second run, possibly. There he goes, the 584, 269 miles an hour then. Absolutely cracking run there, but so violent. Ah, here we go. Yep. Yeah. And if you look behind the main grandstand, folks, the Battle Britain Memorial Flight, which I believe is the Spitfire, just coming over the grandstands. So the Spitfire just banking right now. I'm not sure if he's going to make a third pass, or is he disappearing into the distance? And I think he's disappearing into the distance. So great to see the Memorial Flight once again paying us a visit here at Santa Pod Raceway. Right, as we get ourselves ready for round number 2 of front wheel drive. A couple of messages coming in from various people. I'm going to put a shout out actually to Ian Dance. Ian just sent us a message through. He says, good afternoon, thanks to you, Darren and Luke, for fantastic commentary as always. Big shout out to all the front wheel drive racers. I'm gutted that I ran out of energy. I had to leave the car at home, but I am sat on the bank on the mobility scooter enjoying the show. But he will be back for Bug Jam, and that's from Dance's Racing. Ian, we're glad that you've made it here this weekend anyway. Glad you're enjoying the show, and you know, we are aware, but really good to see you. Right, our start line is ready. Let's have a look to see who's coming round first. It is Charlie Roberts.
Can he improve Adrian Solly's birthday any more? Can we see a 10-second pass? That is the question.
Going alongside Grant Moore.
Right. So, one 10-second car, one want-to-be 10-second car. This is a lovely little matchup. Charlie was chopping the tree down in round 1. So, Saab B204 Turbo in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. VR5 Turbo in the 5 up. Charlie gets the drop, but then misses a shift, and Grant is out in front at the moment. As long as Grant gets all his gears, this will be his race to the finish line. Keep an eye on the left lane for a 10 though. 10.70 and a 11.41. That is the end of Charlie Roberts' day as Grant Moore moves to the second round.
So the pigeon hasn't been caught yet.
Nobody can catch the pigeon. Daniel Moulton taking on Paul Conway again. Paul Conway, one of our racers that was working all night long, rebuilding an engine. He's off the line side with Daniel Moulton. Both cars seeming to have issues, but Daniel is out in front at the moment, and he is going to roll on to round number 2 of the European front-wheel drive class with a 11.62. So again, praying that all of our cars make it down for round number 2 as I look outside the window. Underneath the tower, David Lammick taking on Alan Duffy. This is going to be a fantastic matchup. So David's personal best is an 8:54 at 169, which he ran here yesterday during qualifying. Alan Duffy is a regular 9-second runner. His personal best is a 9.4, but we know Alan can chop a tree down as well. Long-time racer in the front-wheel drive drag series. He's now staying here next week to get his car tagged, ready for Comp Eliminator.
Wow. That's so good. A lot of the front-wheel drive cars are making it into comp now.
That's it. We found a home that we can get European racing on a bigger stage. Here we go. Poland in the Kestrel beer lane, Scotland in the Slick Tricks racing lane. We've got the drop, we've got a green light race. Alan is away first, but David Lammick is around him by the 3:30.
And long gone, that's
He is.
hauling.
8:50 at 168, a new personal best for David Lammick as he goes through to the third round of the European front-wheel drive class. Phil Thomas with the only bye in round number 1. I say the only bye as Ant Mincher drives round on his own. So Phil Thomas getting a nice solo run to round number 3, and he goes through with a 1060 at 138 miles an hour. No, Andy Nichols has made it. So Andy Nichols, former champion of the European front-wheel drive class, taking on Anthony Mincher. 9-second Golf versus an 8-second Honda Civic. But we haven't seen 8-second performance just yet. Obviously, it's VW Breakout. So hopefully a lot of the guys and girls on the banking and in the grandstand, you'll be cheering on the Mark 1 Golf in the Slick Tricks racing lane. There's many people watching online that are going to be Honda fans cheering on Andy Nichols. This is round 2 of European front-wheel drive.
Andy Nichols staging with part of the bodywork. That's can be a bit fatal.
Again, bit of a staging duel. Yeah, Andy had this in the first round. Both cars revving at each other. Anthony's in first. Here comes Andy, the lights drop. We've got a green light drag race. Anthony's away first, but here comes the big power of the Honda Civic at the half track. We've got 103 to 133. Andy Nichols rolls through with an 890, 172 miles an hour.
He just likes to be dramatic.
He
with his
does,
races,
doesn't he?
he?
He was just being careful on the tree.
Very careful with nearly a second reaction time, but yes.
Yeah, that's it. So you can see Dave down there telling Paul Bargate, the legend, he needs to raise his car up, because the worst thing is you don't want him to be in stage. Get on the two-step and the bodywork starts shaking, and then giving him a red light. Next up, Patricia's taking on Lewis Lavender. 10-second car versus a 12-second car. Well, they're away together, but Patricius is out in front at the moment. Lewis is chasing. He's the only one who can see what's going on. Patricius goes through with a 1051 at 133 miles an hour.
For us, it's handy to be able to see the live stream. That's the only way you can follow those races. We just get completely blacked out here on the start line.
All right, next up, Luke White taking on Dominic. Well, Dominic got away first, but Luke White starting to pull away at the top end, and the Honda Works Civic goes from a 1034 and 138 to an 1120. Dom's team super happy with that. It's definitely one of the quickest runs for Luke as well. Our reigning champion, Ahmed Jamshed, with the Big Man Ting Performance Honda Civic, taking on Cameron Bishop at his first ever Eliminations event.
You've got like a before and after here, haven't you?
Yeah.
Very much so, yeah. They probably might have even rolled out the factory at the same time as well.
So last run, Ahmed Jamshed running 8.4. Got a green light race. Issues for Cameron Bishop. But eyes are on Ahmed Jamshed. He's doing 135 at the 8th, and he goes through with an 862 at 174 miles an hour. So the champ is still in.
So is it a case now of just turning it down just to make it through rounds and then turn it up when you need to?
100% Ahmed is doing that. He, as you have seen, has broken his cage tag for next weekend.
Okay.
He wants his 850. He wants his 750 cage paid for this weekend.
Right.
That's what this weekend is about.
Okay. Getting the money to
Pay for a 750 cage. Because at the last event in Comp Eliminator, he already had scrutineers, and they were like, "You're very close." Obviously, next weekend he can turn it down a little bit, and to beat his index, he's on the safe side of the index. Of his cage, sorry.
He would be running that sort of ET.
Yep. But for the rest of the Comp Eliminator crew, we're looking going 8-4. Jeez, that's going to be tough. Right, Martin Dacey taking on Alan Kenyon. Martin is out in front at the moment. Alan's got a big job to do, but Martin's wiggling at the top end of the track, but he goes through with a 10.22 at 133 miles an hour. Alan goes through again, 11.73. Maybe the end of this weekend, but he's going to be happy. Still some big matchups coming up. Vitor Formella around the corner. We've got Yoro Wells, Carl Monks is around there, Terry Newton. And we have got Andy Bambrick after beating his wife in round number 1.
In Eliminations.
Yeah. Cover that. Against Kat. So VR6 with nitrous against the turbocharged B Series Honda Civic. Given a bit of time on the start line, but at mid-track he is just going to scoot on by Andrew Bambrick. He's having issues though. But 11.12 to a 12.59, but a red light in the other lane anyway. Give Kat the round win. So next up, Carl Monks. I'll tell you what, when Ben lent his wheels this morning because his slicks were worn through, he's hit the arches and cut through the tyres, and he was like, I need new tyres, I can't race on these. I wonder if they've done a deal that if you win some money, you give me some money.
So Terry Newton, well, 9-second van coming into this weekend. He's now got an 8-second one.
He's now got an 8-second GoPro as well hanging off the side. Can you see that?
Yeah. Give interesting coverage for the mayor.
The mayor of where? The mayor of Preston.
Beautiful looking launch for Terry that time.
151, a little bit slower than yesterday, but he's staying out in front. He's going to go through with an 8.99 at 161 miles an hour to a 10.1.
So I wonder if all the other front-wheel drive guys that are in comp are saying to Ahmed, come on, knock it off a bit. Don't get too far ahead.
Well, Jose is at the head of the lanes, and there is no Petros Taxopoulos, unfortunately.
Oh.
Jose is waiting as long as he can, giving them the best chance to get his car down into the pairing lanes.
Well, he's got 100 reasons not to wait too long.
That's it. Right, Vitor Formella from Poland with the TDI Golf taking on Manager Wells with the all-motor Honda Civic. This is going to be a great race. Both of these cars can do super 60 foots for front-wheel drive cars. Manager taking his time. He hasn't got no turbo to spool up. Manager is out of the gate and gone into the distance. Vitor's got a hard job to catch him here. Manager doing 115 at the 8th and goes through the quarter with a 962. 141 miles an hour.
I think that means he takes it back.
It does. The all-motor front-wheel drive record returns to the UK.
Possibly briefly.
For the moment. Well, Andrei Myshek was in the pairing lanes and he didn't realise he had to wait till this afternoon to do the grudge racing.
Oh.
So he is prepped and ready to go and do some racing this afternoon. All right, next up, Mr. Boost taking on Harry Lockwood. And Harry waiting patiently in stage. He rolls into full stage now.
I love that with Matt Davison's crew. How many of the same angle do you need?
Yeah, that's it. Oh, well, a little bit slow at the start for Matt Davison. Harry's trying to keep up with him, but Matt at the top end has superior power and goes through with a 972, 158 miles an hour. That is a great terminal speed.
Well, on the list, there's 3 pairs to go, but as you say, there's only one here.
That's it. Well, unfortunately, Petros has not made the call. Jose has waited as long as he could. So he is going to get a bye run and basically just poodle it up the track and turn out of exit number 1.
And collecting the £100 bounty.
Oh, yes.
That was the 100
Ching,
reasons.
ching. There you go. So that is that our first bounty hunted?
The first bounty is gone.
I thought Petros had actually made it because Peter's, it's very similar, got a very similar front end, matte black and all that. I could just see it poking around the corner.
Who should have Hader been facing?
Oh, sorry.
Nobody by the looks of it.
Brad Morgan.
Brad Morgan. Oh, so after another 9-second pass, Brad Morgan has obviously elected not to come down. We'll find out later. He's had a fantastic weekend either way. Well, Haders is chasing a 10-second pass for this weekend. He plans to go deep into the 10s. In E2, he goes 1072 at 138 miles an hour.
Last pair.
So, Simon Crowley. We know he's got 9-second performance in there. He is going to take in on Pavel Pietrek. Pavel's not had the best of weekends so far with his brand new car, but we know the performance is in there. So Simon just can't relax on this.
Yeah, but it's brand new. I mean, any time you take anything out that's brand new, it's going to take a while. Although the crewman's in the door while he's staging up, which is probably not the greatest idea. He is staging up as well.
Well, I'm going to say Simon's already won this.
Yeah,
because he's basically been disqualified for having a crewman touch the car when it was in stage. But luckily, Simon goes through with a 998 at 146.
Great run, though, for Pavel.
Yeah.
10, is that 23 or 33?
That
33.
is 33.
134.
Okay, right. I'll run off again and do the draw.
Okay, can we have Pro Street into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have Pro Street? Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Right, True Street up next. First round. And we have only got 2 buys. The rest are pairings.
The first one's a great race as well. For any fans of high horsepower street cars, street legal cars, this is your class. Wow.
Yeah, when you get to Pro Street, you can get as wilder. Oh, yeah.
So we've got two more classes to go to have their first rounds,
Yep.
and they're the 16 fields. Is that right? Is that right? Yeah.
And then we've got the buybacks for
Big bracket.
Big Bracket. I was going to say buybacks for Pro ET then, but it's not. It's Big Bracket.
It virtually is, though.
Yeah. We've got 4-cylinder into round 2, as we know. We've got, as I say, it's just True Street and Pro Street. And a 6-cylinder, of course, sorry.
Just doing a check again in the Kestrel lane. Ian's running for the tractor. So depending on how Luke's getting on with the pairings. Just very quickly, fellas, downstairs in Nitro FM, the microphone that Luke has now got, which is my one over on the balcony, the battery's nearly dead, it's flashing. don't know whether you can see that on the screen, but it's nearly dead.
Okay, so we got a little bit of track work going on at the moment with the Kestrel beer lane.
Give it to me, Ark. Do you want me to come down and get one? Or two?
And yeah, the tractor is just popping out now. So, okay, what we'll do is we'll go over to the chip draw area in just a moment as they are getting ready to do the draw for round number 3 in front wheel drive. Obviously we are on hold on the track at the moment, so we'll give them a chance to set up over there. Of course, Dave's gone over there as well as they have to put all the information into the computer as well. So Luke is, I think, ready. Also got, as I say, we got still plenty of racing to come. We've got round 1 of True Street down there. We have round 1 of Pro Street to come and round 1 of 6-cylinder. We've also got the buybacks for the big bracket, and I think Luke is now with us.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Off to you.
Oh, right, European front wheel drive. Have we got the banner at the top? Right, chip number 31. Cool. Grant Moore. Grant Moore will chase 34, chip number 34. 2 mid-pack racers. Hader Yellow, 2 10-second cars there. Chip number 19. Patricia Stablowski will face chip number 45. And that is Daniel Malton. Next up is chip number 3.
Well, we're just whilst they get ready to continue the draw over there on front wheel drive. True Street Eliminations round number 1 coming at you. And your first pairing then, Thomas Hamill with the Bandit, the BMW M4. And it is, of course, Patrick with the Audi S5. So BMW versus Audi here. Thomas ran 11.82. Patrick, the Quiddler car, 9.19 in qualifying, goes 9.95, 154 miles an hour there to take the win. Well done to Patrick. Back over to the live draw.
Right, so we had David Lammick pulled out in the first chip. We're going to go for chip number 25. Chip number 25 is Luke White. Next chip out the draw is chip number 10. Yorel Wells, manager, will face chip number 32. Simon Crowley. We have got chip number 16. Oh, this is getting close. We know there's 2 people that don't want each other in this round, and it is going to be chip number 5. Oh, no! Martin Dainty versus Andy Nichols. So we've got, oh no, chip number 25, 23.
Just as the microphone cut out, standing behind it with a
Chip number 2.
Okay, back to the draw. No, sorry. Back to the racetrack just for a moment. Luke Lowndes and Chris with the Camaro. Luke Lowndes went 12.14 with the Honda. Chris, 10.67 with the Camaro. That's what they ran in their qualifying, but it's all about the racing now, and it looks like Chris pulling away.
by some margin.
Yeah. And 10.04, 145. Big improvement on what he ran in yesterday. Very, very nice indeed. 11.97, 130 there for Luke. Right, Arnie.
So is that
9.25 yesterday.
has that got an AMX engine in there?
I don't know what he's got in there.
It does hang about, definitely.
Going alongside Helder with the Golf. Well, that didn't quite go to plan. So Arnie going to be taking the round win here. That is a good-looking pass. Doesn't need to stretch it all the way, but he does. 9.21, 147. Arnie Piment through to the next round. All right, Gary Semper pulled a bye at the chip draw last night. And here he is with the convertible. Had water pump issues, which they're trying to sort out in the pits yesterday, but obviously got it done. And here he is. He actually did the chip draw as well for one of the other classes.
He was delighted to do that by the look of it.
Should we do it now?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
Let's
carry
do
on,
the
Luke.
next one. We've only got 2 pairs left still to come. It is chip number 27. That is Phil Thomas with the Fiesta. He is going to get chip number 11. Phil Thomas will face Calvin Skerritt. That means chip number 43. Matt Davison in the same pit will face Terry Newton. Oh, some tasty joints there.
So, Simon Crixley and Simon Paul, 2 absolutely beautiful examples of Nissan GTRs out there.
Simon Paul went 9.76. Simon Crooksey went 8.80 in their qualifying.
Yeah, they're just going to be brought forward again. Just to make it fair.
It's like an episode of Fast and Furious down there, isn't it? Look at this.
But
2
much-
GTRs.
Much faster, though,
Yeah.
than the film.
And less gear changes.
He's got that, yeah. Big hole shot for Simon Paul. They're very evenly matched, actually. That's almost half a second. Well, I thought they were evenly matched. Simon Cooksley off in the distance to an 8.78. Wow.
Yeah, quicker than he went
163.
yesterday. And faster.
There's going to be some seriously tasty matchups in this throughout the day as well, especially with what's under the tower now as well. Well, that's depending if he gets out of this round.
All right, Danny Wilson.
This is potentially a terrific race
Dear,
as well.
oh dear, yeah. Going alongside Stefan Klassen.
Stefan Klassen has been in the 8s. I think that was on Friday, though. I'm not sure he did it yesterday, did he?
No.
In qualifying, I don't think so. Danny Wilson, they spun the tyres almost every run.
Not this time, though. Oh, yes, he did. Well, he's sticking with it. Now then, can the Lambo get round him? He's got the speed to it. But no, Danny Wilson's going to stay out in front. Danny takes it, 9.38.
Beats a 9.32, a huge
whole shot win.
171 miles an hour. That's what you get from being a regular drag racer. Well, Stefan Klassen will, I'm sure, can come back round for grudge racing later today, but unbelievably just got absolutely treed by Danny Wilson. But Danny's used to racing lots of stuff.
He is, yeah. And finally found some form. Even though he struck the tyres, he still went 9.38. Right, Aaron Baker, John Gamble. Aaron qualified with 11.47. John with 11.27, so only a couple of tenths in qualifying between them. Oh, but John Gamble rolls the beams.
He didn't stop rolling, actually, when he went in. I think he would have had this stitched as well by the looks of it. Ah, maybe not. He's backed out now.
Yeah, I think he's realised. And 11.96 takes the win for Aaron Baker.
So one more.
Yeah, it's just the bye for Thomas.
Okay, and then we've got Big bracket buybacks around there.
Now, Thomas Strudds with this BMW went 905 at 156 miles an hour in qualifying. Phenomenal car.
And other than the slicks on the back, you'd probably not notice any difference.
Yeah, apart from the fact foreign number plates, you know, they're normally quick. Sounds like you're going to go for it.
They're knocking on the door of the 8s. Will this be an 8-second run? 9:15 at 156.
Truth.
You got it. Some very tasty races coming up, I'm sure, in round 2 for True Street.
Yeah, he's 100. His terminal velocity seems to be 156 mile an hour. He's done that exactly again.
Maybe.
It's just it's the ET.
Bizarrely, might hit the limiter or something like that.
Yeah. No, I can't believe they got 155 mile an hour limiters on
Well, if
them.
they've done that to it. But in all seriousness,
Yeah.
that could well be what it is. If it's around, when you said that, because it's, I think 155,
155
is 250 kilometres an hour. That's why it's 155, is because cars in Germany, German cars are limited to that. But yeah, it could be something as daft as that, actually. So big bracket round, buybacks, I beg your pardon. There's some serious heavy metal around there for buybacks. Goodness me.
Yeah, let's have a look then.
Spencer, Dan. Yeah, go on.
Right, Simon Swarbrick, Thomas Bublitz, Lee Childs, Thomas Haas, Spencer Tram, Keith Bartlett, Pete Cresswell, Kirsty Tram, Steve Matthews, Nick Williams, John Turner, John Bean, Mark Huxley and Ben Kennedy. Those are the ones that lost in round number 1.
You can see some of them down there already.
Yep.
I spoke to Nick just very quickly, apart from saying happy birthday.
Yeah.
And I said, so what happened there? And he just said, just spun the tyres on the start, which is really most unusual, to say the least. Keats brought back in as well.
Good lad. So we got the 2 Williams brothers team cars in, the buybacks, and bizarrely you got both of the trams, even though Spencer is in effect both of those.
I'm just thinking as well, whoever's over there picking, they're going to get one of the little kids to do it. But if the green car and the blue car have a race, that will be Nick against
Spencer.
Yeah.
Well, I think Nick has done well to hide behind Thomas Bublitz.
Yeah, but normally that doesn't work.
No,
with
it doesn't,
does
no.
it? In the slightest. So here we go. Yeah, the marshals are over there asking who they want to race who. This is how it works. It's completely random. They just pick one little kid to say, which car would you like to race each other?
Oh, it'd be interesting. It'd be funny if Thomas Haas got Keith Bartlett.
Again.
But no, we're not that cruel. Can we have 6-cylinder into the pairing lanes now, please? 6-cylinder. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
So Paul's got the first pair, and it's you two. It looks like Kirsty against Spence.
No. Really?
I think it is. If he moves forward,
It is. Oh, no.
Brother
It's
and
brother
sister.
and sister.
Well, Dibs, you should have got in the car today because this might not go down well at the family Christmas dinner.
Well, we got a tram into round 2.
He's laughing his head off down there.
Oh, dear.
That's what you get for being eager.
Whoever paid that kid, well done.
That's one of the... I mean, we got some seriously cool... I mean, bear in mind the match-up in front-wheel drive was out the hat.
Yeah.
But that's fantastic. Both of these two have kind of like... Well, Kirsty learned from her brother, I'm sure. But now is terrifically good in her own right.
I think... no, they may have raced each other in Sportsman ET because Spencer's run his Polo a few times there, but I can't remember if these two have actually raced each other before.
I've never seen a race before where everyone coming round is just giggling, ever.
Right, so Kirsty Tram and Spencer Tram. It's the 50 Shades of Racing Camaro and the Quantum Elite Camaro. Both dialing in 11s. It's 11.87 for Kirsty. She's going to be leaving first. 11.08 for Spencer. It's a green light drag race.
For endless bragging rights at Christmas dinner. They're just going to look at each other.
Oh,
Spence is out in front.
It is a double breakout, but it's
Wow.
Spencer that take. Kirsty went 11.78, Spencer 11.03, but it is Spencer Tram that takes that one.
Well, Kirsty was quicker on the tree by 0-2. Yvonne can't believe it, but you knew one of them was going to be in the next round.
Oh dear. Good entertainment.
So this one looks like Nick Williams against Thomas Bublitz.
Oh.
Well, all of them are like that, really, aren't they? It's just how they come forward. That was a huge breakout for Kirsty as well.
It was. She got there by 06. Spencer was thinking, my God, I can't catch her. And he went 11:03.
He was 500s too quick. She was 9.
So we got one Williams Brothers Camaro through into round number 2. Are we going to get the other one? Nick Williams, the birthday boy himself, and of course, class sponsor with Williams Brothers Speed Shop. Ah, hang on, he's on his own.
Oh, Thomas. Well, his crew walked forward, but he's been pushed away. So Nick Williams gets his birthday present. That is his birthday present, isn't it?
He would rather race for it, but if this is the way he's going to go into round 2, hope he can hook up and go, not get wheel spin. That's better. Oh, yes, that will do nicely. 07 light. It's one of the few times we can read out a reaction time.
Dials in 6.99, look.
9:48, exactly where the car was earlier. So Nick Williams through to round number 2.
John Turner, yesterday's finalist, against Mark Huxley.
Oh.
See how many times Colin can say "ooh" through these pairings.
Yeah.
Because every single one of them is.
Every one of them is.
Yeah, they're all going to be fun. Well, we don't know what they are. That's the good bit.
I don't think we can have the giggles again with the tram versus tram. The green fish. Sorry.
No, go on. It's all right. John Turner with the green fish. Yeah, rebuilt. Got to the final last night. He's got to do it the hard way today, though. Mark Huxley. Also, bracket racing is just nerve-wracking at the best of times. And Mark Huxley with a 9.73. John Turner with an 8.85. Sticks with the number pretty much from yesterday. He was a little bit off that earlier on. He's having a good weekend on the tree.
Yeah.
I think the cute is running out of legs. Yep. The right side of the number for Mark Huxley. Terrific effort from John Turner, the whole Greenfish team, to get out for today. He was 0-2 on the tree as well. Probably hardly with any sleep. But Mark Huxley takes a well-deserved win. 9.79 on 9.44. Sorry, 9.74. So, Ford and Chevy matchup coming your way next. The shotgun Ford Mustang of John Bean from New Romney taking on Steve Matthews. Let's see if Steve can break his going out in consecutive rounds jinx.
Yeah, both of these lost their round 1s yesterday, but then they both won their buyback races.
Did Steve Matthews win his buyback?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But one of them ain't going to win their buyback today.
It ain't going to continue. Oh, next pair, my God. Sorry. I'm not going to tell you this one. I'm just going to let you look in a minute. The next one is enormous. John Bean goes red. Steve Matthews goes back in. John Bean not have his normal clockwork weekend. 9.42, but Steve Matthews broke out. Thomas Hass against Pete Creswell.
Oh. Yeah, good one. Well, it cost 50 quid extra for Thomas to get into round 2 yesterday, but he ended up winning 5 large in the final. Pete Creswell did have the record for furthest travelled in eliminations as a buyback. He made the semi-finals a few seasons ago. Until Thomas Hass won from a buyback yesterday.
the thing is, when the race he lost was just minuscule, wasn't it? Absolutely minuscule. So you will see the orange, probably the furthest competitor in this bracket, Thomas Haas from Switzerland, against the closest, Pete Creswell from Schaumburg, just behind the main grandstand.
Yeah, 900 miles in 900 yards, I think it is, something like that.
Yeah, you're right.
Pete Creswell goes red.
07, quite a big red as well.
Thomas Haas is into round number 2.
With an 8:07. Pete backs out of it to 8:85.
So the doors to the bank are still open. Whether they can get there before closing time, we'll find out for Natalie.
Okay, your next pair, still got Lee Charles round there. I'm not sure who
Yes,
else
Lee
is
Charles,
left.
Simon Swarbrick,
He's here now.
Ben Kennedy.
So it's going to be Lee Charles against Ben Kennedy and Keith Bartlett taking on Simon Swarbrick.
So Simon will be leaving first, 10:57 dialing. KB will be chasing 9:99.
Does this mean then, with the last pair coming round now, everybody brought back in that lost?
Yes,
Is that right, yeah?
everybody.
I think we had one or two yesterday that didn't, but today it is everybody, isn't it?
Yeah.
So KB dials a 9.99 this time in the Slick lane. A 10.59 from Simon Swarbrick with the pop. Proper classic car drag race, if you like. This is. Well,
KB's gone by.
He's going to be looking out the window. Will he be slowing down? Nope.
Keith Bartlett takes the win.
Yeah, Simon Swarbrick a little slower on the tree and definitely slowed up from yesterday as well on the racetrack. So I think Ben Kennedy, with that run earlier when he broke out, was his quickest run ever, actually.
So he's adjusted his dialing accordingly, 9.25. Tough customer though, Lee Charles, former big bracket winner. There, Lee Charles though, with the Charles play car. He won the big bracket on Sunday last year.
So he's going to go first by just over half a second. That's Lee Charles with the Plymouth in the Kestrel lane.
Oh, and Ben Kennedy goes red, 0-1 red. Lee Charles was 0-1 green. 9.82 breakout. Ben Kennedy goes 9.26. He got the dialing right. He just broke out on the beams.
140 miles an hour. Ben Kennedy, though, still had a terrific weekend with his quickest runs ever. And massive credit to him and the team as well for coming and joining in with the big bracket with a car that doesn't actually bracket race, does he?
Yeah,
He's
it's normally an Outlaw Anglia.
Exactly, heads up class all the time.
Right, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go for it.
True Street draw coming up. Right, starting off with chip number 8. Chip number 8 is Chris Nasser. He will be facing chip number 2. Chip number 2 is Simon Cooksey. Next up, chip number 4. Patrick will be chasing on chip number 12. I love that the fair just went, oh no. Next one is chip number 5. Arnie Pammon. He is going to be racing up against chip number 7. And that is Danny Wilson. Next up, it is chip number 3. And the final pair in the quarterfinals will be chip number 10. So Thomas Drodds will be facing up against Aaron Baker. So there you go. That is our True Street quarterfinals. Chris Nasser, Simon Cooksey, Patrick Walk versus Gary Semper, Arnie Pammon against Danny Wilson, and Thomas Drodds against Aaron Baker. What do you think, lads? Happy with that? They're still asleep.
So I think we've got, thank you very much indeed, Luke, for doing the drawing. We have got Pro Street round here ready to go now. A fabulous mix of cars, as always. Some of our established Street Eliminator competitors taking on some of our foreign competitors too are going to be up next. Constance's Bloom with the tremendous Camaro. Al Williamson with the 8-second pickup truck. We also got the Transit God himself. Ash Cooper over there. They're just waiting for the word to fire him up and bring him around. Thank you, Rusty Colin. I'm going to have to hold that a mile away so I can read it. But yeah, pairings for Pro Street round 1. Justin Warner will be taking on Paul Houston. That's going to be a terrific race. Both of those are 8-second cars. Paul Houston said he's been chasing it. First run was really good in the mid-8s. Back on Friday, which was a test run. Ever since they've been chasing a pesky electrical gremlin. Matthew Southcott, I think that's going to be his first elimination run as well, with the Plymouth Scamp taking on the one and only Andy Bond. Nothing like taking it easy in your first ever race. Michael Castle, bye run. Al Williamson, bye run. Joe Stevens and Ashley Cooper, which was the one that made us giggle at the draw last night because they crew for each other all the time. They're good buddies. Wojciech Adamski is going to be taking on Konstantin Blumel, which is, again, amazing. Two of our Polish racers in Pro Street taking each other all that way to racing round 1. Brian Pateman is taking on Mark Sheridan. That's going to be a great one. Both those cars have a lot of potential. Mark Sheridan's has a huge amount of potential, more than we've seen so far. And last one on there is Daniel Piker and Al McSweeney. So as we wrap up the introduction for Pro Street, could we have Pro Doorslammer into the pairing lanes, please? Pro Doorslammer for your round 2 matchups, which I'm very much looking forward to. So, 2 of the Polish racers, or both of the Polish racers that are racing each other, come round first. Konstantin Blumel. With the Camaro in the Slick Tricks lane. It's been running regular mid-ish 9s or thereabouts. Taking on Wojciech Adamski. That's not Wojciech Adamski, is it? No, beg your pardon. It is, sorry, beg your pardon. Wojciech Adamski with, and I hope I'm saying that right to everyone watching in, with the Hulk, the Toyota Celica, who's had a little bit of a hit and miss weekend. Some fairly good runs, some not so good runs, but still not quite up to potential just yet. Konstantin sitting there in stage waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. Here we go then. Oh, after all that, Wojciech actually goes on the 2-step and blips through stage, unfortunately. A really forgettable weekend for them. 967 at 142 for Konstantin is in the draw for round 2. Also, Wojciech, don't pack up just yet. We do have grudge racing later on today. We will be telling everybody when the lanes are open for that. Al Williamson with Howlin' Hauler. Wow, Chris making a break for freedom. That never happens. So Al yesterday was in the 8s again, well into the 8s as well with the Howlin' Hauler. The truck has been into the very low 8s, knocking on the door of the 7s before. That's ultimately what Al wants. He's got all the bits and pieces to do it, but on street tyres it's always a big ask. So Mrs. Williams pulls the chutes and now rolls forwards. Broke traction again around about 60 foot, and Al had a nasty incident a little while back where he tried to keep going and unfortunately the truck hooked and ended up in the wall. So better safe than sorry. He'll be in the draw for round 2. Great matchup, this one, between two very, very good friends. Ashley Cooper, a.k.a. the Transit God. Because to anyone that runs a Transit, he's God. And if you look at him as well, you see why he's God. I'm not sure which God, but, you know, one of them. He's in the Slick Tricks lane. Joe Stevens as well is the largest frame you'll ever see in a small car. The fact that he manages to shoehorn himself and the engine into a Sunbeam Stiletto is pretty unbelievable. A Street Eliminator champ as well, just a few years back. Car has 7-second potential, but he sat out the whole of last season due to engine damage. Occurred in 2021, and just kind of sneaking up on it and taking it easy at the moment still, although that may go right out the window now, racing Ash. A relatively soft launch for Joe, but he's still out in front with an 8.15 at 170, going in the right direction, the quickest run since he returned. Terrific run for Ash Cooper as well, though. 970, trying really hard. 148 miles an hour. For one of the heaviest things you'll ever see go down the track. Okay, I think, is this a pre-planned buy run? It is for Mike Castle. The Spotted Motors gang with the Cortina. Dipped into the high 8s yesterday for the first time ever. Car nearly had the axle out of it on Friday while it was on the track, which is not a good thing. So yesterday dipped into the high 8s for the first time ever. Whoa! Nearly takes the back bumper off just on one side, squatting down. Another great looking run. 8.92 backs up yesterday's run, 154 miles an hour. Again, they are delighted with that. So Matthew Southcott with, I think, again, correct me if I'm wrong, his first ever competitive race with the Plymouth Scamp in the Kestrel lane. And for his troubles, he gets the one, the only, the ugly Andy Bond. That's the name of the car before anyone writes in. So this Plymouth Scamp is a real work of art. It's a lovely, lovely car. If you wandered past it in the dark yesterday, you'd see it looking at you, because they've got some LEDs around the headlights to make it look rather mean, to say the least. But he's got pretty much the daddy when it comes to the Pro Street class over the last few years. Andy Bond with the ugly sister, 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour car. Wow, Andy Bond gets the whole shot off the line, which is normally curtains for everything in the other lane. 7.98, 179. Really good try from Matthew Southcott, though. 8.78, 155. The Ugly Gang moving on to round 2, or the draw for round 2. Now, this could well be one of the races of the day between these two. Mark Sheridan with the Cuda. Just an immaculate piece of engineering. Twin turbo Hemi in there, 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour capable machine. He's been 200 miles an hour, but barely dipped into the 7s so far. He's in the Slick Tricks lane. Brian Pateman, the wily old campaigner himself, puts the nitrous on to run in the Pro Street class. And he's double bolt Mark Sheridan.
Parachutes.
Yep, that'll be it. Yeah, Brian Pateman's sitting there in full stage already. He's allowed to do that, obviously. He wants to be taken back. Oh, dear. Oh, no, Mark Sheridan now.
No,
I think they're going to give them both.
going.
Yeah, they're going to give them both a chance to do that again, because Brian Pateman was backing up. Mark Sheridan didn't know. And, again, So we're going to try and stage them up one more time.
Yeah, that's fair.
That was the fairest way to do it as well. Oh, Mark Sheridan's double bolt. Here we go. I love that H has time to say, go on then. Well, Brian Pateman is going to take it. 7:26 and 1:75. An 8:86 to Mark Sheridan, 175 as well. But
I have never seen a race where both drivers had over 1 second reaction time.
especially if one of their names was Brian Pateman.
Yeah.
But it was to the point where H had time. I'm going to love to see the photograph for that one, where H is standing there behind the car going, go on, go. So Daniel Piker, all the way from Warsaw in Poland in the Kestrel Lane, taking on another one of our real tough UK street eliminator racers, Mr. Al Mack with Volvo. Yeah, staging things kind of gone out the window to stay with everybody, isn't it? Al McSweeney bumps in, there we go.
Good looking around for Al Mack.
Nice and safe, 8:27 at 1:62. He's been over half a second quicker than that before. 10:91 at 1:29 for Daniel. Good effort. Thank you for making the trip.
Last pair, Justin Woolner, Paul Houston. Got Pro Doorslammers on their way down.
And the 6-cylinder category. So
Great race coming up between these two as well. Paul Houston, first time back in a long while, against Justin Warner. Oh no, Paul's still got that electrical bug. You can see the lights flashing, which is not supposed to happen. Justin Warner goes 8:37 at 1:62, books his place in the draw. Great shame for Paul Houston. It was so good to see him back after such a long while.
heads up, the How Far Bar in Malta. Richard, turn your TVs up now. Gary Camilleri is round the corner for his first run of the day. Good afternoon to everyone over in Malta that is watching on the live stream.
They're also setting a record for the biggest crew ever I've seen for any car, I think.
They've been having these all in the camper van. They drove past with that transit van the other day. They must have had 20 people in there. All you saw was smiling faces. Meanwhile, on the start line, Hubert Stremberger with the HST Audi. Let's see how quick he can go on Eliminations Day. He's got a bye run. He can take it easy on the tree, build up the boost, and can we see the magic 6? Short track numbers 115, and out he lifts mid-track. Still goes through with a 761 at 175, but see the next round.
Yeah, 115 to 60 was a bit off of what he did yesterday too. But it was a bye run, he could try.
Yeah, there's only 2 races actually in this round. Get rid of all the buys straight away. So Marcus Daly on his predetermined buy from the chip draw last night. As I say, quite a few buys, but when we get to the next round, there shouldn't be any at all.
No, that's it. Well, unfortunately, we had one dropout at the very last minute, and we could have had an 8-car field and saved all of this if they'd have told us before.
Right.
But now we're basically having to run a load of buys because that one racer didn't tell us that they were broken.
Ho-hum.
So, for the future, please do let us know. Who has Gary Camilleri got?
He's got a buy.
Oh, he's got a buy. Okay.
Does he save it or nail it? Especially after yesterday.
Mate, he's going to nail it. There's no chance he's sitting around and going, what if? Those guys are here for one weekend and one weekend only. Christopher Schmidt again on a solo run with the BMW.
I've just been selfish because I want to see him race Hubert. I want to see that happen at some point.
No, well, don't forget, he's got that £500 bounty on his head. He said, anyone beats me, I'll give him £500.
Who said that?
Christopher Schmidt.
No, sorry, I want to see Gary Camilleri race. That's what I mean. Well, I want it in one piece.
Yes.
So him and Hubert
Oh,
race
definitely,
each other.
that would be an amazing final. But we've got a load of amazing cars in the 6-cylinder class this weekend. Jeff Ludgate with the Sherbet Lemon Skyline taking on Harvey Bogle, the B58 Racing BMW. Now, the thing is, Harvey, normally on wrong days, he would go into stage, he would get on the launch control, you see the back end of the car start to squat down. He's not going to have time to do that in eliminations. So he's going to have to be very careful. He's already into full stage. Trying it. But Jeff Ludgate is out of the gate. 0.3 reaction to a 0.5, 129 to 116 at the 8th mile as Jeff thankfully disappeared in a very short burst of smoke. Hopefully that was just oil overrun.
Yeah. Cleared very quickly.
Yeah.
The Golvo.
Oh, yes.
I really do like this car, actually. I think it's a phenomenal bit of kit, and it just looks absolutely bog standard. Proper sleeper. And it sounds glorious as well.
It does, doesn't it? What are we going to get this time? An 882 at 162 miles an hour, a new personal best. What a run.
It's phenomenal, that car. It sounds a bit like Jens Eklund.
Yeah.
Audi. I'd love to see Jens come back, actually.
We've been trying.
All right, Mark Mosley. Predetermined buy for him.
Jamie doing a little push up there. He's quick down, one push, ready to go. So solo run again, and then a solo run, and then another solo run. We are going to get some good racing in the next round of the 6-cylinder class, though. But on the plus side, it's nice to see them so early in the day.
Yeah.
Thinking of so many cars that are missing from this category this year, and it keeps growing each year. So Mark, building up the boost on the start line. It's a nice sounding run, little mid-track wiggle, 130 the 8th, and an 870, 164 miles an hour. Crew happy with that. Next up, Mike Whitaker with what we believe is the world's fastest VW Caddy. Last night they were trawling the internet. We know there's the Vitoro Caddy pickup in Brazil, but we haven't seen it for so long that nobody can remember what it used to run. So either way, Mike's claiming it. You're looking at the world's fastest Caddy. Going round to say hello to Mr. Blackett mid-track. Doing 118 at the 8th mile, and Mike goes through with a 932, 142 miles an hour. Right, our Voodoo Hemi guys might need to move in a second. Then we've got a lovely Mark II Escort all the way from Malta coming at them. Or maybe not, in the other lane. Wrong lane. So, Gary Camilleri. A regular runner in the CA6 class at How Far Raceway. Been shipped over for his dream run this year at Santa Pod Raceway, and the guys are absolutely loving it. Unfortunately, he's only here for this event, and the car will be going back to Malta because he wants to be there for the next event. But you know, hopefully we convince him, come back, bring more. Good morning to How Far Bar, everyone in there, Richard and the crew. Hopefully you're having a lovely day in the sunshine, tuning in on the live stream. Let's see what we can get. We've seen a number of low 7-second passes. Now this is going to be a noisy one on the two-step. 1.10 60 foot. He had the 60 foot, but then off the throttle. The guys are happy with that. They heard the start line. Give them a big round of applause as they go by with the flags, ladies and gentlemen. The team from Malta, one of the furthest travelled teams here to the Doorslammers in 2023. We're just getting a practice on for next weekend at the FIA Round 1 event, where everyone will be very, very vocal in the grandstand. Right, as Pro Street gets stuck on the board and a tractor comes out, I think we're going to get a chip draw in just a second.
Yeah, we got Pro Door Slammer in the lanes, so do not go anywhere at all. It is the round 2 where we whittle them down from 8 to 4. But we've also got a chip draw that's going to be taking place very shortly indeed. Darryl is over there, and they are just getting set to do that one. But as they come out, the chip's about to go in.
They are indeed. This is the draw for Pro Street round 2 coming up. Thank you very much indeed to my beautiful assistant. Thank you very much indeed. So first out, going to be going in the Kestrel lane will be number 3. That's Brian Pateman. We'll be taking on number 10. That's Joe Stevens. That's going to be a great race. Right, next one out. I told you my arms are too short for this job. Number 1, which I'm guessing will be Andy Bond. There we go. Let's see who Andy Bond has, completely with my eyes closed. Number 5. Andy Bond will be taking on Justin Warner. That's going to be another great matchup too. Right, pair number 3. Number 6. Al McSweeney up against number 12. Constantine Blumel. And I think this will be the last pair out. It's just for lane choice, really. Number 11 will be taking the Kestrel lane. That's Michael Castle, or Mike Castle, with the Cortina. Will be going against Al Williamson with the Howlin' Hauler. So those are your matchups for Pro Street round 2. Brian Pateman taking on Joe Stevens. Andy Bond will take on Justin Warner. Al McSweeney against Constantine Blumel. And Michael Castle against Al Williamson. Quite spread out, actually. A lot of lower qualified cars against higher qualified cars. So they'll be round again. Yep. We got 6-cylinder coming up next as well. So we will do a quick chip swap and a quick swap with the board as well. If you want to see some racing, we've got Pro Doorslammers getting ready around the back of the tower as well. So don't go anywhere at all. So see, this is all the behind-the-scenes stuff you don't normally see, and you get to see how it's done. There we go. Just stick them up there. There you are. So, 6-cylinder draw. We will put the chips in. Are you ready? Yeah? Okay, once again, just give it a quick spin. Okay, 6-cylinder. First out of the barrel, number 9. That's Christopher Smith. Will be against number 5. Joe Bristow. Next out, number 3. Is Mark Mosley. Mark Mosley will be against number 1.
That will be Hubert Stremberger from Austria, that absolutely mad LTTT. Okay, next pair, number 6, is Mike Whitaker. See who Mike's going against. It will be number 4, Jeff Ludgate. That's going to be a cracking race as well. And last but not least, we have number 2, which is Gary Camilleri, who you just saw go through there in the Rotary Escort against... I can't find a chip. Oh, sorry, half an hour later. Number 8, which is Marcus Daly. There we go, folks. So those are your pairings for 6-cylinder. Round 2, Christopher Smith against Joe Bristow, Mark Mosley against Hubert Stremberger, even, Mike Whitaker against Jeff Ludgate, and Gary Camilleri from Malta against Marcus Daly. Okay, that's all the drawing done for now. We're about ready to go with Pro Doorslammer Round 2, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, well done, Darryl. Thank you ever so much indeed. So, yeah, the pairing lanes are chock-a-block with Pro Doorslammers. The matchups for round number 2 in VP Racing Fuels Pro Doorslammer. And I'm trying to give you in the order they'll probably come round, but that will probably go straight out the window. Anyway, we have Michel Turenne taking on Kev Slyfield. David Vector taking on Mark Hartveld. Dave Swift is finally going to get a race with a Pro Mod, but he's got Bruno Barder to take on there. And then Andre Arnover and Jan Eriksson. So whoever goes through will be into the semi-finals, and we're starting to guarantee some rather large funds then for the people that go on all the way. Don't forget, the big prize at the end of all of this. This is what they're all gunning for. I know they want the bragging rights, but it is £10,000 to the winner. £4,000 to the runner-up. If you can make it into the semi-finals, you're guaranteed £2,000. The losers here go back with £500. So, quite a difference in payout on these races. The loser gets £500. The winner guarantees themselves a minimum of £2,000. Big money here, courtesy of, obviously, Santa Pod Raceway and Trackback Racing, and also aided by VP Racing, the headline sponsor of Pro Doorslammer.
Who are around there getting themselves settled. They're all there. They're all just about ready to go.
Yeah, the Bluebird is out there at the moment, though, just giving them some extra traction. And I'll tell you what, everybody catches their breath back. Just take a breather at the moment, but we will be back very shortly when Pro Doorslammer are given the signal to fire up. So Nitro FM 96.2 airwaves for you are yours.
New gearbox on Connor Edgeworth's saloon for today, and he's currently out in front, but now he's lost power. They're actually side by side at the moment. Lewis Lavender, but here comes the turbo power of Connor, but the winner is going to be with a 12.62 and 103. Lewis Lavender. Both in stage, the lights drop. Wow. Well, unfortunately, issues for Jody, so Dan is basically on a solo run. Slowing down, though. Jody suddenly realised and started picking up speed, but Dan goes through with a 13.09 at 113.
The curse of Colin.
Is it all going to come together for Rob in round number 1? Well, pretty calendar-like reactions for both of our cars. Dominic of the mid-track is doing 98 miles an hour. He's probably looking in his mirrors saying, I have got this, with an 11.53 at 128. Pull it out in eliminations round number 1. As the light drops, Martin Dainty gets the jump. But they're side by side around about 100 foot. Martin's got a mid-track wiggle. Darren's got it nice and straight. But this is all Martin Dainty with a 9.94 to an 11.
Kev Slyfield coming round the corner for his race with Michel Turenne. So the Blown Bird taking on Pro Dutch. The mad scientist is back in the house with James McVeigh from VP Racing, all the way from America, joining us for his first visit to Santa Pod Raceway.
Now, if you're watching this thinking it looks like a lot of fun, the Thunderbird of Kev Slyfield in the Slick Tricks lane is for sale. It was for sale last year. Kev was supposed to have retired. There weren't any takers, for what reason I don't know, last year. Why not? Why would you want to run a 5-second Hemi Thunderbird? So Kev has nibbled the 5s earlier on today. At 6.01, I think, in round 1. Against Michel Turenne, who went 5.93, which I do believe is only 100th off his, or very close to, his personal best, his quickest run ever with the Pro Dutch Cuda. Considering they came here primarily to test for next weekend, they've absolutely made the most of the opportunity. And if I'm not wrong, someone will correct me, I'm sure, but I'm pretty sure that they use a version of a Hemi engine that was pioneered in the Netherlands, basically by the tractor pulling guys, Post and Dross. They came up with their, they came up with a version of the Hemi, machined it, engineered it, and that's what's under the hood of the Pro Dutch Racing Cuda. So these two have raced each other a number of times. It was these two in the first round at the European Finals last year that were all over the place, wasn't it? Kev and Michel. Well, Michel got the whole shot. That was the end of Kevin's weekend, and it is a new personal best for Michel Turenne, tickling the 580s with a 5.90. 241. He was away on the tree first. That boy can drive. 04 on the tree. 0.96 to 60 foot. 2.60 to 330. At 8th mile, 388 at 192. Kev really wasn't far off at all, but it was the reaction time difference. I think he could see Michel out the window, so thought better of it and clicked it off. He went 0.99 to 60 foot. He was actually quicker to 330, then 391 at 183 to the 8th, and he stepped off it to a 654. So we've only got one Englishman left in the competition in Pro Doorslammer. Dave Swift, it's all on you. No pressure, me old son, compared to all these blown Hemi cars.
We got the matchups are just phenomenal. Dave Vector, Mark Hartfeld. Whoa, no burnout.
Yeah, no burnout hardly at all for Mark Hartfeld. The car's still running and he's coming back. He did spin the tyres though, and the racetrack is really good, so I'm not sure what difference that's going to make, but it's not ideal, let's put it that way. So Mark Hartfeld, I think he went only a couple of ticks off his personal best. His quickest ever run is a 5.92. He's just seen another Dutchman. Actually, he's the only one of the Dutch guys that hasn't set their personal best today, so now's a good time to do it, I think. Yeah, with the Voodoo Hemi and the Slick Tricks lane. Beautiful looking machine, absolutely awesome. Against low ET of the weekend so far, Mr. David Vector. I'm not sure how much of this I'm supposed to share,
But I think what the difference between qualifying and this morning was, they just gave it a lot more today than they did in qualifying, and it stuck. That was the main difference. I think they were having low power shake issues yesterday. None of that going on today. Chuck everything at it, run 570s. So can Dave back up that 5.75 from earlier? We'll see. Dave with the wheels in the air again for miles out. Another phenomenal run. Even quicker. 574 at 246 miles an hour. And goosebumps galore again for the car in the Kestrel lane. Mark Hartvelt wasn't exactly a slouch at 595 at 239, but Dave's car just carries the front wheels so far out there. That must be a joy to drive. Absolutely incredible. Do you know the most amazing thing is? His short numbers were slower than he was earlier.
Well, one flying Dutchman, one crying Dutchman. Well, actually, no, he's not. He's going to be very happy, but 595. But they've sorted out the new supercharger, which is what the whole thing for them was this weekend.
Well, like we said before, it's all about, this weekend's all about testing really for next week. And if you pick up 10 grand,
yeah,
more power to you. But yeah, Dave with a 0.95 to 60 foot, 252 to 330, 8th mile, 3.77, 199. Now that's the back half I was talking about.
Yeah.
That was a 197 back half. And he was tickling a 573 with that run. Outstanding stuff. It's always one thing to do it once, but then to do it again, that's where it is. Mark Hartvelt, no disgrace whatsoever with a 595 at 239, but David with that car just in a different postcode at the moment.
So Bruno Barda and Dave Swift coming up.
That little go-kart down there is one happy place to be. Just to give a little bit of context as well, that's the second quickest blown door car run ever in Europe. Sorry, Pro Mod Legal blown door car run in Europe.
Only Jan Eriksson has been quicker.
Correct. And he's around the back. So Dave Swift, the sole remaining racer from the UK with the AMX in the Kestrel lane. He is somewhat outgunned against the rest of them, but you've got to get there first. That's the most important thing to do. Bruno Barda staged way off centre, actually, with the Gotham City vet. One thing I've always thought is a little bit unfortunate about Bruno is just as he catches up, everyone just goes that little bit quicker and you think, oh,
Well, he's going to have to catch up again.
but the thing is, you've got to do it again and again. That's the really big difference.
Yeah, the tree. That's it.
So Dave Swift doing it for the UK in the Kestrel lane. This was what he came to do, race against the big cars, the blown cars. And he's got one of the best in the other lane. Can he run his first 6? Can Bruno run another 5? We're about to find out. UK against Switzerland for this one.
Oh, Dave Swift can take this one. Dave Swift is going to go into the semi-finals. He's done it with a 729 at 184. Bruno has a problem.
You have to get there first. You don't. It doesn't matter what you've done before. It doesn't matter what race car you've got. You have to get to the other end first. Bruno was away first by a margin. He was to 60 foot first by some way, but then something let go at around about 3:30, and Dave Swift makes his quickest and fastest run of the weekend and takes the stripe over Bruno. Wow, I think, to be honest with you, Dave Swift should quit now. Right, quit while you're ahead, Dave, honestly, you know.
Well, not only that, he was coming into the 6th race thinking, yeah, I've got 500 quid.
And now
he's got a minimum of £2,000.
Oh, thank you very much. It was Bruno's blower belt that let go.
Right, thank you to our tracker and spotters letting us know that. Well, we've got one pairing to go. Andre Arnova and Jan Eriksson. They are in the lanes. Oh, John Webster's come down for a time trial run.
Put your hands together for Dave Swift's team, everybody. The sole remaining entrant from the UK in Pro Doorslammer.
And he's into the semis.
Got to be in it to win it. He doesn't care if he draws in the semi-finals.
He doesn't.
That is proof why you need to just turn up and do it.
Yeah. Well, whoever he
long.
gets is going to be a 5-second car that has run a 5 this weekend.
Today.
Yeah, today.
So the big question about this one is what Andre Arnover or Jan Eriksson have got for Dave and his 574. Two incredibly swoopy looking race cars out there trying to take their place in the semi-final draw.
Yeah, also thanks ever so much indeed. Unbelievably, Andy Hadfield messaged in. It was the blower belt that went on Kev Slyfield's car as well.
Oh, dearie me.
Thanks,
how
Baxter.
we can tell that for 150 miles away is
No,
amazing.
yeah, but his daughter is back up on the
Yeah,
crew.
but that
so-
man's eyesight must be amazing. Thanks, Andy, very much. Hope you're doing well, sir. Right, so supercharged Hemi power from Västerås in Sweden. Long old way to come racing. They're very successful too. Defending event champion Jan Eriksson in the Slick Tricks lane. Taking on Andre Arnover all the way from Estonia. He lives in Tallinn. Beautiful place. Lovely part of the world as well. So turbo car against blown car. We've got 2 blown, 1 nitrous car. Can we add a turbo car? Standing in the way is Jan Eriksson. His crewman gives him a G up. So let's go get it. This is what they come all this way for. Not quite in on the 2-step. Before he went on the 2-step, 582 at 249 for Jan Eriksson. Big speed again, knocking on 250. Andre Arnover, what happened was with the way the car bumps in on the 2-step with the turbo, it rocks the car backwards and forwards, and he wasn't quite far enough in when the tree ran. That's what happened there. Front-wheel drive to the pairing lanes, please, for round... Three, lost
yeah.
count, yeah. Round 3, please. Front wheel drive, round 3 into the lanes, please. A big shame for Andre Arnover. He shook the tyres as well and did go sideways, but they may well be back for a grudge run later on today. I'd love to see him line up against John Webster, actually. But talking to John Webster, who's coming round now with a very similar looking car to Andre Arnover, but underneath they are wholly different. John runs a much smaller engine. He also runs the turbos in a different location and a number of other things too. Well done to both teams. Go on, have a golf cart race. Go on, see if you can win the golf cart race.
He's slipstreaming.
Yeah. So John Webster had trouble staging yesterday, I think. He did actually get a time on the board, so could have competed in Pro Doorslammer, but like John is the first to say, he couldn't actually race, being the most important thing.
Just realised actually, with Jan Eriksson going into the semi-finals, the bounty on his head now is 150. I know it's added, but you know, you're guaranteed minimum of $2,000. But if you take out Jan Eriksson,
I keep thinking Dave Swift's in the car going, wow, hang on. I'm in 3rd gear and I'm in front.
well, you saw Bruno,
Yeah.
and then he overtook him. So
That's what I mean. I had that moment in the car in once when I actually won a race, and I thought I couldn't believe it. I nearly forgot to stop the car at the other end. I thought I've won. So John Webster going to bring the boost up, hopefully bump in.
It nearly bumped all the way through because it went deep, didn't it?
The good thing was, though, it's actually moved when he
Yeah.
did it. I think that's probably what he was looking to do. It still coughed back through the top end of the engine. What's the time? What are we looking at? About half one?
10 to 2.
They've still got plenty of time to make it back round for another test run. As says this man.
Must admit, our timing crew are keeping exceptionally busy today because it's a different type of meeting. Normally it's got predetermined ladders and it's just a case of just following the paperwork. But now, because it's random drawing, they have to put them all in the computer system. So, yeah, well done to the timing crew. Premislav Sochak with the Firebird then. Well, gave it a lot more boost as it got past the 60 foot. But that's about as far as it went. Well, as the mad scientist goes for a sit down, thank you ever so much indeed to VP Racing, of course, our headline sponsor of Pro Doorslammer this weekend. Huge thanks to them. And of course, the mad scientist here to witness all the racing this weekend.
And cheer him on as well
Yeah.
in his own inimitable fashion.
And he's the only brave soul that goes down there without ear protection. There we go. That's how mad he is.
Yeah, and he talks in sign language because, you know, can't hear anymore.
That's right. Okay, well, we do have a car stopped on track. So that is just being hooked up to the quad. It's very near the finish line, actually. So we've got the semi-final of Pro Doorslammer chip draw to do soon. We have European front-wheel drive, round 3, not far away. True Street, we have round number 2, which is where we sort out the quarter-finalists down to semi-finalists. We got 4-cylinder round 2. Pro Street, it's quarter-final down to semi-final there. And the same with the 6-cylinder. We've also got big bracket, round number 2 to come at you. That will be the buybacks have had their races, so we've got races in the show now. So this is where we start whittling them down even further. No more buybacks in the big bracket. Just having a look in the lanes at the moment.
Yeah, 4-cylinder round 2 coming up, I think.
Yeah, that's one beautiful looking VW Beetle down there. Thumbs up.
So, Premislav's Trans Am is on the move again. Don't forget as well, I think it's after lunch we start with the garage racing. Is
Yeah,
that right?
it is indeed,
Okay.
yeah. That's Andrew Burton's Beetle, by the way. Andrew looking very comfortable inside the car there. Those of you tuned into the live stream. He was the guy on Thursday night, once he'd finished racing, well, finished setting up and everything, took his car over towards where the water point was and had a bucket and sponge and gave it a good old wash. Good lad. So now he just tops it up with various cleaning products, making sure the car looks as good as possible. Worthy of show and shine, without a shadow of a doubt. But yeah, Andrew Burton got through round 1 as well. Hence, that's why he's in the lanes ready to go once again in 4-cylinder. Right, 4-cylinder is the next class to come round the corner. The match-up saying Grant Moore taking on Haider Yalal. Patrick taking on Daniel. David Lemake taking on Luke White. Uriel Wells, Simon Crowley. Martin Dainty taking on Andy Nichols. Jose Late and Ahmed Jamshed. Phil Thomas and Kat. And then the possible match-up of the round is Matt Davison and Terry Newton. That is going to be absolutely fantastic. Really do look forward to.
I bet the banter in the pits is quite good, quite good.
Right,
Here we go.
day.
Cylinder. Andrew Burton with that absolutely gorgeous Beetle taking on Wayne Waterhouse.
So, heads up race. Meaning first to finish line wins.
And at the moment that looks like Andrew Burton, but obviously that Audi S3 does have a turbo on it, so he should be able to try and catch him down, but it's not going to happen. Andrew Burton goes through to the next. Wow, 1090, 122 miles an hour. That is a fantastic run for Andrew Burton. He's getting used to it. He's been away for quite a while. Right, next up, Rob Lawton with the Gary Speed Performance at Toyota MR2. He's got a buy run, so he's been sensible. He's just taking it nice and easy.
What,
Obviously,
people saving parts?
yeah, that's it. Well, you know, you get through one round, don't you? And then you're like, oh, I'm actually close to the money.
He got bored.
He did. Bored real quick, 148. Oh, one metric I'm definitely looking forward to is Mex round the corner with Carmen Gia taking on James Wharton.
I realised earlier that we hadn't said his name once this weekend.
Martin.
His real name.
Right. Oh, loads of spin for Andy Hughes. He's going to be chasing down Chris Waterhouse at the top end, but
Close.
Chris is going to get there first. 951, 150 miles an hour. Takes out, I think that was like number 4 qualifier.
Yep.
What's exceptional about that as well, saying, is that he wasn't even tickling the nines
I like
a couple of races ago.
I'm loving to see all the BWDRC people in the grandstand cheering now. I can see the Crowhurst cheering away.
Right, number 1 and number 2 qualifiers.
What a drawing, what a drawing.
If Chris Todd wins this, he guarantees himself 250 quid, but also he gets the bounty of £100 if he takes out the number 1 qualifier.
Big if. But if anyone's going to do it...
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
So, all the way from Denmark to race against an 8-second Fiesta.
Almost of the same vintage if you think about it. Oh, well, Chris is away first. He's having a fight here with the 8th mile. He's still out in front, 132 to 136, all the way to the finish line, but at 880 on a whole shot. 168 miles an hour. 866 at 170 miles an hour, though.
What a race.
What a race.
I must admit, I didn't think Chris Todd was as quick as that, but Jack Krugel on a whole shot, 880 at 168.
Now it's starting to liven up, isn't it? Right, Richie Webb with the Carbon Cabriolet taking on Jan with that lovely little Fiat. As we said earlier, the engine in the back of this Fiat is from one of the cars that used to race back in the 90s here at Santa Pod Raceway, bug-eyed. Engine still going on. We've seen some great wheelies from him, and we know Richie Webb can pull a lovely power wheelie. Let's see what we get. That's a bit of a hop, skip, and a jump for Richie Webb. He's off the power. Looks like his wing is trying to come off. He's still going to get to the finish line with a 10.04 at 142 to an 11.70.
All right, 3 pairs to go. Shout out, please. Oh, no, we'll do that in a moment. Right, we've got a vehicle blocking the access to the Med Centre. So Vauxhall Astra, registration DS66KNW. You need to move that as soon as possible, please. It's a Vauxhall Astra parked, blocking access to the medical centre. DS66KNW. Please move your car.
Yep.
Okay. Right, so turbo Beetle, normally aspirated gear, Green light drag race. Unfortunately, issues for Mex on the start line, so James Wharton is way out in front. And he's going to roll through to the next round of 4-cylinder with a 9:44 at 149 miles an hour. Unfortunately, that is the end of the adventures of Mex, unless he decides to come out and do some grudge racing later.
Well, it's very nice to see their crew as well clapping.
Yeah.
Even though they lost, but you know, I think everyone puts a huge amount of effort in. They know how difficult it is.
I'm going to assume that is Daniel Mizpul. Yeah, it is. Dave does a little dance around him as he comes shooting towards him.
All right, Darren Scannell, and don't forget he's a former finalist at this event. But this orange Golf Mark 1 is a monster. So Daniel Midsclod with the Mark 1. What about staging duel? Neither were going into pre-stage, right? Here we go. They're both in pre-stage now. Well, they're going to be... there we go, into stage. Darren Scannell away first.
This is going to be a good race all the way to the finish line. Darren Scannell is currently out in the front doing 190 to 117.
He's still out in front.
The win.
He takes it. Darren Scannell, 9:17. Wow. 149 miles an hour. Wow. 9:51, 144. Standing. Can we have Big Bracket into the pairing lanes, please? Big Bracket, we need you into the pairing lanes for round number 2. Right, Alex Lizarak with the second coming. Taking on Jack Bowley's MR2.
Wow. Jack's been into the 9s this weekend. Alex has been down into the 8s. Oh, well, issues for Alex on the start line, unfortunately so. Jack Bowley is on a solo, and he goes through with a 9:74 at 149 miles an hour, and that was is that number 2 qualifier?
Yeah, number 2 qualifier, but defending event champion.
Wow.
Not going to double up this year.
So our bounty in the 4-cylinder is still live.
Yeah, that's just gone up to 150 in the next round now. Ooh.
And with that, so we've just got to...
Yeah, that's actually all the 4-cylinder done.
Yeah, move Alex's camper van off the start line and round the corner. We have round 3 of European front-wheel drive coming up. Again, if you're watching on the live stream, give it a good share for us as we go deeper into eliminations on day 3 of Doorslammers 2023. Just give us a couple of minutes and we shall be back to
Yeah, we got a chip draw about to take place as well. Darryl is over there. I think he's going to be there for Pro Doorslammer, actually.
Yeah. You can double up with 4-cylinder if he wants.
Ah, yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye over there. But Alex Lizarak weekend is done in competition. It's up to him if he wants to come and do some grudge racing. So we're looking into the lanes, as you say, Luke. It looks like it is European front-wheel drive.
Yeah, so we got...
That's what's on the screen as well.
Grant Moore taking on Haider Yalal. So that is 2 10-second cars. Patricios Dablowski taking on Dan Malton, if I remember correctly. No, Patricia is a CIB for taking on a VW Lupo. David Lamech with an 8-second Opel Corsa or Vauxhall Nova for the UK folks, taking on Luke White with a 10-second Civic. Uriel Wells, aka Manager, with the normally aspirated all-motor Civic taking on Simon Crowley. So that's two 9-second cars lining up against each other. Martin Dainty with the Vauxhall Nova taking on Andy Nichols with the 8-second Honda Civic. Again, he has previous champion. Jose Late with the TDI Polo taking on Ahmed Jamshed, our reigning champion. Phil Thomas taking on Calvin Cat. Matt Davidson taking on Terry Newton, the mayor of Ware, the mayor of Preston.
That was an outstanding outfit he had last night.
How many people? I wonder how many people were actually watching the draw live in person last night, who saw Terry Newton come down in a full mayor outfit. You know, if Terry wins this, he's going to be wearing that, or at least if he gets to the final.
Be Lord Newton, wouldn't he?
We should get him a lordship if he wins this.
Oh dear! But when he said I'm coming down as the mayor tonight, and I'm thinking, has he got a horse head that he's got to put on? I didn't realise he was going to be dressed up as an actual mayor. Oh, that was absolutely brilliant. Not only that, he'd been in the lake as well. It's unbelievable. Everything.
Ah, that would fill time. Perfect.
Right.
How you doing?
Right.
Good to meet you. Good to meet
Got,
you. On the cans. Sure. Yeah.
yeah, right. Luke's going to have a chat with somebody, and I think I know who it is, but nice to meet him. And Luke is going to have a little chat.
I've been blessed with royalty. I have been joined by. Oh no, we got to do draw. Sorry. Go. How do you turn his mic on? He's got nothing on his microphone. Just got to do a draw.
Right, okay. Looks like Darryl is ready to do the chip draw over there.
I am, as if by magic. Thank
Yeah.
you very much indeed, folks. Okay, it's going to be the draw for Pro Doorslammer semi-finals. I have 4 chips, number 1, number 2, number 6, and number 11. They're all going in, and we're going to give them a little bit of a mix, but not too much, because we haven't got a week. Right, so first out is just for 2 pairings. This is first out is number 6, who I think is the man on the roll. David Vector from the Netherlands will be against number 2. He's got another all-Dutch matchup again. David Vector against Michel Turenne. And last it's going to be Dave Swift and Jan Eriksson. Who's in which lane? Dave Swift is in the Kestrel lane, and Jan Eriksson will be in the Slick Tricks lane. There you go. Those are your pairings for the semi-finals of Pro Doorslammer. All Netherlands and Sweden against the UK, everybody. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much indeed. Okay, Luke.
Bring it on. Well, unfortunately, my guest is just going to have to wait for a minute. But you can put the cans on so he can hear as well. Unless you've ever done commentary before.
Some.
Oh, there you go. Well, I'm joined in the tower by Anderson Dick, who is the creator of Fuel Tech.
Thank you.
Flown over this weekend to check out Doorslammers. And of course, he is no stranger to front-wheel drive drag racing. Probably a stranger to cars like a Vauxhall Nova.
Yes.
Have you ever seen one of these before?
Never.
That's
Never.
it. But you're...
It's back our Corsa, right?
Yes.
Previous the Corsa, but
That's it.
Not a Nova.
And of course, you'll obviously know a Honda Civic.
Yeah.
So this is round 3 of European front-wheel drive. David Lamek from Poland, who has a mid 8-second car, taking on Luke White with the Civic. Here we go, the light drops. We've got a green light drag race. David, by the 60-foot, has already driven around Luke with a 150 60-foot. At the 8th mile, he's doing 134, and he goes through with an 861 at 169. Considering yesterday he couldn't get the car to stick to the track, he now has found a combination for this track, and he's absolutely flying. Next up, our reigning champion, Ahmed Jamshed, taking on Jose Late. Jose had a bye in the last run. He managed to bypass number 1 qualifier Petros Taxopoulos. He's already £100 up. Can he take out the reigning champion? Wow. By 60 foot, we're going to say no, but anything can happen on the drag strip. Ahmed at mid-track, 135, and he completes the quarter mile with an 868 at 174. He has got a bracket car in that vehicle, and of course, it is all controlled by Fuel Tech. An FT600 in there, supplied by Gordon at Street Racers. Next up, Martin Dainty, another Vauxhall Nova, taking on Andy Nichols with the EG Honda Civic. Andy Nichols, a previous champion at the Doorslammers, yet to produce an 8-second pass this weekend. Could round 3 be the time? The legend out in front, finding the stickiest spot on the track for Andy Nichols. He's going to line him up against Martin Dainty. Now, Martin, we know, can regularly run down into the 9s. He's already produced a couple of 9s in eliminations. But Andy has got pedigree at Doorslammers. Final little door click. Give it a slam. There we go. All right, Martin Dainty is into pre-stage. Here comes Andy. Again, a little staging duel for Andy. Nobody wants to stage against him. They're making him wait. Andy goes in first again. Martin's in now. The lights drop. Martin's got the drop. 60 foot, 171 and 175. But here comes Andy at the half track as he drives around Martin Dainty and goes through with a 910 at 172 miles an hour. Andy Nichols is in to the next round of European front-wheel drive. Don't worry, we've still got a few pairs to come. Patricius Dubrowski from Poland taking on Daniel Malton. One TDI Cupra taking on a 20-valve turbo VW Lupo. 3 more pairs to come after this. Now again, both of these cars, regular runs in the 10s. Oh, I was going to say a great light for Patrick, but then he bogged off the start line. They are actually side by side at the moment, so this is going to go all the way to the finish line, 103 to 110. The win goes to the Polish racer, Patrick Dubrowski, with a 10.96, 133 miles an hour. A great run. Great recovery as well. Now, this race is going to be talked about for the next 5 days. These two are pitted together. We are racing next weekend in Comp Eliminator. We're all staying here for the next week. As it goes quiet.
It goes very quiet,
It goes very quiet. What happened? Well, I don't know whether it's because there might be a big line of soot going down the middle of the track, and maybe they want to sort that out. But it gives us a little chance quickly. Anderson Dick from Fuel Tech, you've flown over to grace us with your presence this weekend.
No, and I'm very happy but for the first time I'm here in Santa Pod, so it's impressive the diversity of the cars and how different it is from either US and even South America and Brazil.
Brilliant. And obviously, like you said, our cars are so different. Are you finding a lot of our cars running your products?
Yes, I was trying to count. I counted over 40 cars.
Nice.
Actually, it was a great surprise.
That's it. Well,
Yeah.
Gordon is doing a great job pushing the Fuel Tech onto so many different customers in the UK, especially with the front-wheel drive guys. Every week, someone else is coming out with another Fuel Tech on their car. I run one of mine on my dragster, so thank you very much for my project. I mean, I don't touch it at all. I'm not allowed to touch it. I'm just the driver. They've even disabled the access on the panel, and it's like, Luke does not touch this. Obviously, you've been to many tracks, I'm assuming, around the world, or mainly America. How are you finding the UK?
first the diversity and obviously the amount of Volkswagens, and the biggest difference is they are different from the Volkswagens in South America, because over there is always the water-cooled 8-valve engine.
Yep.
And here I haven't seen a single one.
No.
Yeah.
It's not an engine that really anyone would touch in Europe that I know. Anyone. I know a few of the guys in America that run the 8-valve engine, but obviously they're generally, they were called like the GTI slow cars, and everyone's just like, 8-valve, no, we don't touch that. Obviously 20-valve, the R32 is very, very popular in Europe, and especially obviously in Germany. We've got so many tuning companies. That is starting to go over to America though. I know my friend Zach Martin with the Golf, he's basically now he's gone from the 12-valve to the R30, and his times are dropping, and now with technology, with electronic control and all the good parts lately, it's more about the turbo size and the engine control unit than the engine. So it's those 8-valve engines in Brazil, the 2-liter engines, they're making 1,300 horsepower. And we don't have anyone around here running nitro. That's the problem. No one's managed to do that yet. You never know. Doorslammers is no rules, so they could do it. But the one thing that's on everyone's mind is obviously the DSG. Is this something you'd be bringing out to control?
We absolutely working on that as well, and through the CAN bus control, as many other automatic transmission controls as.
Brilliant. Well, we'll come back to that in a second, but we continue on with European front-wheel drive. Terry Newton, the mayor. This got shared on 1320 video, and literally Kyle was just like, this is an 8-second van, and people in America and around the world are just like, yes. Not only do they love the vinyl on it, but they love the fact that it obviously is a van, and it is definitely probably one of the fastest Z-Tech engines in a car, for sure. He's taking on Matt Davison with the D-Series engined Honda Civic. So that's single cam, and that is Europe's fastest D-Series as well. Right. Terry Newton waits patiently in pre-stage. Our chief starter looking at Matt Davison to make sure everything is okay. You'll call him forward in just a second. You'll only give him so much time before he tells him, unfortunately Matt Davison has turned off his engine. It's going to be a solo pass for Terry Newton with the van. Well, a 154 60 foot, and he shuts it off mid-track very sensibly. There's no need to hurt any parts on this car. And he goes through with a 1064 at 126. Commiserations to Matt Davison. Hopefully that is something real simple. Like I said, we're going to be here for the next week, spending time with each other. So maybe that was a way of getting out of the abuse of losing a race. Right, couple more pairs. And we'll be done with European front-wheel drive. What have we got? All motor-wise in America, we see a lot of 8-second cars. We've not quite reached that level over here. This is now Europe's fastest all-motor car that runs when a lot of people look on, say, European front-wheel drive, which is our sponsor, they basically look down and they see a mix of different vehicles, and they ask why they're running wheelie bars and stuff like that. But obviously, in America, there's a strip in every state, at least one. Across Europe, we have Santa Pod in the UK, we have How Far in Malta, and I'll come back to this in a second. Simon Crowley's going to be on a solo run.
No Jarrell Wells.
No. So, again, Simon taking it easy. Unfortunately, Jarrell's got issues. Again, where were we? We got Sweden and Finland, and we've got a number of tracks, but a lot of the countries that race in Europe are mostly on airfields with like a 100-foot prep. So we've still got now actually this weekend we reached 200 people in the European Front Wheel Drive League, which is 8-second cars and 9-second cars.
That's cool.
But so many of them, again, are just on airfield tracks. And that's where a good ECU will come in too, because obviously you can use traction control and stuff like that. Whereas in America, they just go, why are you so slow? Why have they got traction bars? Why this? And we race with what we can.
Yes, and I agree. That's the biggest even benefit for a specific ECU that has all the traction control and the ability of data logging better. And that's where you can even spread even more the benefit of that.
Also, the worst thing is, as a driver, you cannot lie. I can do my run. Gordon will ask me what happened.
They got
And he
some
goes, well,
GPS.
actually, there's no point asking you because I'll just look on the log. Right, next runner. Hader Yellow taking on Grant Moore, the Pigeon. Hader is currently out in front at the mid-track. He is doing 106 to 104 all the way to the finish line. Hader Yellow goes through with a 10.6 whole shot win. That's what we like to see, the team getting on to the live stream. Right, next up, and this is our final pairing in European front-wheel drive. Phil Thomas, he's taking on Cat with that B-Series Honda Civic. He's been on the podium before at Doorslammers. Well, issues with Cat on the start line. They're side by side at the moment. Cat doesn't seem to be pulling away now. You can see some tram lines. Cat's going to go through with a 976 at 155 miles an hour. That didn't look that quick all the way down the track. As we go into big... And I'm going to have to cut here because that was brilliant. And thank you very much for coming to join us in the UK. But we've got to go into a big bracket and I've got to go do the draw for European front-wheel drive.
Thank you.
Okay, so we move on into the Williams Brothers Speed Shop big bracket. Okay, so this is round 2 eliminations then. Lee Charles taking on young Mark Huxley. This is random pairings, don't forget. Totally random. They haven't got a clue who they're going to race until they are selected by an unsuspecting volunteer, if you like. They are grabbed and they go, yeah, I want that one against that one. So, Mark Huxley dial in 9.70. Lee Charles dial in 9.82. Don't forget, Lee Charles was the winner on the Sunday of the big bracket last year. Just waiting for... Oh, I think they're good to go. Green light drag race. No more buybacks. You're on the trailer if you don't go through here. And it's a breakout for Lee Charles. It is Mark Huxley that takes the win. That's a big breakout for Lee Charles. 9.75 on an 82.
I've never seen him in the 9.7s, let alone
No,
the mid
I haven't.
9.7s.
Wow. So it is young Mr. Mark Huxley that goes through.
Might even surprise him when he sees the ticket.
So actually it was a buyback versus a buyback, that one. Okay, next up then, Pete Lane and Warren Watts. Pete Lane had that 000 win margin in round 1. He's going to be leaving first here, looking for an 11.49. Warren Watts goes red. Oh, 0-1 red. So it is Pete Lane that goes through. Back up, Bob goes, well, he breaks out 11.43, that doesn't matter. Warren Watts 9 flat on an 8.97, but the cherry on the tree told the story. Wow. So Warren is done for the day. He'll be back next weekend. He could come back out this afternoon for some grudge racing.
Another tough as nails round 2 matchup.
Yeah, 2 Pro ET racers. Both will be racing next weekend. Bob Alden taking on Brett Featherstone. Only 0.5 on the tree difference between these two. Brett will be leaving first. Car going brilliantly at the moment, but then so is Bob's. So Brett Featherstone looks like he's got his nose in front. And he keeps it in front. Oh my word.
What a run.
Not only did he hit his number, he had an 0-1 light as well. There was no way Bob Bolden was going to win that. He broke out and got there second. Brilliant race. Well done to Brett Featherstone. If he can repeat that the rest of the day, he's going to be in with a shout, most definitely.
Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin in the Kestrel Lane, 9:42 against Lee Huxley. He did get away with one a bit yesterday with that wheelie.
Yeah, he did.
So the wheelie bars made their way out of the trailer, I presume. I can't imagine they fabricated those overnight. No, just didn't need
They
them
look
before.
aged.
They do.
Haven't been on there for a while. Right, so Steve Matthews going to be leading first, looking for a 9:42. Lee Huxley, 8:69. Carried the front wheels beautifully there, Steve. Good race to the stripe. Lee's
Very
really
good.
closed in, and he takes it 8:71 to a 9:43. Both 100th off, no, 200ths off actually for Lee, 100th off for Steve. But it is Lee Huxley that is going through into round number 3.
Yeah, that'll go down as a whole shot win. Very, very good of encounter himself, though, Steve Matthews.
Oh, yeah.
Really unusual for Lee to be that late on the tree as well. 0.17.
Right, Rocket Ron Bartlett got Simon Innes for company in this one. Now, both of these two didn't need to buy back in. They won their first round races fair and square, so they didn't have to go back into... It's almost like the repechage, isn't it? They go into the buybacks.
Drag racing's version of it,
Yeah.
obviously.
.10.57 plays 8.26. Green light on both sides of the racetrack.
Well, Ron's actually making a good run this time. Ron goes too quick. Way too quick. He not only did he break out. Oh no, he didn't. I beg
No,
your
he
pardon. Sorry. From here, I thought that said 22 originally.
Yeah.
Sorry. Very, very close race indeed. Simon Innes nearly lost that on a whole shot, actually.
Yeah, he hit his number, 10.57 on a 10.57 dial.
What you need to do. Ron Bartlett gave it a good try, but he was just that little bit too far off in ET.
Right, the Morris boys, represented by Colin Morris, going alongside Billy Gain. Both of them have won the big money at the big bracket before.
It's always a shock when either of these two don't win, but then everybody can't, can they?
That's
you know?
true.
Oh my goodness me, I think I know what the next pairing is going to be because there's hardly anybody left. There are two Williams brothers Camaros side by side
Oh, you're joking.
at the front.
Oh, and
Keith.
Keith Bartlett. Oh dear.
Right, let's see if Billy's car has its characteristic waggle. Yeah, there it goes. It does it at the same time. Billy takes the win though, on the money.
On the whole shot, 8.30 on a 28 dial compared to 61 on a 60.
That is a terrific, if you just look at the scoreboard and nothing else, that's a terrific race. You can see it was a whole
Yeah.
shot. Billy was 0-1 on the treat to and slightly off pace for Mr. Morris, 0-6. But yeah, Billy's car goes through a little bit of a wander at half track almost every run.
Ronnie Mercer and Dave Cherritt. Oh, next pair. Oh dear.
Well, not necessarily because Thomas Hass is there.
No,
and
no, look at the pair below you.
oh yeah, that. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Right, Ronnie Mercer, Dave Cherritt. 10.43 plays 9.70. Now we know how Dave races. He leaves a line like a cat. And he tries to shadow people. Very clever racer.
Oh my word. Yeah. I think Dave Cherritt's already caught Ronnie Mercer. He's already gone past him. And he takes the win. Yeah, Ronnie couldn't win that.
Yeah, Ronnie got there first. Dave got there first with an 004 light.
So it's almost a Williams brothers versus, well,
It is.
It is really, isn't it? So what I'm saying is Nick Williams in the Camaro in the Slick Tricks lane is against the boss here at Keith Bartlett here at Santa Pod in the car that Nick and his brother prepare for Keith. And actually Nick's dad is on the other side of the track. Keith standing over there with Keith, all Keiths together.
So it is going to be Nick that takes the win.
003 light as well, but he knew Keith had rolled through stage. He went before.
9:51 on a 46.
He'll take that.
So happy birthday, Nick, from Keith.
Nice sporting from Lorne down there, if you noticed.
Well,
he was running over going like that. It's going to be Thomas Haas against Spence.
Oh, good matchup. Good matchup.
That leaves, by the looks of it, Dave Fulton and Tom Atkins.
Another good matchup.
It does. That's going to be the next pair. So Spence is going to have a good, 3 seconds actually. Almost exactly,
huge.
Huge margin.
11:04. That's a strong dial-in actually for Spence. 8:06. Thomas Haas.
It looks like Thomas is going to run out of road, but he won't.
It's Spencer Tram with the win. 11:09 on 11:4 dial. 19 on an 06 for Thomas. Thomas had 100th on reaction time advantage, but unfortunately the doors to the vault have closed now for Thomas. He managed to get $5,000 out. Not going to get any more.
I think he'd have taken that though at the start of the weekend.
Yeah. Actually, that was a buyback versus buyback race, that one as well.
So I'm not sure, because Jens Konecki's around there as well. Has he got a buy run? Because we've got odd lot. He may have.
Dave Fulton and Tom Atkinson. Yes, Jens is getting a buy.
Well, hiding does some good. So Tom is going to be waiting for the tree to run about a second. Dave Fulton is way out in front. If he doesn't break out, which he does.
Oh, Dave.
He had about half an hour to spare. Look, 0.25 is half an hour in bracket racing. 0.3 on the tree to a 0.2 for Tom. Well, you know, you said Dave Fulton's going to be unbearable the other week.
Oh dear, oh dear. He's going to get slaughtered on the group chat now.
Oh dear.
0.3 light compared to a 0.2 for Tom. I think there's a few rear view mirrors going to be making their way to the Fulton pits next weekend. 8:23 on a 25, but Jens Konecki goes through with the buy run.
Okay, it looks like we have empty lanes, so we do have a not very empty Luke, I presume.
Never.
Away you go.
This is an issue. Right, 4-cylinder. Let's do the draw, shall we? We have got to start off with chip number 10. Chip number 10 is Rob Lawton with the Toyota MR2. He shall face chip number 11. That should make for a close race. Jack Bowley. I can hear nervous laughs behind me. Chip number 1. Jack Krugel, our number 1 qualifier, will face chip number 7. Darren Scannell after a personal best. Next chip, chip number 16. Chip number 16 is Andrew Burton. He shall face chip number 6. So Andrew Burton versus James Wotton, 2 VW Beetles. That leaves chip number 17. And Richie Webb will face chip number 8, which is Chris Waterhouse. There we go. That is our quarterfinal draw for 4-cylinder. And we're going to rattle through that. And then I think we have got European front-wheel drive coming straight up after that.
Expired in 2004.
Clips it just after half track and still goes. 9:06, 137 miles an hour. Dave Crowhurst with the whole shot, but a missed shift allows Chris to catch up. Whoa, Dave, keep it in your lane. And he doesn't take the win. It is Chris Waterhouse with an even quicker 9:57. There's a lot of limiter going on down there. 9:50 at 1:40. It's an excellent picture he posted a couple of days ago when he got here. That's more like it. He's off. Oh, 9:19 at 1:60 takes out a 10:81. Oh, Richie, not the wall. or the other lane for that matter. 970, only 128 miles an hour. That is a 7-second car when it goes straight-ish.
Well, that's just breaking the beams to go through, so well done, Rob. He's just like out for a Sunday drive and he's still... Well, Branislav off the line nicely, but Jack Bowley driven round him before half track. And that's Jack all the way with the 982, 149 miles an hour. So Bottas is in stage, just waiting for James to go in. Lights go green. And James Wooten takes that one in the air with a 940 at 149 miles.
Oh, well held, sir. Look at that. That's going to be a bit quicker. It is. Well, 597 at 246. Well, Walter leaves before the tree's activated. Problem is now he's got to clear the track at the top end. Jan Eriksson will get the win, but Walter has to...
That's rude.
I wanted to swear then. That was amazing. 583 at 245 for Jan Eriksson. Round 2. It's a race. No tyre shake at all. Looks like it's Mark Hartveld. It is. His quickest and only full run of the weekend at 594, 237. Nice looking run. Another 590. Oh, 593 as well. 242 once again. Oh, he stayed with it. Bruno, you hero. 598 at 232. Wagging. Look at that for David. That's a fantastic run for him. 575, 235 miles an hour. That was outstanding. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the team from the Netherlands. Kevy's long gone to a 601 at 236.
So yesterday, if the engine drops below a certain temperature, it won't run, and that's why he kept having the issues underneath the tower.
Right. So there we go, Dave Swift safely into round 2. Coast across the line. So there we have it. Pro Doorslammer round 2.
Still goes for the wander towards the wall. Wisely backs out of it. Still goes, runs a 9-second run at 110.
Okay, here we go. First pair. Williams Brothers, big bracket. What's that? Tom closing in, but has he got enough? He has. 840.
On a whole shot, look at that.
Wow.
Thomas Bublic's much closer to...
He's had 2 wins and 2 runners-up in 4 big brackets. Unbelievable. Oh, Thomas goes red, so Natalie's going to run round with 50 quid.
Well, they've got the money.
Yeah.
006 though, red that was. Oh yeah, but you can't break out
he's
there.
gone red. Oh.
Big red light as well. And he gets away with one because Ron Bartlett, yeah, I think Ron's just going to take it easy.
Well, I think Dave's drawn alongside already. And 961 takes the win to lose at 10-20. Pete Creswell, former semi-finalist in the big bracket.
Pete's going to get there. Will it be in time? Yep.
Oh, look at the win margin. 0006. My goodness. Simon Groves will give us a measurement on that one soon, I think.
Kirsty Tram against Jens Konecki. My goodness me. Check out the reaction times. They're both on their game today. Jens is going to go flying past, and Jens takes the win. My goodness me. That sounds like a song. That wheels down his honking, whatever.
And it goes red, so Steve Matthews is going to be coughing up 50 quid if he wants to play again.
He's sticking to his weekend plan, isn't he?
Nick's card.
My goodness me. So good to see JT back again after yesterday's effort. Oh, goodness me. Come on, his car in the shutdown area. It went flying off to the side when the shoot. It might.
Right, John Bean, off he goes with a 956 dial-in. Colin Morris going to try and close it down with that 861. And it is Colin Morris that takes that one. 865 to lose at 969. So Colin Morris is for big money here at the Doorslammers. Oh, Mark Huxley goes red. So it is Bob Molden that goes through to round number 2. Mark Huxley going to cough up 50 quid if he wants to play again today. Both get green lights. Ben Kennedy gets there first, but breaks out by a 10th. My word, 927.
And the trailer fits perfectly for it. And then I thought, hang on a minute, it's Perry. Of course it fits perfectly.
Yeah, Rolls-Royce Viper 535 jet. Around about £5,000 of thrust from this.
And I think he's rather enjoying himself this weekend with new personal bests on terminal speed. 155, 156. That tailwind is certainly helping.
Makes a big difference to something that's slab-fronted.
Yeah, that's it.
I would personally love to see a match race between him and Alex with the single cab.
Yeah.
That would look absolutely bitching. Give him like a second head start and then see how it works out at the top end. They'd be similar speed through the finish line, not far off each other. Although in history dictates that doesn't always work out well when you run a jet alongside a regular car.
No.
No.
Especially a lightweight car as well.
Yeah, that does tend to get blown about a bit, yeah. I remember years ago there's a fabulous drag race in Great Lakes at Union Grove where they used to match race all sorts of things, and there was a guy with a front engine top fuel dragster match racing a jet, and yeah, a guy with the top fuel dragster match racing a jet, would you believe? It was a front engine dragster, and the front engine car was weaving about all over the lane, and the crew got up to the top end and said, what happened? What was that all about? And he said he showed him his goggles and it melted his goggles. Oh. So he couldn't see where he was going. But credit to him, he kept going, obviously. There was a race to win. So Perry winds it up a little bit. As ball points go, this is pretty much the top of the pile.
Perry clicks it actually at half track. Maybe the breeze is going to carry him over the finish line. He still manages to run 11.98 at 96 miles an hour.
One side, which allows Richie to come forward, and in a moment the Afterburner show will commence. But will Martin be listening to the same tune that Richie's got plugged into his headset? Here we go.
Oh no! There's no one on the balcony to scare. This is rubbish.
Well, there certainly will be next weekend, that is for sure. Sometimes you wonder why we don't commentate when he's doing that. We're basically holding on to everything in the tower, stop it from falling over. But here we go then, Martin Hill with Fireforce number 3. Gonna put in another 5-second run possibly. There he goes, the 584, 269 miles.
5 up, Charlie gets the drop, but then misses a shift, and Grant is out in front at the moment. As long as Grant gets all his gears, this will be his race to the finish line. Keep an eye on the left lane for a 10 though. 10.70 and a 11 Portland in the Slick Tricks racing lane. We've got the drop, we've got a green light race. Alan is away first, but David Lammick is around him by the 330.
And long gone, that's
he is
hauling.
850 at 168, a new personal best. Again, bit of a staging duel. Yeah, Andy had this in the first round. Both cars revving at each other. Anthony's in first. Here comes Andy, the lights drop. We've got a green light drag race. Anthony's away first, but here comes the big power of the Honda Civic at the half track. We've got 103 to 133. Andy Nichols rolls through. We're an 890, 172 miles an hour. Well, they're away together, but Patricius is out in front at the moment. Lewis is chasing. He's the only one who can see what's going on. Patricius goes through with a 10:51 at 136. Well, Dominic got away first, but Luke White starting to pull away at the top end. And the Honda Works Civic goes through with a 10:34 and 138 to an 11:20. Ahmed Jamshed running 8.4. Got a green light race. Issues for Cameron Bishop. But eyes are on Ahmed Jamshed. He's doing 135 at the 8th, and he goes through with an 8:62 at 174 miles. Right, Martin Dacey taking on Alan Kenyon. Martin is out in front at the moment. Alan's got a big job to do, but Martin's wiggling at the top end of the track, but he goes through with a 10:22 at 133 miles an hour. Given a bit of time on the start line, but at mid-track he is just going to scoot on by Andrew Manbrick. He's having issues though. But 11:12 to a 12:59, but a red light. Mayor of Ware, the Mayor of Preston.
Beautiful looking launch for Terry that time.
151, a little bit slower than yesterday, but he's staying out in front. He's going to go through with an 899 at 161. Front-wheel drive cars. Manager taking his time. He hasn't got no turbo to spool up. Manager is out of the gate and gone into the distance. Pittor's got a hard job to catch him here. Manager doing 115 at the 8th and goes through the quarter with a 962, 140.
Screw, how many of the same angle do you need?
Yeah, that's it. Oh, well, a little bit slow at the start from Matt Davison. Harry's trying to keep up with him, but Matt at the top end has superior power and goes through with a 972, 158 miles an hour. Well, Haders is chasing a 10-second pass for this weekend. He plans to go deep into the 10s. In E2, he goes 10.72 at 138 miles an hour. Well, I'm going to say Simon's already won this.
Yeah,
because he's basically been disqualified for having a crewman touch the car when it was in stage. But luckily, Simon goes through with a 998 at 146.
So BMW versus Audi here. Thomas ran 1182. Patrick the Quiddicard 919 in qualifying, goes 995, 154 miles. And that's what they ran in their qualifying, but it's all about the racing now, and it looks like Chris pulling away.
By some margin.
Yeah. And 10.04, 145, big. Well, that didn't quite go to plan, so Arnie going to be taking the round win here. That is a good looking pass. Doesn't need to stretch it all the way, but he does. 921, 147.
Big hole shot for Simon Paul. They're very evenly matched. Actually, that's almost half a second. Well, I thought they were evenly matched. Simon Cooksley off in a distance to an 8.78. Wow.
Oh, but John Gamble rolls the beams.
He didn't stop rolling, actually, when he went in. I think he would have had this stitched as well by the looks of it. Ah, maybe not. He's backed out now.
Yeah, I think he's realised. And 11.96 takes the win for Aaron Baker.
They're knocking on the door of the 8s. Will this be an 8-second run? 9:15 at 156.
Truth.
You got it.
11:08 for Spencer. It's green light drag race.
For endless bragging rights at Christmas dinner. They're just going to look at each other.
Oh,
Spencer's out in front.
It is a double breakout, but it's
Wow.
Spencer that take. Kirsty went 11:78. Spencer 11. That's better. Oh, yes, that will do nicely. 07 light. It's one of the few times we can read out a reaction time.
Dials in 6:99. Look.
9:48. Exactly where the car was earlier.
He's having a good weekend on the tree.
Yeah.
I think the Cute is running out of legs. Yep. The right side of the number 4 mark. Actually, terrific effort from John Turner, the whole group. The next one is enormous. John Bean goes red. Steve Matthews goes back in. John Bean not having his normal clockwork weekend. 9:42, but Steve Matthews broke out.
100 miles in 900 yards, I think it is, something like that.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, Pete Creswell goes red.
07, quite a big red as well.
Thomas Haas is into round number 2.
With an 8:07. Well,
Oh, KB's gone by.
He's going to be looking out the window. Will he be slowing down? Nope.
Pete Bartlett takes the... Oh, and Ben Kennedy goes red. 01 red. Lee Charles was 01 green. .982 breakout. Ben Kennedy goes 9:26. He got the dialing right. He just broke out on the beams.
Oh, after all that, Wojciech actually goes on the 2-step and blips through stage, unfortunately. A really forgettable weekend for them. 9:67 at 1:42 for Constantine is in the draw for round 2. Broke traction again around about 60 foot, and Al had a nasty incident a little while back where he tried to keep going and unfortunately the truck hooked and ended up in the wall. So better safe than sorry. He'll be a relatively soft launch for Joe, but he's still out in front with an 8:15 at 170 going in the right. Whoa. Nearly takes the back bumper off just on one side, squatting down. Another great looking run. 8:92 backs up yesterday's run, 150. Well, Andy Bond gets the whole shot off the line, which is normally curtains for everything the other lane. 7:98, 179. Here we go. I love that H has time to say, go on then. Well, Brian Pateman is going to take it. 7:26 and 1. With everybody, isn't it? Now McSweeney bumps in. There we go.
Good looking around for Al Mack.
Nice and safe. 8:27 at 1:62. He's been over half a second quicker than that before. Great race coming up between these two as well. Paul Houston, first time back in a long while, against Justin Warner. Oh no, Paul's still got that electrical bug. You can see the lights flashing, which is not supposed to happen. Justin Warner goes 8:37 at 1:60.
Build up the boost, and can we see the magic 6? Short track numbers 115, and he lifts mid-track. Still goes through with a 761 at 175.
The chip draw last night. As I say, quite a few buys. But when we get to the next round, there shouldn't be any at all.
No, that's it. Well, unfortunately, we had one dropout at the very last minute, and we could have had an 8-car field and saved all of this if they'd have told us before.
Right.
But now we're basically having to run again on one weekend only. Christopher Schmidt again on a solo run with the BMW.
I've just been selfish because I want to see him race Hubert. I want to see that happen at some point.
No, well, don't forget, he's got that £500 bounty. Trying it. But Jeff Ludgate is out of the gate. 0.3 reaction to a 0.5, 129 to 116 at the 8th mile as Jeff. Thankfully. So Mark building up the boost on the start line. It's a nice sounding run. Little mid-track wiggle, 130 to the 8th, and an 870, 164 miles an hour. World's fastest caddy. Going round to say hello to Mr. Blackett mid-track. Doing 118 at the 8th mile, and Mike goes through with a 932, 142 miles on the two-step. 1.10 60 foot. He had the 60 foot, but then off the throttle. The guys are happy with that. They heard the start line. Give them a big round of applause as they go by with the flags.
Michelle. Well, Michelle got the whole shot. That was the end of Kevin's weekend, and it is a new personal best for Michelle. Dave with the wheels in the air again for miles out. Another phenomenal run, even quicker.
Oh, Dave Swift can take this one. Dave Swift is going to go into the semi-finals. He's done it with a 7:29 at 1:84. Bruno has a problem.
You have to get... Not quite in on the two-step. Before he went on the two-step, 5:82 at 2:49 for Jan Eriksson. Big speed again, knocking on 2.
It nearly bumped all the way through because it went deep, didn't it?
The good thing was, though, it's actually moved when he did it. I think that's probably what he was looking to do. It still coughed back through the top end of the engine. What's the time? What are we looking at? About half one?
Right. Oh, loads of spin for Andy Hughes. He's going to be chasing down Chris Waterhouse at the top end, but Chris is going to get there first. 9:51, 150 miles. Almost of the same vintage if you think about it. Oh, well, Chris is away first. He's having a fight here with the 8th mile. He's still out in front, 132 to 136, all the way to the finish line, but at 880
On a whole shot.
168 miles yet. That's a bit of a hop, skip, and a jump for Richie Webb. He's off the power. Looks like his wing is trying to come off. He's still going to get to the finish line with a 10.04 at 142 to an 11. Normally aspirated gear. Green light drag race. Unfortunately, issues for Mex on the start line, so James Wharton is way out in front. And he's going to roll through to the next round of 4-cylinder with a 9.44 at 149 miles an hour.
Into stage. Darren Scannell away first.
This is going to be a good race all the way to the finish line. Darren Scannell is currently out in the front doing 190 to 117.
He's still out in front.
The win.
He takes it. Darren Scannell, no.
Oh, well, issues for Alex on the start line, unfortunately so. Jack Bowley is on a solo, and he goes through with a 9.74 at 149 miles an hour. Wow. By 60 foot, we're going to say no, but anything can happen on the drag strip. Ahmed at mid-track, 135, and he completes the quarter mile with an 8.68 at 174. In first again. Martin's in now. The lights drop. Martin's got the drop. 60 foot, 171 and 175, but here comes Andy at the half track as he drives around Martin Dainty and goes through with a 9.10 at 172. Oh, he was going to say a great light for Patrick, but then he bogged off the start line. They are actually side by side at the moment, so this is going to go all the way to the finish line, 103 to 110. The win goes to the Polish racer, Patrick. So, again, Simon taking it easy. Unfortunately, Urel's got issues. Where were we? We got Sweden. and Finland, and we've got a number of tracks, but a lot of the countries that race in Europe are mostly on airfields with like a 100-foot prep. So we've still got we're now actually this weekend we reached 200 people in the European Front Wheel Drive League, which is 8-second cars and 9-second cars.
That's cool.
But so many of them, again, are just on airfield tracks. Yellow taking on Grant Moore, the Pigeon. Hayder is currently out in front at the mid-track. He is doing 106 to 104 all the way to the finish line. Hayder Yellow goes through with a 10.6 whole shot win. That's all we like to see. Well, issues with Cat on the start line. They're side by side at the moment. Cat doesn't seem to be pulling away now. You can see some tram lines. Cat's going to go through with a 9.76 at 155 miles an hour.
.solutions.co.uk or telephone 0800 988 7326. AMP Audio Solutions, your event service provider.
Okay, we are back, and it is True Streets, and it is Chris with the Camaro taking on Simon with the GTR. This for a spot in round 3. Heads up, first to the strike zone.
It's going to be one of our friends from Poland. He didn't have a great day in testing on Friday, but Patrick Falcon, I'm going to say hopefully, that what you could say. Against Gary Zimper, we got that right. So Patrick Falcon, the monster out that runs right.
Thomas and Aaron, your next pair. Civic and the M3. I'm just going out, and then the last pair will be Arnie and Danny. So Arnie Palant and Danny Wilson.
It's going to be a proper Poland versus the UK Slugfest coming up, isn't it? But he's now,
as Darren said, we've got Jets in the lanes as well. You've got Glenn Willie, and you've also got Fireforce down there as well. A whole host of racing still to get done today. And I'll say it again, actually, just in case you didn't catch it the first time round. But we've got a lot of grudge racers that have gone into the lanes a little bit previous to what they should be. And unfortunately, blocking the lanes a little bit for the actual eliminations that we do need to get done. So we will let you know when you can come into the lanes for grudge racing, but not just yet. There we go. Third pair. Aaron Baker with the Honda Civic and Thomas with the M3 Turbo E46.
Yeah, the amount of time it took you to say that is what it takes him to get from here to there. It's an incredibly stout machine, that one.
match-up this one. Arnie and Danny.
Match round one as well. Both low nines, I think. Is that right?
Yeah.
They've both been in the eights previously.
Yes. Yeah, well, Arnie definitely has. Did that a couple of weeks ago. I'm sure Danny's been there.
Well, if you get it to hook up the start line, that would be all of the difference. 6-cylinder just round the back as well, I can tell that because there's a transit overflowing with more tubes.
That's right, the other good thing about these two, Arnie and Danny, both of them do all the work themselves on these cars. Well, two very talented young gentlemen indeed.
Very evenly matched class as well, because the quickest cars are all in the low pack as well, mate.
So that is the semi-finalists. Simon, Cooksey, Patrick, Arnie, and Thomas. First street. 6-cylinder round, 3, no goal vote. Wow, fantastic, right. Good afternoon, how far bar? Richard's got it turned up. Hello, it's Caden Gap from Malta as well. He is absolutely glued to the telly. As Gary Cavalieri comes underneath the tower for his first race. Up against Marcus Daly. Now, Marcus he's thrown down against the machine gun in the eye. Not to mention the force will be pointing his way. He's just going to sit there, he's going, oh my god, when that comes on the two-step.
So for all of us that haven't been to launch yet, there's not many that I want.
Is there not? So you're coming in November, yeah?
Wife depends. Wife and kids a bit, sorry. How many of these type of cars are there?
This is in the CAC class. Number of local cars in that class as well. Right, there we go. There's the fellow on the screen saying he's going to get on the on the live stream.
Marcus Daly going, I must have scared him, he ran a set.
Next up, Mike Whisker with arguably the world's fastest VW caddy.
Compared to every other one Gary's made, that looked very smooth.
It did. He had a bit of a kick, hasn't he, on many of the runs.
It wasn't as violent as all the others, so anyway, moving on to round 3. So you were saying earlier, you think this is the quickest caddy in the world?
I believe this is the quickest caddy in the world now, be it front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, forward drive. But it's one of those, they'll always claim it. There's a caddy currently in the build with a V8. Out the VW and VW breakout.
Well, more like VW break. Or if you could just run from one end to the other then, but it's all ifs and buts and all that, isn't it? That's why it's a race. We really thought he got that one when Jeff Luggo stumbled on the line, but he stopped out there roundabouts.
The worst is Schwartz is going to be down there going, right gearbox there, 6 runs, eh?
It possibly was the gearbox
We don't know. We are only
It doesn't matter.
speculating.
Every run they count it and go, ooh, that's
No, he's
that's
moving.
5 runs. Yeah, he's moving. Good. So.
Oh, cheers, that's what you need. Yeah, that's it. Simple timing. Oh, Josie, you saved me from a champion. That was really well. It might need to do it again now as well, yeah, just move a bit that way. I'll stop eating for 5 minutes so I don't. Oh, well done. Sitting with me, just holding out. In front of me. It's the first time in a while. Yeah, it's because he's Jordan the other lane, I think. Oh, yeah, the close, yeah, that's right. I'll let him on. So he's taken on at Mark Mosley, no pushover in the slightest. Mark's quickest at that time is in the 8s, Hubert is deeply into the 7s. But this, like you said, the engineering on that.
It is. And it's one of the reasons that Anderson Dick from Georgia came over this weekend to see this car. It is, as I said, hopefully the plan is get this car to run super quick and then load it up and send to America.
All except for the one isn't super quick already.
It did do the sensible thing there. I think, though, Mark Mosley's car wasn't running. I don't think it was actually running. That's why it was very, very silent. Oh, which class is this in? It could go in VW Breakout or in the big bracket.
No, surely it'd be in Pro Doorslammer.
Good point. Why not?
Colin's like, yes, there is no rules.
Yeah, so I just saying, get loads of people saying about the wind noise from the aircon.
Unlucky. I've moved now. Don't worry, a minute ago they were telling me the audio wasn't working, so I was just testing.
So Hubert actually going into round 3. So we do have still the chance of that matchup between Gary Camilleri and Hubert Strandberger. Malta against Austria in the UK. That's about as international as you can ever get, really. Can't get one in an Audi TT, one in an Escort.
That's it. But is it going to be in the final or is it going to be in an earlier round? We shall find out.
It all depends on the draw. Oh, a bit of shade. Closely followed by a bit of heat. So we've got front-wheel drive round 4 to go now. Is that right? Is that the last 8?
That is the last 8, yeah.
Goodness me, it'll only take 20 minutes to run them instead of...
Looking like a full run this time for Oklahoma Willie. 2, a 5, idiot. 10.70, 100. I was trying to read the numbers underneath. 155 mile an hour. There we go. You can go to work tomorrow or school
Not
tomorrow.
only that, 155. Believe it or not, I think that's the tailwind that's aided it, because that's normally about 150. He's picked up 5 mile an hour. Very, very good run indeed there for Perry.
And right behind him, we've got Martin Hill. Then we've got Pro Street matchups for round 2. Round there next.
So I'm checking the jet car from the top.
Right, so we got ourselves ready for another jet, and those of you tuning into the live stream, and those of you obviously looking live here at the track, Martin Hill with Fireforce, number 3, is below the tower. He is strapped in, he is ready. It's just the crew getting everything ready to do the run. The umbilical cord is about to be connected to the support vehicle, which is paramount for this.
Yeah, it's only assisted to start, and then once it does.
Right, so I always refer back to this, a brilliant explanation from Julian Webb about starting jet cars up, and I do keep it here so that I've got everything here. When the jets are getting ready, the first thing they do is arm all of the electrical systems. Once everything is live, most of us put pressure in the fuel tank. That's what they carry a little vessel connected to the cars for. That's what it is. This helps the turbine to feed fuel to the fuel control. Once the systems are armed and pressurized, the crew chief will then spin the turbine over. And at the correct RPM, the driver will activate the igniters and start to add fuel to the motor. The turbine should spool up to the required RPM to keep the motor lit, and the driver will signal to turn off and remove the electric starter. So that's just the basic steps. And as I was saying it was all happening right below us.
It's almost like you planned it, mate.
I always thank Julian for that one. Round the corner is Pro Street round number 2, where we whittle them down from quarter-final to semi-final. But our man from Fuel Tech is in the tower to experience a jet car. I wonder if he's done that before. We'll find out in a moment.
Find out our high jumps, I think it's probably going to be it. That will be the key.
Callum knows what to expect. He's been here a few times.
So they lower the body down over the jet and Martin. It's loosely based on a Chevy Lumina, which is a production car in the US some years ago now, actually.
Way back. So support vehicle moving out of the way. Next time they'll need that is when they go to the top end to retrieve Martin.
Yeah, he can't be driving it back with it. Yeah. But just
Mind
keep
you,
a bit of speed up.
We have had a transit van, red one, but with a great big roof scoop and a jet engine in the back. That's been here at Run What You Brung. A mental thing.
Obviously.
It's so random when this thing turned up. What's this?
It's another
Then
Wiley.
a jet started up. But the jet was inside the back of the van.
And there was no way of telling.
No
what
way
it
of
was.
telling apart from the pipe that was sticking out about that far from the back door.
I told you, didn't I? Drag racing is the Wile E. Coyote of motorsports.
It is.
Absolutely that, yeah.
So Richie gives the signal to Martin to wind that turbine up even more. The afterburner pops are going to get a little bit louder, a little bit fiercer. So the Pratt & Whitney J60 jet engine develops around about the equivalent of 10,000 horsepower here and propel Martin down the quarter mile, 5.7, 5.8 seconds, around about 260, 270 mile an hour. Richie says, Martin, the track is yours. Ian will run the tree. Here we go. And it is a 586, 264, and just for fun, Martin takes out the 8th mile ET block.
I don't think I've ever seen a jet scatter blocks before.
Well, he was quite close to the centre line, but it just fell over. This is what I'm getting at. No, the block got scared, decided to exit stage left. But there we go, another cracking run then for Martin Hill with Fireforce number 3. Right, as we send Richie and the gang to the top end to go and collect Martin. His work today is done. Give him a big cheer as the Fireforce team go and collect Martin Hill from the top end.
Are we nearly ready on the balcony?
Yeah, I think we are.
Good, good. With a working microphone.
Coming up.
Did you put the microphone in the bin?
Yeah, to be
Certainly sounded like it.
What?
Nothing. It's all right, carry on.
Can't hear. Sorry, I couldn't hear you over the rattling. Right, 6-cylinder class. We have chip number 4. Jeff Lovegate will face chip number 5. That is Joe Bristow. That means in the semi-finals, it is going to be chip number 1, Hubert Strenberger, taking on Gary Camilleri from Malta, chip number 2. So there we go, 2 UK in the semi-final, and the opposing semi-final, it is going to be Austria versus Malta.
No, I didn't.
Austrian versus Malta for the semi-final in 6-cylinder. We have our race, gentlemen. The one that lots of us have come to see between two of the quickest and most outrageous Doorslammers in the whole of Europe.
I'm guessing is it the little Audi in the forward, is it?
You got it.
Oh boy. That would have been the dream final, but it's going to happen in the semi-final.
Oh, you've got to beat everyone on the way. Right,
You
we're
do.
back over to Luke 4, the next class.
Turn the microphone off this time.
Was that better?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know, I couldn't hear anything.
That was the idea. Right, True Street semi-final. As we dig around, what we're going to do is quick. Chip number 3.
going to be Thomas Drodds, chip number 4. Thomas Drodds is going to face up against, oh, he could have done his own, Patrick Walk. And chip number 2 will face up against Simon Cooksley, will be number 5. Simon Cooksley versus Arnie Pamet. So 1 Polish, 1 UK.
Prize Street round 2. I think this is the start of the money rounds. Is that right, Colin? I think it is.
Yeah, let's get this
I think it's
on screen again.
It's the last 8 that you need to get paid. So I think they've got their entries back and potentially an awful lot more as well. So Joe Stevens with the stiletto in the slick tricks lane against Brian Pateman. Now this on paper again is going to be a terrific race if they both hook and go. Both of these cars have nibbled into the 7s, but only the high 7s. So it could all be won and lost on the tree, which the Professor is master of. But Joe's no slouch, he was Street Eliminator champ a few years ago. And that was the end of that. Unfortunately, Joe went in without being on the boost. Brian rolled it in afterwards, and it's Brian going into the semis with a 7.99 at 175. Joe Stevens bows out with a 10-second, 118-mile-an-hour run. The rest of the family look delighted. Well, 1 Street Eliminator car down.
Yeah, they're guaranteed £250 just for making this round.
Which I think is the entry, wasn't it, or thereabouts?
Yeah, not far off.
Okay, so Brian Pateman's in the higher finance bracket now, being in the semis. Michael Castle is the next to try and take out a Street Eliminator car. It's a big ask though. Once again, he's tickled into the 8s, into the 890s. Al Williamson, if he can launch Cryo.
Well, this weekend he's already done 8.5. But as you say, Darryl, he's knocking on the door of the 7s. It's been a while since he's been that close to it. But
oh, it's fine. It's fine. Come on, it's happening. At least it's happening. So, Al Williamson, sorry, with the truck.
wow,
Wow, they're both on and off the throttle and all over the place. Mike Castle went for the other lane. How did he still run 892?
I don't know. I was looking at Mike going, it was like he was trying to corkscrew the lane.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that needs some extra framework or something. Yeah. Anti-roll bar in the back end of that. That was certainly rather violent, but he had hold of it.
Yeah, I don't know if cow tracks would work on. I don't know. It needs something. It needs. Or remember when the Williams brothers, the Chevelle, kept launching like that? They put an airbag on it.
Really?
Yeah, that's how they got around it. And now
Stop
the
it
car
tipping
is
over.
Yeah, now it's totally sorted.
So again, Street Eliminator from the UK, Al McSweeney with the Volvo, with all that pretty carbon on it in the Kestra lane, rolled out of the factory like that. Honest. Against Constantine Blumel with the Camaro.
Let's be honest, it was probably easier to get carbon fibre panels than stock ones.
You would have thought so, yes, because original stuff is very hard to come by. And weighs a ton, obviously.
Being a Volvo.
Actually, yeah. Volvos are not instant
you didn't need
race
a roll.
cars.
You didn't need a roll cage in that thing.
Very good.
A nice easy drive off the start line for Al McSweeney spells the end of Constantine's weekend. 7.96 at knocking on 180 miles an hour. Constantine still bows out though with a 9.69. Once again, he can go home and tell everybody the bloke in the other lane had to run 7 at 180 to beat me.
Right, last pair. Justin Woolner and Andy Bond.
Now, will the Camaro outpace the ugly sister to 60 foot? What's the quickest Justin's run? 8.2?
8.2,
yeah. Well, Andy Bond's run 6.8. He doesn't need to do that this time round, and he's very canny. He puts in what it needs to have, doesn't he? And no more. It's all about racing for Andy and turning on wing lights. Justin, in your own time. There we go. And he goes 8:20 at 177. He was beatable. He really was beatable that time. He had a 0.31 reaction time to 0.36 for Justin Warner, but that was anybody's. So Andy Bond goes into the draw. We got front wheel drive round. I've lost count.
Quarterfinals.
The last 8. Oh no, beg your pardon. This has got to be a test run because I don't think
time trial.
it is a time trial. Sorry, I didn't see him come round. I saw the front wheel drive cars rolling forward. So this is Wojciech from Poland. Thank you again 1,000 times over to all of our Polish racers for making the trek. Hopefully it becomes a fixture in the calendar for all of our European racers.
I think they've absolutely loved it. A few of them have already left for the airport, unfortunately.
What happens if they went long in far in eliminations? Oh dear.
Oh.
Well, he kept it off the wall and he kept it in his own lane just about as well. But Wojciech, again, a really horrible weekend from one end to the other for him. It started out, I think his quickest was a low 8 or thereabouts, but something definitely burst there just before the 8th mile. We do have some clean-up to do in the Kestrel lane. He's right down the top end, out of the way of absolutely everybody, but yeah, once again we do have some tidying up to do in the Kestrel lane from I'm guessing around about where Bob is. Bob, move further down the track.
Yeah, a mile. All right, okay.
No offence, Bob, but you know, if you're the start of it.
Yeah, but no, I meant any fluids down there as well. Okay, well, we're going to be on pause. We'll find out how long, but obviously there are some pretty leery tyre marks out there where the car was all over the shop.
There might be fluid as well as tyres.
The block has gone back at 1,000 foot.
That's always good. Well, just a quick reminder, as we've lost so many racers from eliminations, if your weekend is done, make sure you swing by Blackett Photography, our official on-track photographer. He's just going to go back and get himself a coffee and help out Paula with any sales. So again, if you've travelled all the way to Santa Pod Raceway from another country, or maybe you're local, just go and check out all the photos that Ian has taken on Friday, Saturday, and indeed today, and support our lovely man, Mr. Blackett.
Right, well, whilst the track crew do their thing, we're going to give the airwaves back to Nitro FM 96.2. But when we come back, it's going to be more eliminations here at the Doorslammers, the 2023 edition. Glorious guys here at Santa Pod Raceway. Hope you're all having a great time here. I hope you're all enjoying the coverage at home. Nitro FM, the airwaves are yours.
Issues with the Cat on the start line. They're side by side at the moment. Cat doesn't seem to be pulling away now. You can see some tram lines. Cat's going to go through with a 976 at 155 miles an hour.
Green light drag race. No more buybacks. You're on the trailer if you don't go through here. And it's a breakout for Lee Charles. It is Mark Huxley that takes the win. That's a big breakout for Lee. He's going to be leaving first here, looking for an 11.49. Warren Watts goes red. Oh, 0-1 red. So it is Pete Lane that goes through. Brett Featherstone. Looks like he's got his nose in front, and he keeps it in front. Oh my word! What a run! Green light on both sides of the racetrack.
Well, Ron's actually making a good run this time. Ron goes too quick. Way too quick. Right, let's see if Billy's car has its characteristic waggle. Yeah, there it goes. It does it at the same time. Billy takes the win though. On the money.
On the whole shot. 8.30 on a 28 dial compared to Shallow People. Very clever racer.
Oh my word. Yeah. I think Dave Cherritt's already caught Ronnie Mercer. He's already gone past him. And he takes the win. Yeah, Ronnie couldn't win that.
Yeah, Ronnie got there first. So it is going to be Nick that takes the win.
003 light as well, but he knew Keith had rolled through stage. He went before.
9.51 on a 46.
He'll take that.
Dear.
It looks like Thomas is going to run out of road, but he won't.
It's Spencer Tramp with the win, 11.09 on 11.4 dial.
Dave Thornton is way out in front. If he doesn't break out, which he does.
Oh, Dave.
He had about half
2 for Tom. I think there's a few rear view mirrors going to be making their way to the Fulton pits next weekend. 8.23 on a 25, but Jens Konecki.
Heads up, first to the strike time.
It's going to be one of our friends from Poland. He didn't have a great day in testing on Friday, but Patrick Falcon could have taken the pole for him. That what you could say. Against Gary Zimper, we got that right. So Patrick Falcon, monster out that runs a lot of points.
And David Sternberger. Malta against Austria in the UK. That's about as international as you can ever get, really. Can't get one in an Audi TT, one in an Escort.
That's it. But is it going to be in the final or is it going to be in an earlier round? We shall find out.
It all depends on the draw. Oh, a bit of shape. Closely followed by a bit of heat. So we've got front-wheel drive round 4 to go now. Is that right? Is that the last 8?
That is the last 8, yeah.
Goodness me, it'll only take 20 minutes to run them instead of... Looking like a full run this time for Oklahoma Willie. 5, idiot. 10.70. So they lower the body down over the jet and Martin. It's loosely based on a Chevy Lumina, which is a production car in the US some years ago now, actually.
Way back. So support vehicle moving out of the way. Next time they'll need that is when they go to the top end to retrieve Martin.
Yeah, he can't be driving it back with it.
Yeah.
But just
Mind
keep
you,
a bit of speed up.
We have had a transit van, red one, but with a great big roof scoop and a jet engine in the back. That's been here at Run What You Brung. A mental thing.
Obviously.
It's so random when this thing turned up. What's this?
It's another
and then
Wiley.
a jet started up. But the
So
jet was inside the back of the van.
And there was no way of telling.
No
what
way
it was.
telling apart from the pipe that was sticking out about that far from the back door.
I told you, didn't I? Drag racing is the Wiley Coyote of motorsports.
It is.
Absolutely that, yeah.
So Richie gives the signal to Martin to wind that turbine up even more. The afterburner pops are going to get a little bit louder, a little bit fiercer. So the Pratt & Whitney J60 jet engine develops around about the equivalent of 10,000 horsepower here and propel Martin down the quarter mile, 5.7, 5.8 seconds, around about 260, 270 mile an hour. Richie says, Martin, the track is yours. Ian will run the tree. Here we go. And it is a 586, 264, and just for fun, Martin takes out the 8th mile ET block.
I don't think I've ever seen a jet scatter blocks before.
Well, he was quite close to the centre line, but it just fell over. This is what I'm getting at. No, the block got scared. Decided to exit stage left. But there we go. Another cracking run then for Martin Hill with Fireforce number 3. Right, as we send Richie and the gang to the top end to go and collect Martin.
Years ago. And that was the end of that. Unfortunately, Joe went in without being on the boost. Brian rolled it in afterwards, and it's Brian going into the semis with a 7.99 at 175. Williamson, sorry, with the truck.
Wow.
Well, they're both on and off the throttle and all over the place. Mike Castle went for the other lane. How did he still run 8.92?
I don't know. I was looking at Mike.
A nice easy drive off the start line for Al McSweeney spells the end of Constantine's weekend. 7.96 at knocking on 118 miles. It's all about racing for Andy and turning on win lights. Justin, in your own time. There we go. Andy goes 8.20 at 177. He was beatable.
Yeah, but unfortunately.
What happens if they went long in far in eliminations? Oh dear. Well, he kept it off the wall and he kept it in his own lane just about as well. But Wojciech again, a really horrible weekend from one into.
Oh, Billy Gain. Oh. So, Spencer Tram and Billy Gain, your first pair in round number 2 of the Williams Brothers big bracket.
There are people over there on the fence who are choosing, so that's always good. Such a cracking way to choose races, isn't it?
Yeah.
The next thing they're going to do is let us do it for fuel cars. It'd be great.
Right, so Spencer Tram got back in on the buyback.
Well, he's making a habit of taking on low 8-second cars.
Yeah, well, he beat his sister in the buyback race, if you remember.
That's not funny, but
well, whoever picked that pair in, gold medal.
genius. They're genius, I think is the phrase. Do you know, just a silly bit of speculation, whether it may be true or not, Billy will tell us, I'm sure. But Billy's car has a wiggle at the top end just about every time. Billy knows hand over fist what he's doing. But I just wonder whether it's the time that he looks in the other lane to see where the other car is.
Or if he's scrubbing off, if he's slowing down and the car doesn't like it.
Yeah,
who
could be
knows?
that.
But anyway, let's have a look. 11.07 dialed in for Spencer Tram. Billy Gain 8.29. Both capable of hitting their numbers bang on. Oh, Spencer goes red. Oh, 0004 red.
Well, 005 green was Billy Gain.
Yeah.
Goodness me. Oh, and look at the number for Spence as well. He was just a couple of thou away from being perfect. If you add one of those to the other,
Dear.
goodness me. Yeah, he was 0004 red on the tree and 10.07 with a 3 on a 11.07 with a 3 on 11.07.
He was dialed into the track and he was almost dialed into the tree.
As good as.
Oh, well, that's racing.
Well, he had a good weekend to cut a few weeks ago, but he'll be back next week, I think. In comp.
He is,
that
yeah,
right?
comp eliminator. So next up, back up Bob with Pete Lane, and it is the Dark Revenger of Dave Cherritt. 11.43 plays 9.70. So it'll be the Barracuda leaving first. There he goes, green light. Dave Cherritt follows suit with the green. And it's a breakout for Pete Lane. He got there first, but he broke out by 300s, which is basically what he had. 973 and a 970. Dave Cherritt is through to round number 3.
Yeah, Dave Cherritt took him on the tree by 300s. So, let's see if we can get a Huxley into round... I've lost count.
This is
4.
round 3.
This is round 3, so it beats it into round 4, won't it?
No, this is going into round 3. This is only round 2.
Sorry. Oh, apart from the bite.
Yep. So Mark Huxley dialing in 975. Simon Innes 1056. Simon will be leaving first with the Pump Crazy Racing Barracuda. The lights drop. He gets a green. They both get green.
Some more green than others. I think that will be Simon Innes. Look at that for a whole shot. 1060 on a 56 beats a 976 on a 975. Mark Huxley would not enjoy looking at that ticket.
He couldn't win it.
Nah, he would not enjoy looking at that ticket when he sees it.
Right, Nick Williams. Oh, come on.
Hey?
I know it's his birthday, but
It's his birthday.
he's got another buy. Dialing in 949.
Well, the last one wasn't a bye, was it? It was against Keith, wasn't it? But
Yeah.
Keith rolled through. Beautiful looking launch from the Camaro.
$9.51 on the 49 and an 05 lights.
Do you know what? He really picked the right time of day to have his worst run of the weekend.
Yeah.
When he could buy back in again.
Right, next up then, Brett Featherstone, Jens Konecki. 822 plays 939. I tell you what, the performance of Brett's Nova has been exemplary this weekend. He had a 01 light and he hit his dialing on the last pass. I say if he can match that for the rest of eliminations, but
he has to do it again and
Yeah,
again and again.
exactly.
He hit his dial in perfectly yesterday, but lost on a whole shot. Looking for 939 today, 822 for Jens Konecki.
oh, big red there.
That was a very big red.
But Jens, a 004 green.
They're moving on. They look very happy about it too. I was going to say, for God's sake, Brett, don't run a 939.
Yeah.
Tom Atkinson against Lee Huxley. I think this is our last pair, actually.
Can't be.
Unless there's anyone in the water box.
No.
Unless there's anyone else in the water box, but I can't see anyone else.
Simon Innes has gone through.
We got front wheel drive round there. I can see Dave Swift's tow rig. So we got Pro Doorslammer coming up too. Is that everyone, you think?
It is the right
That's
pair.
accounted
It is the
for.
last pair, you're dead right. I
So
thought
Tom-
I'm running out of ticks and crosses. So through so far, Billy Gain, Jens Konecki, Simon Innes, Dave Cherritt, Nick Williams, and going to be joined by one of these two.
So this to go into the final 6. And then it's random pairings for someone getting a bye and someone getting a race.
No, it'll be 3 pairs.
Yeah,
And
and
then,
then
you
the
get
next
bye
one is
in the semi. That's right.
So Lee Huxley going first. Bit of a turnaround from yesterday, i.e. not doing anything other than fixing the car.
2 brilliant racers.
2 very good lights. Who's got the best race car?
It's Tom.
Jinx. It's Tom, 844. Do you know what? The amount of time we talk, we hardly ever do. We hardly ever actually say the same thing at the same time.
Win margin 0-1. Tom Atkinson takes out with an 844 to lose out 876.
Grudge racing time. Right, so Nick Shotton taking on Dominic Calise. Both of these eliminated from competition. Just having a bit of fun. Maybe got some money on this between them. You never know. Great 60 foot for Dominic. 163, 102 at the 8th. Oh, 11-0, 129 miles an hour. So close to his very first 10-second pass. So loads of front-wheel drive racers coming down.
I can see from here that the Polish guys have got their own tour T-shirts.
They
Have you
do.
seen them?
I've got one.
Have you?
I've got one for the presentations later.
Awesome.
I thought it'd be only fitting to wear it at that point.
Yeah. Let's hope you give it a trophy to one of them.
Be nice, definitely.
It would be a surprise.
It's a
either
big
as well.
fight. David Lamech against Ahmed Jamshed.
That's a don't leave anything in the pits. That's put it all in the car.
That is. I mean, yeah, an 8.4 and an 8.5 car.
So Scott Newry and Connor Edwards.
Right, oh no, he's got the thumbs up. Well, they're away together. 157.60 foot for Scott. How deep into the tens can he go?
Very.
969.42. Forget the tens. Wow.
That looked quick.
Where did that come from?
Jamaica.
Outstanding run.
Okay, battle of the Scottish. Conor Devine taking on Alan Duffy. Again, these are just grudge races for a bit of fun. Get some extra track time and hopefully take home some PBs. So 2 9-second cars on the start line. Good launch for Conor Devine, 161, 114 at the 8th. And he goes through this time with a 10-10. And he goes through with a 10-67.
Oh dear. It's back in its section. No one's noticed it there at all.
Worst case scenario, that is, they're going to end up on.
If you could get a photo of anyone's camera, probably don't do it. So, Powell Grealish with the Golf in the Kestrel lane. These are cars that have been knocked out, folks. They're just coming down for some test runs while we gather all of our competitors that are left.
Yeah, we'll probably find out that these will be our new profile pictures.
Very shortly.
Yeah, on these.
And probably without us even noticing.
Yeah.
That's a nice looking run. 982.
Well, anybody gets in the license to Next, Darren Dewhurst. He probably just heard the stop into the Darren Dewhurst has done it! Another 9-second runner.
It was a cheering section on the start line that did it for him, definitely.
Well done. I haven't even posted Scott's yet. Why did I leave it to grudge racing? I went,
Well, there's nothing to worry about it. You know, you just chuck it all in, see what works.
oh, we don't do that. We don't do that, right? No, just send it to me.
It'll be you. So John's that will make it a long trip from here. Worthwhile, a bit more truck time. 122. So last bit of housekeeping on the start line. The fire crew donning the masks. The cars with blowers. Can Dave Swift keep his dream day going?
Yeah, he can. I've got all the faith. Race and the next one, 10 grand payout. Big money here at the Doorslammers for the Pro Doorslammer class, of course.
But if you win this round, you're guaranteed 5.
Four for the runner-up.
Which is enough, let's face it. And 10 for the win. I just spotted that Mr. Nicholson and Belinda down there watching.
No, they said they were going to come today.
They did.
Where are they?
There we go. Just down there. Wayne's got the white shirt.
Oh, yeah. Mr. 5.8.
Yeah. Looking at that thinking I could beat them.
Well, you can't look at some of them. I'm not quicker than you, I'm not quicker than you.
Oh, now look at it.
Yeah. And I've got more to do to catch you, and I've got more to do to catch you.
He's still the quickest UK driver so far this year.
So, Dave Swift. Living the dream, he really is. He got past Bruno Garner on the last round. He got a bye in round number 1. And now he has got Europe's quickest. Jan Eriksson.
2.57, 3.83. Just to show you how quick David Vector's run was earlier, he was 3.76 to the eighth, 700ths of a second quicker than that run by Jan Eriksson. Yeah. Jan Eriksson with another 1.97 back half, which in Doorslammers language is epic. So, two Dutch racers side by side for a place in the final against that pesky orange car. It is Michel Turenne. Well done to Dave Smith too, well done fellas. Terrific effort.
Nice payday at the races for them. Well done.
Michel Turenne got way out of shape and over towards the wall, but it was 0.3 on the tree for Michel to an 0.8 for David. Both of them were 0.9 to 60 foot. 8th mile David was 4.04 at 181. The only thing is I do hope they haven't hurt you with that run, because I could hear someone hit the limiter and I'm not sure who it was.
Well, with Michel trying to bring the car back into the groove, I think obviously it wasn't Dave that was hitting the limiter there.
Yeah, it really did sound like he did. Wow, is that Spot the Difference competition down there on the start line? Check it out, look.
The mad scientist, the mascot for BP.
And the government here, exactly.
Right, here we go. We've got more eliminations coming up. And this is 4-cylinder.
Got more test runs as well. Mark Humbert, including Hemi, was around there as well. But obviously it's only a test run, so we're on with eliminations before we slot in any more test runs.
So yeah, 4-cylinder, round number 3, Darren Scull taking on Jack Krugel, the number 1 qualifier. So the bounty, is it going to go this time? Is Darren Scull going to pick up some cash?
I don't want
It's
to
up to £150 now.
So well done to the Dutch guys off up the top end to collect their rides. Well done to David and to Michel as well. They both. So one of those two is going to go a minimum of £4,000.
Correct.
Out of David.
Or one of them is going to have the crew spending a lot of money during the week.
Yeah, it's a bit of money. Like 4-cylinder round. Where are we at? 3. Last 8. Jack Krugel from all the way from Denmark. Taylor Darren Scannell. Darren with the escort. He's running up.
Yeah, literally ran that this weekend.
And our friend from Denmark has been in the high 80s, I think. With a troubled 9:56 at 129. Thank you so much, Jack, for coming over and for the entertainment as well.
Well, what Darren Scannell has just done, he's taken the bounty of 150 quid and he's put himself into the semi-finals where he's guaranteed a grand. That was a nice little bit of money, you know, on that run. Well done.
Nice move as well.
Yeah.
So, Richie Webb is wide open now.
Yes.
More than ever. So, Richie Webb made a Olympic qualifying run yesterday.
Andrew Burton and James Wootton, the two Beatles. Okay, last pair. Rob Lawson, Jack Bowley. Straight away, some of these pairs worked out. We've got 2.5 clears now. Oh, cherry on the tree for Rob Lawson, so it's going to be Jack Bowley. Takes three.
So all 9 second cars in the draw for the semis in 4-cylinder. That's going to be fun. That's worth a shot of body tank.
go straight back in, isn't it, really? They're all round there by the looks of it, ready to run. Yes. We've got the moving heavy and Mark Hartfeld too. They're putting a test run, I think.
Cool. And not to skip them, but the losing 8, their prize fund increased to 125 as well. So the people who are already out just had their prize fund up. What was it out before? Hang on a minute, say that again. So the losing 8, yeah. Actually, no, the losing 8 is quarterfinals. It is. Yeah. Well, Daniel son. Right, so maybe that's the losing 16. Was losing 16 on there before? No. There you go. So that's, right, so they spread it right across. They spread it right across. Not see if we made such a massive class.
Yeah. Oh, nice one. So the winner now gets 6. Ouch. 500. No, winner.
Oh, well, the winner gets 6,250. Runner-up gets 2,750. Semi-finalists, 1,500. Semi-finalist, 500.
Yeah.
Last 16, 25.
Right, so the 125 for this one.
So every one of these races has got 1,500 quid. Whoever wins the semi-final losers.
What we are now?
Winners guaranteed at least.
Yeah.
1,500.
There you go. But is it going to be UK's count, or is it going to be Poland's Patricia's double ups? Here we go. TDI versus Honda. Petrol. $9.29 at $149, guaranteeing himself.
Yeah, the losers coming into this.
Patricia's taking home £500 on that bus this evening, no matter what. That's half of his. Next up, Andy Nichols taking on Peter Yamaha. Andy Nichols, the previous champion of the Doorslammers European front-wheel drive class. So we've left our marquee matchup to the end. David Lammett versus Ahmed Jamshed coming up, the last pairing. Here we go. Second quarterfinalists. Very carefully. Andy Nichols taking on Hayner.
Andy Nichols, every race so far has been very polite.
He has.
You can't get away with that all day.
Well, yeah, what a stage kill again. Against Andy Nichols. No one's wanted the stage early. Not much longer, no. Who was the first one through? First one? Cap was first. So 8-second car through. 8-second car through. 8-second car. 8-second car. And then we have an 8-second car versus an 8-second car. We've just got Series and Doorslammers 2023. Here we go then. This could also be next weekend. Simon Crowley and Terry Newton are both in Convoluted. If you love your front-wheel drive racing, come and join us next weekend for the FIA round. They'll be qualifying from Thursday, but at the moment it is Doorslammers quarterfinals. Terry Newton in the into Semi-finals. I was hoping we were going to get a push race. I wanted a push race.
We did nearly have one earlier.
Imagine that, having to push a nice lightweight Mark 1 Golf versus pushing a van.
And not only that, very sticky racetrack and sticky tyres.
Ladies and gentlemen, give the team at the Mercedes a big round of applause. They run their first 8-second run this weekend. They have got to the quarterfinals.
We have Lex Kimbo out there around about half track.
Yeah, Terry looks like he's regretfully, unfortunately, left fluid behind on the racetrack.
Gordon Terry has run ragged this weekend with so many cars.
Yeah.
It's like, no!
He looks a bit more than Jimmy Terry does there.
I'm loving that you've seen that everyone is now got new t-shirts. We have got Street Racing t-shirts for our big championship. We've got Mr. Boost t-shirts. We've got Terry Dukes t-shirts. He's getting like supporter series round. So if you want to go get some of yourself some European Front Wheel Drive version, not only from our shop, the supporter of the European Front Wheel Drive Club, go and see the races because it helps support them making the events, especially when we've got big events like next weekend coming up. And I know we are planning some European trips with these boys.
Right, so the students come out to have a little sweep up in the catch-up relay, so we are looking at, well, I believe Daryl's going over to do some more chip drawing.
Just pray that's nothing too serious, otherwise, so basically, we're already going to pro race engineering with Mr. Booster and Terry's.
So that's your Pro Street 7 as well. We can do 4-cylinder in a second just after this while we've got a few moments of track doing their thing up the top end. Also a little bit of extra suspense for that last top of the They've just got that little bit longer to sit there thinking about that as well. That's James Wood. And he will be going up against number 17, which I think is Richie Webb. You're looking like that one. On the other side of the ladder, number 11, which is Jack Bowden. He's going against the last ticket here, which is number 7. Darren Scatter, that's going to be a crack.
Spencer goes red. Oh, 0004 red.
Well, 005 green was Billy Gain.
Yeah.
Goodness me. Oh, and look at the numbers.
So it'll be the Barracuda leaving first. There he goes, green light. Dave Cherrett follows suit with the green. And it's a breakout for Pete Lane. He got there first, but he broke out by 300s, which is with the crazy racing Barracuda. The lights drop. He gets the green. They both get green.
Some more green than others. I think that will be Simon Innes. Look at that for a whole shot. 10.60.
Hopefully you're enjoying this, ladies and gentlemen. There are some amazing matchups. European front wheel drive, Facebook, Instagram and YouTube. Give it a like, give it a follow.
These two are the most consistently quick cars in the class, which is bound to put a complete hex on it.
Thanks.
It's all right, no bother.
Hopefully everyone is watching the live stream on Santa Pod TV or Santa Pod Raceway and you're enjoying this. Here we go then. This is for a guaranteed £1,500. The light drops, almost identical reaction times. David Lammick is out in front, but does Ahmed have the back half? He does not. It is going to be Poland. 8:48 and 172 as well for a new personal best. David Lammick is into the semi-finals.
Well, he also had him off the line as well, David Lammick, with nearly a tenth of a second in the bank. Congratulations to our Polish racers. They're moving on. He's moving into the final four in the biggest class ever in European drag racing. Okay, I think we're going to have a couple of test runs from our Pro Doorslammers.
Yeah, and then we'll be doing the... I think Luke is
doing draw.
Going to be the draw for the... what is the semi-finals of front-wheel drive. So who's come down there? Mark Hartfeld has come down.
We've got our friend with the Jag, and also John Webster is around. I've just been able to look. John Webster as well.
Okay.
So yeah, we've got 6 classes. Obviously, the racing starts to thin out towards the end of the day, simply because there's only, instead of having like 8 or 16 pairs, we've got 2.
We've also got big bracket round 3 still to run, and then it'll be semi-finals for them and then final. So still a way to go in the big bracket, but they can turn around fairly quickly.
That's Ahmed's team off up to the other end to get him. Still had a fabulous weekend. They'll be very happy indeed, I'm sure, with an 8-4 timing ticket. Would have loved to keep hold of the event win, or retaken the event win from last year, but it just wasn't to be.
Right, I'm ready to take over.
Yeah.
We're going to do the semi-final draw of European front-wheel drive. Already spun the barrel. 4 chips in here, and we're going to start off with chip number 11. Calvin Skerritt is going to face. It is chip number 3. Calvin Skerritt versus David Lammick from Poland, meaning we have chip number 32. If I'm not mistaken, Simon Crowley, and he is going to be facing up against Andy Nichols, number 5. There we go. Again, another monster matchup in the semi-finals. Cap versus David Lammick and Simon Crowley versus Andy Nichols. Again, if you're watching on the live stream, stay for the rest of the day because we've got so much action coming up. And I think that is the only draw I've got to do. Oh, timing.
Very well done.
They waited to fire the Pro Mod until you stopped, Click. That's what it was. Honest.
Oh, let me take a photo. Wait.
So Mark Hartfelt with the Voodoo Hemi. Started his burnout almost past the start line there.
Actually, right. Rolled a bit further than he thought he was going to.
I think we got the semis of, or is it round 2 of True Street? I'm not sure. I think it's the semis actually
Semis.
of True Street. Right up there as well. We are getting towards finals. We've got Pro Doorslammer finals already set. Everything else is at final 4, apart from the big bracket, Colin, who I think
Yep.
we've still got.
No, it's as you say, everything is at semi-final stage.
Or finals.
And,
Pro Doorslammer's final.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so Mike Hartfelt being positioned way off centre. Not sure whether that's deliberate or not. In fact, it's so far off centre, his right rear tyre is actually out of the launch tracks of any car in front of him. Maybe that's the secret, you never know.
Yeah, he's definitely got one tyre out the groove, so to
He's
speak.
right over to the right-hand side. Maybe that's deliberate, maybe it's not.
Yeah.
We'll see. Didn't make a blind bit of difference. Mark goes through with a 6 flat at 2:32. I'm sure they were looking for more than that. Some of the short numbers are real good, actually. 0.97 to 60, 259 to 330, an 8th mile, 3.90 at 187 is probably where they wanted to be. Just didn't have the back half at all, 2.10 back half. But it's another good, clean run, and it's all practice for next weekend, the start of the FIA season. It's funny, isn't it, these days, when a team looks completely nonplussed about running a 6 flat.
I remember sitting up here years ago. We referenced it earlier on, but waiting for a car to go into the 6.0s, and it was oh so close. And when Andy Robinson went 6.1, but in the other lane, Mats Eriksson went 6.07, I think it was.
I think what happened was it was them two side by side,
Yeah,
dead
it
right.
was, yeah.
And Andy went 6.0, and Mats just he went 5.9.
Yeah, phenomenal memories.
So,
Makes you realise how long we've been doing this, doesn't it?
what, when they're only 6 second doors?
No.
Well, no,
Yeah,
it's true.
remembering stuff like that.
Yeah, but it's true. That was 2009. That was.
Yeah.
But I remember I was lucky enough to be in the tower in Hockenheim when Mats Everton ran the first 6.0 over there, and then like you said, we thought it was going to be ages before anyone gets anywhere near the 5s, and it was the next event.
Yeah.
And the same bloke. And I think that weekend Mats took the championship as well. Well, our friend Matthias with the Jag underneath us, having trouble keeping it running at the moment. I think we've only got one semi-final waiting to run at the moment, which is True Street. They're
That's right. Let's just give you the lineups actually, because now we've got them all here. Semi-finals in front-wheel drive. Cat taking on David Lammick, and Simon Crowley taking on Andy Nichols. In Pro Doorslammer, we are at the final, and it will be Jan Eriksson and David Vector. 4-cylinder semi-finals will be James Wooten taking on Richie Webb, and Jack Bowley taking on Darren Scannell. Pro Street, Andy Bod and Al Mack, and then it'll be, Al Williamson, and then Al Mack will be taking on Brian Pateman. 6-cylinder, we'll see Jeff Ludgate taking on Joe Bristow, and Hubert Strainberger with the Audi going to be taking on the Maltese Escort.
That race.
Or Gary Camilleri.
To say they're evenly matched is a bit of an understatement, I think. I'm sure Hubert was number 1 qualifier, but not by much, was he?
I should be able to tell you actually, because I think I've still got it on my screen.
I think they both went 7.2.
Yeah, Gary went 7.27, Hubert went 7.25.
Two completely different ways of running 7.2. 4-wheel drive, huge turbo and a little Audi, and rotary and huge turbo in a little Ford Escort. So, Mateusz Bankowiak with the Jag, formerly owned by Dave Smith, about to go on holiday forever to Poland. We hope you enjoy your new car, sir. We've enjoyed watching it for a number of years over here. I think it originally came from Germany.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
Jens Zimmermann's car. Oh, we caught that perfectly. Thank you very much. Well, he goes through with his shoots out in the other lane. Skittles the blocks at half track.
Just like that. Oh no.
Yeah, we caught that perfectly. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's all right. Blocks can be replaced, and the car's all in one piece. Most importantly, we've also got John Webster down there, and then a bunch of racers looking to put in test runs. Right, a little bit of a sweep to do before we get back to racing. So, if it's all right, Nitro M, just for a couple of moments, that would be lovely, and we'll be back with you.
guarantee stage early.
The light drops, almost identical reaction times. David Lamech is out in front, but does Ahmed have the back half? He does not. It is going to be Poland. 8:48 and 172 as well for a new personal best. David Lamech.
Didn't make a blind bit of difference. Mark goes through with a 6 flat at 2:32. I'm sure they were looking for more than that. Some of the
once again, and it sounds like, and it looks like, obviously, as he's coming around the corner. Now, Joel Webster coming round for a time trial run with the Fast Company Ford Mustang.
It must be, John must be soon due some seriously good luck. What? It's been to the John Tebbenham School of Burnouts. So just trying to get all the new stuff to work correctly on the car. He's entered for next week at the main event in Pro Modified. All the potential to be as quick as the other twin turbo Mustang we've seen this weekend. Just a case of coaxing it out. Let's hope they sorted out the issue to allow him to launch nicely. Well, that was a lot more like it with bumping into stage. Still not the launch he was looking for, but they will figure that out and cure that. But actually getting the car to go up on boost and bump in is... oh, and the chutes come out. Is definitely going to be a box ticked.
That would be electromotion propping the chutes then, wouldn't it? Yeah, it must be.
So this is semi-finals, I think, of True Street. Simon Cooksley and Arnie Panman. This is going to be one seriously good race. Both of these two are pretty much 8-second cars. Kestrel Lane for the GTR and Slicktrix Lane for the AMX. I'm not sure whether they've dipped into the 8s this weekend, have they? Don't worry.
No, I don't
We're
think
about
so.
to find out. You were going to tell them how much they're going to win, weren't you?
I was, but I'll wait.
Well, very polite reaction time.
Oh, I think Arnie is going to hold on here. He does. 9:05 beats a 9:22. Arnie is into the final. So, Simon takes away a grand as a losing semi-finalist. But Arnie guaranteed a minimum of £2,000. Could he make it 5? Whoa.
Well, he's going to be going against one of our Polish friends in the final. Just which one?
In actual fact, I need to get a clarification on that, because wasn't it True Street that we didn't have enough in?
Possibly.
We'll check. We'll double check. All the prizes will be confirmed, obviously, when we do the presentations later on. All right, we have got the Audi and the BMW.
I'm used to it. I'm used to messaging 2 days after the event.
Oh, problems for the BMW. Thomas gets about, what, 20 feet. So it is going to be Patrick into the final. 84.
Goodness me.
Wow. 163 miles an hour.
With a lot of smoke at the other end. I think that's probably the engine going, thanks. I thought we were on holiday. Yeah. That is seriously quick for an Audi A5. Bear in mind, it's still smoking. Yeah, quite a lot as he goes around the corner. I think that Audi's got his tongue hanging out, shall we say. So he's going to be taking on Arnie Panman in the final. 2 very evenly matched race cars. One from just up the road and one from about as far away as you can be. Big brackets down there again.
Yeah, still got plenty of work to do, actually. For big brackets, this is round number 3. This is where we sort out the semi-finalists.
I still can't believe that. 884 at 163 out of what looks like basically a stock Audi A5 with some stickers on. That's a real shame as well. That BMW is a bit of a fan favourite as well. I've seen a lot of people posting online about it, saying how cool it looks and how cool it is and how quick it goes.
It doesn't look as quick as it actually is. That's the other weird thing about it. Absolutely phenomenal bit of kit.
Did you see that Audi? 883 163. Exactly. Not bad for an A5.
Not bad.
Don't think my Audi will go that quick.
Yeah, for a stock-looking A5 as well, or stock-appearing A5. That's pretty special. So we know who the finalists are going to be there. We have the big bracket ready to go.
There is some lovely pairings around the corner. We have got 6-cylinder down in the lanes, so Gary Camilleri and
Hubert.
Have they both made it down?
They've both made it down.
So it's going to happen.
It's going to happen. They're basically just saying this is our final.
No disrespect to the other guys, but the 2 cars that have been in the 7.2s.
Yeah.
That's Isn't it hilarious that they both have to come that far, all the way here, just to meet each other?
True. Although they were in the same class at
how far? Yeah. Have they met each other before then?
I don't think they met each other in eliminations. But and then also, I mean, for the front wheel drive boys, Europe's 2 fastest all-motor cars have come down for a grudge race.
Excellent. I did see the Polish car down there. I didn't know. Oh, that's
managers just behind there. So they're making use of this extra tack time.
And the fact they're actually in the same place.
Yeah.
Which probably won't happen again for a while.
Maybe for a year. And also, there's a number of racers down there who lost in the last 16, who have now just been informed that they're £125 richer, and they're like, serious? There wasn't even a prize for 16. And I was like, there is now.
Good. So Simon Innes taking on
Jens Konecki. This is quarterfinals in the big bracket. The losers will take £250. The winners are guaranteed a minimum £1,000. Simon Innes goes green. Jens Konecki gets a green. Right, it's 10.57 playing 8.26. Going to be close at the stripe, and it is a breakout for Simon Innes. Jens Konecki takes the win.
4 thousandths of a second. He was off the start line first. He was over the finish line first by 0.5, but just that smidge too quick.
Right, Nick Williams taking on Dave Cherritt. 9.49 darling for Nick, 9.70 for Dave, so it's going to be Dave leaving first. Still got that huge tailwind, which is really going to push Dave along more than Nick. That's purely because of the aero.
The
Williams Brothers big bracket. Oh, and Nick goes red. It's Dave Cherritt that takes the win. Well, Nick did everything he could to lose. He broke out as well, 9.48 with a 6, but Dave Cherritt, 9.93 and an 02 light, takes the win. Well, Nick can console himself for 250 quid for his efforts this weekend. Didn't get as much as his brother did yesterday. He got 1,000. But a good weekend for the team and class sponsor as well.
So 2 8-second Super Pro cars next. 8.40, only a tenth of a second, didn't it, on the dial-in? 8.40 for Tom Atkinson in the Slick Tricks lane. 8.30 for Billy Gain with the Vauxhall. Both of these two are razor sharp on the tree. This is the second day on the trot that both of them have gone a few rounds in the big bracket. Can they make it into the semi-finals with the potential of a bye run in the final?
Yeah.
Because it's random draw, we don't know who's got it, obviously.
Only a tenth between them on dial-ins.
Yeah, normally there'd be nearly half a second,
Yeah.
at least half a second, really, but Tom stepped up. Not much in it on the tree. Oh, Billy once again wiggling all over the place. Tom doesn't break out and Tom takes the win. 8.44 to an 8.40. Well, for Billy Gain, that's the second day in a row he's had to save the car instead of win the race. And yeah, they are not happy at all. But it only seems to be Billy's car that's having that issue.
So, the big bracket. Semi-finalist, Tom Atkinson, Jens Konecki, Dave Cherritt. One of them is going to get $1,000. One of them is going to get $2,000. And one of them is going to get $5,000. It's as simple as that. Connor Edwards out there for a time trial run. Goes 11.33, 125.
He's going to need the jaws of life to get him out. Okay, it's that match race that you were talking about between the two quickest all motor cars. Oh, it's all right, look. Of all people.
Oh, this is going to be good. Richard Davey. Fuel funny car, Richard Davey. Right. All motor kings down here. Poland versus the UK.
They've been swapping the record all weekend.
They have.
It's currently by a few thou.
In Manager's Lane. In the Kestrel Beer Lane. But you never know what's going to happen. Are we going to get the fastest side-by-side all-motor run ever in Europe? No mucking around on the tree needed here. Wow, both of them out of the gate. Super strong, 151 and 152, 60 foot at the 8th mile. 118 to 115. Andrzej Majszek goes 9.53 and 145. The record goes back to Poland.
Well, go on, I was going to say, that is a new record for an all-motor car in front-wheel drive.
Yep.
And he did it.
And what a way to do it.
He did it with the guy in the other lane that had the record just before him,
Yep.
too. That's got to be sweet. Okay, the race, if you paid your entry to come in, it's going to be worth it for this one.
Yes.
2 7.2 second 6-cylinder race cars. Gary Camilleri, all the way from the beautiful island of Malta.
I can just imagine right now in Halfar Bar.
Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon to everybody at the Halfar Bar. You will be glued to the TVs as he's taking on Hubert Stremberger.
For a place in the final. Hubert has run 7.2. Gary has run 7.2. Their personal bests are both 7.1. Both of them run enormous speeds. Absolutely the tenth. He's gone into deep stage. He can't build the boost. He's got to wait. So Hubert can build the boost, but he's not doing it. Hubert, you've got to go in. Yep.
Oh no! Wow! Gary Camilleri goes through to the final in a monster shake-up.
In the weirdest of races we've seen, well, it wasn't a race, for a long while.
Could you imagine how far about now? Just absolutely going mental for a 16-second pass.
Well, the thing is that
I think Hubert was trying to be kind.
Yeah,
and
let him back
confused
out.
what was going on. Oh. Give them a big round of applause anyway, ladies and gentlemen. The team from Malta going in front of the grandstand. They are into the final of Doorslammers 2023.
You can guess where they all are in the stands.
That's it. There they are. They're not going anywhere yet.
Going to be against one of these
A lot
two.
of them are here till like Wednesday. And I was like, Wednesday? That's when the racing starts again. Right. Second semi-final in the 6-cylinder class. Joe Bristow in the Golbo and Jeff Ludgate with the Sherbet Lemon. This is going to be a cracking semi-final to meet Gary Camilleri. And the lights drop. Reaction time advantage for Jeff Ludgate, but he's got a mid-track wiggle, but he is out at front at the moment. This is going to be all Jeff Ludgate as he goes 887, 157 to an 893.
Still a great heads-up race, still very, very close at the finish line. So Jeff Ludgate doing it for the UK in the final against Gary Camilleri. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Hubert was being polite, but Gary didn't roll through stage. He was in stage, and it's just kind of one of those things, isn't it? I think is the best way to put it. What a shame. So, Andy Bond with the ugly sister against the pretty sister for this race, if you can call him that, Al Williams. Check in the post, please, Al. Thank you.
He can be bought.
Of course. On many levels. We're just actually, I think, having a timing system reboot as well, by the look of it. I think that's why Ian's just
Well,
saying.
I tell you what, we haven't had many of them this weekend.
No. In fact, that's the one of the first ones I remember, actually. Just waiting for the light to come back on the tree, which means the system is ready. That's what Ian's waiting for. It's not far away. So Al Williamson with a Howling Hauler. Best of an 8.5. In the mid-sevens is the Ugly Sisters best for the weekend, but for Andy Bond, it's all about racing and taking win lights. Well, Al Williamson got the jump, but the big horsepower of the Chevy straight down the lane to a 758 at 197 miles an hour. The Williamsons are still very happy with an 846 at 155. They'll be back in a week's time for the main event. Andy Bond will be back in about half an hour for the final. So on the other side of the ladder, pretty unbelievable matchup as well, this one. Al McSweeney, whose best ET of the weekend, I think, was in that run earlier, 797, taking on Brian Pateman, whose best run of the weekend was earlier, a 799. Repeat of that, please, gentlemen. Pateman gets a whole shot off the start line. Oh, Al McSweeney with a bit of a wiggle on, but he's out of it. It's Brian Pateman with a 793. He gets another chance at that pesky Andy Bond in the final. He raced him, didn't he? I'm sure he's raced him recently in Pro Street.
Let's have a look back on the old log.
I'm not sure whether it was in a final, but I know he's raced Andy Bond before. I know he has. We've got 4-cylinder, the first of our semis. Not far off.
All right, Jack Bowley and Darren Scannell then. This is the 4-cylinder semi-final, the first of the 2 semis.
Everyone is so evenly matched, but we've only got one car in the next pair, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's supposed to be up against James Woodland, wasn't he? James had a big mess through the finish line.
So this for a spot in the final then. Jack Bowley with the MR2. Oh, and Darren Scannell is...
Oh. He's looking over his shoulder in the car.
Yeah, problems there for Jack, unfortunately. So Darren Scannell,
Oh, there is a little trail.
1187 at 105 takes the win. He's through to the final. That is his second final in 4-cylinder. He's been runner-up before, and he was on the receiving end of Kev Jenkins taking a win. But he's into the final good and proper.
In the meantime,
Put your hands together for Jack Bowley. Come on, everybody.
Yeah, well, Jack,
First ever
great
9-second
performance.
run this weekend as well with the Toyota MR2. Go on, make some noises.
At least he stopped straight away, so thank you very much for that. Makes it a lot easier to sort
Yes,
out
definitely.
if it's just on the start line too, even though obviously it's...
Well, it's been a profitable weekend with regards to entry fees and prize money. So he was certainly in the plus zone.
why
on
not
that.
spend most of it? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I didn't
that.
say about spending it. I just said about entry fee against against what he's walking away with prize money wise. So well done anyway to Jack. But it is Darren Scannell with the Taz Racing Escort into the final, and
against Richie Webb.
and it will be against Richie Webb. Unfortunately, as you say, James Wooten not down here at all.
Do you know what? What a heartbreaking end to a weekend for James Wooten, standing there watching the track crew clean up all around your car while he stood there on the start line looking at it. Never mind. He would rather be about 3/4 of a mile away at the moment with a wind light on, but...
I've just spotted somebody down there, actually, young Adam Skinner from Taz Racing. The Rat, you know, the little Toyota MR2 powered Fiat. That's been here all weekend long, but never turned a wheel. So I'm sure that they obviously had a technical issue and couldn't get the car running at all. But
I saw Damien Halliwell pull out earlier as well, and he never turned a wheel either.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, with the Biscayne.
Yeah.
Right. Shame for these guys.
So a little bit of, I think it might be the shoe going over the start line.
Yeah, the shoe's been quite busy today, actually. Right, so we'll let them do that. I think Richie Webb, well, all he needs to do is come and break the beams. They're bringing him forward. Yeah. So, well, it's up to him if he does the full pass. Because obviously...
it's only there.
Jack Bowley didn't go past the tree, so...
To be honest, it makes sense for him just to go and break the beam, doesn't it?
He's one lucky boy, though. He made the last qualifying session. He barely made it down the track yesterday.
Yep.
And got a time, so he got in the draw. And here he is.
And the best thing is, we know this money will be well spent.
Whoever wins it.
Yep. Well, either way, I believe he's doing the usual annual trip to Drag Week in America with the sister car to this.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure those funds will probably go to that to help towards him going out and competing.
That's it. He's done what he needs to do. He's broken the beams. So he's into the final. Richie Webb and Darren Scannell then. 4-cylinder finalists.
That's going to actually make for a really good final.
So we're at finals, I think, for pretty much everything apart from
front-wheel drive and big bracket.
Of course.
Big bracket semi-finalists will be Tom Atkinson, Jens Konecki and Dave Cherritt. One of them will get a bye. And then in front-wheel drive, you've got Kat taking on David Lamick and Simon Crowley and Andy Nichols the other side. Right, we'll let the track crew do what they've got to do. We've got some grudge racing coming up as well. Richie makes his way back to the pits. Quick word or two from Nitro FM, and we'll take it back in commentary when cars come round once again.
I don't know if you'll see this, but Martin Dainty's got one of. Oh no, he's probably too far away. The little Santa Pod stickers from European front wheel drive. He's modified the one lane to a wiggle for his own driving purposes. He's out again against Nick Shotton. You can see why there. He's doing 119 at the 8th and goes through with a 989, 148 miles an hour. What else have we got? The Pigeon. And more of our Scottish racers. That's what I like to see. Long journey home, but there's no point setting off just yet. Outs away, nice. 166, 60 foot. This is his first weekend on a new set of slicks as well. 140, 102, and a 1081 at 129. To a 12, 53 at 123. Considering those boys were building that engine until 2 o'clock this morning, then got up at 5 o'clock to fit it, they're doing well. Next pair then. Dale Houston taking on Connor Devine, two of our Scottish racers. Connor goes 169, 60 foot, 115 at the 8th. This is going to be a good run. 10.09, 142. At the start of the weekend, it had taken that all day long. All day long.
Justin Woolner down for a time trial run. Doesn't get a huge amount of opportunities to drive this car anymore because normally Sally takes this one over and Justin runs the pickup truck. God, that's a good hard launch there. 122 to 60 foot. It's going to be an 8-2 or is it an even 8-1? Oh, 8-2 with the 2 zeros after it. Rob Lawton with the Gold Digger Toyota MR2. And Carl Monks with the Civic. .998 at 147 miles an hour. In actual fact, they both go 147. Carl Monks gets there in 10.16.
We are on with the semis.
Oh yeah.
Part of them. Who's
Simon
he supposed
Crowley
to be?
should be alongside Andy Nichols, and there he is, Andy.
So, winner of this is guaranteed 2,750. Loser takes home £1,500. Not bad for a weekend's work.
And it's not even the final.
It's not even the final. We've got our other pair around the corner as well. Oh, this is good. This is good. So, 3 8-second cars and 1 9-second cars in the semi-final.
I have a question.
Far away.
How many on your T-shirt are left in?
1.
Okay. Just a thought, obviously, because you had that designed in mind with all the quickest cars on there.
Well, no, it was just, I give it to the company. I said, these are the selection of countries, these are the selection of cars,
Fair
these
enough.
are the selection of colours, and that's what they chose. The only one is that had to be there was Takis Farus, who sadly passed away 2 months ago.
Oh. Simon Crowley's in stage and waiting to go. Now, is Andy Nichols going to take his time on the start line again?
Here we go then, so Andy's in the full stage, the lights drop. Simon is away first, he gets a little bit of spin, but Andy Nichols again powers through the 8th mile. He's doing 133 and finishes with a 9.01, 170 miles an hour to get himself into the final.
Simon Crowley had a pretty good looking run going till that point.
Now, what a matchup we've got here. David Lamek from Poland with the R30 DSG Corsa taking on Calvin Skerritt with the Honda Civic.
Previous low ET man in years gone by.
Yeah.
And on previous form, they're very even, but Calvin hasn't run an 8 yet.
Well, the lights drop and David Lamech is away in the distance. Calvin's got a big back half speed and he's trying to catch him up, but it is going to be into the final. David Lamech with an 860 at 169 miles an hour. It is an England versus Poland final in the European front-wheel drive class.
How fitting is that?
Yes.
Well, just one last thing, really. Obviously, whatever the problem Petros Taxabulis had earlier, it was for the day, I guess,
Yes.
wasn't it, or the weekend?
But I have convinced him to stay for the week. I am not in Maria's good books, but he's going to stay and do the test day on Thursday. He's been given permission to do the test day before heading back to Greece. He's got a turbo sitting at Stansted Airport that he wants to test. So he's probably going to run a 7 in front of nobody.
Oh. Ben Kennedy. Another great looking run from that little pop. Looks like he's slowing at the top end, though. Yeah, 991, 113.
Yeah, he's just going around for super gas at the weekend. So.
Do you know, he'd have ripped your arm off for that a little while ago, wouldn't it?
Well, we are set finals in all classes apart from the big bracket now. So all of the runs you're seeing now are time trial runs. These are people who just want to get some extra track time in. Right, Chris Nasser and Harvey Bogle.
Let's go. Airy. Ooh, 979 to a 998. That's a good side-by-side.
Right, the caddy. Mike Whitaker, Sleepy Mike Racing. And going alongside Jan with the Fiat 126. What? Totally destroys the wheelie bars there. They are now just a passenger along board. They have no use whatsoever. They bent completely. They are now pointing upwards like an exhaust on a VW flat 4 engine. Totally bent those wheelie bars, but as a proper wheel stand. Let's look at our photographers. Did they get that? Callum always gets the shot, but I think if all the others got them as well. Callum got some pretty good photographs on his camera today. Haven't you, Callum? Oh dear. We didn't know whose it was. We just thought, oh, we can use them. All right, Mike Whitaker going to give it another go. So we've now got Luke White going alongside Mike Whitaker. So it's a 1038 and a 981. Still got cars appearing in the lanes for time trial runs, which is a nice welcome to actually seeing nothing. But just a reminder, we still have semi-final of the big bracket to go. And then once that one's done, it is finals for all. Time now, 20 to 6 in the evening here at the Doorslammers. After racing, obviously, we will be going up to the presentation area to give some big checks out this evening as well. And loads of people, I would imagine, will be hanging around to stay there, to see that, purely because we've got so many people on staycation here this week. Of course, they've got nothing else to do this evening, so why not come along? So, Daniel with the orange TDI Golf Mark 1. Not entirely to plan with this one. Just making smoke signals as he goes up the track. See, Jens Konecki has made his way down into the lanes. Right, Konstantin with the Camaro from Poland, from Warsaw, actually, in Poland. That's a 963 at 142 at the stripe. Right, well, we're just waiting. Actually, I can see Tom Atkinson is down there as well. So that's two of the three semi-finalists. I can only assume that Dave Charrett is down there as well. So we got semi-final of the big bracket coming up. And then once that race, well, one race and one bye is done, then we'll be going into finals. Actually, just have a quick look on the live stream. Yeah, I can certainly see two of them down there. There's Tom Atkinson. Sat in the car. Very good afternoon to Tom. He's up for the fight, definitely. Jens Konecki with the Super Pro Oldsmobile down there. I believe they're here for the duration, here for next weekend as well. Going to be actually racing with Tom in Super Pro ET next weekend. And I say the only other car waiting for is Dave Charrett with the Dark Revenger. Keith Bartlett's just made his way down into the lanes with the Roaring Rats. He's had a very good weekend indeed. First time in the nines for the governor here at Santa Pod Raceway. So is that Harvey? It is Harvey Bogle then with the BMW. .981, 147 miles an hour. It's ridiculously quick, that BMW. So nice run there from Harvey. Well, it did actually look like Nick was writing an essay on the back of the roof of Roaring Rat there. So Keith will just get strapped in, get his crash helmet on, and he'll be ready to come around the corner. And also the Santa Pod Mustang has made its way down. Now, whether it's just there on a jolly or if it's actually going to put a pass in, I have absolutely no idea. But Keith Bartlett just getting strapped into a Roaring Rat. The moving museum piece, it really is. Oh, the other thing, of course, is Keith called somebody out for a race. That's the other thing. We'll find out soon. Keith just doing his chin strap up on his crash helmet. And I think I can see in the background there, Dave Cherritt has made his way down in the Dark Avenger. Indeed he has. So that's the 3 semi-finalists all down then for the big bracket. So 2 of them will make their way into the final, and 1 of them will just console themselves with a nice little payday of £1,000. Right, so we can just see I think you've got a problem with the window winder actually on the Roaring Rat. I think that's why I'm trying to close the window.
Well, Jack Krugel is on his way back to Denmark. So, Colin, I know it's not the end yet, but we're close to the end. What's been your highlight of the weekend?
Too many to list, but a few highlights. Alex Lysarak going into the 8s. Having Marcin Blauf back with the four-wheel drive Camaro, phenomenal. Dave Vector in Pro Mod, outstanding passes from him. The entry itself in front-wheel drive, absolutely mind-blowing. The closest to some of the races. The chip draw last night with Becky Bambrick and Andrew Bambrick. That was the funny part of the draw.
The boys were a bit subdued this year.
Yeah.
But the thing was, it was so late, we had to rattle through them a lot quicker than we normally would do.
So that was quite funny. Yeah, just and the weather has been an absolute feature this weekend.
Oh, it's perfect.
Also having a buyback racer coming through and win yesterday with Thomas Haas. That's right, the whole weekend has just been a blur of highlights. Been absolutely fantastic.
This is James against Keith.
Is it?
It's James Forster in the Santa Pod Mustang against the Governor.
Are they having dial-ins? Yes, they have. 12.99 plays 9.99. So 3-second head start for James with the Mustang.
The only problem was James was going around asking what the Mustang ran before because he didn't know.
It's only a 004 red for Keith. And James breaks. Oh dear, James breaks out by half a mile. Keith Bartlett, it was a 004 red. He went 9.98 on a 9.99.
One for the Santa Pod team over the Santa Pod management. That could be a feature at future events.
Oh dear, very entertaining indeed.
And don't forget, you can actually hire that Mustang on Run What You Wrong days.
Yeah, but you can't hire Roaring Rat though. That's the only thing.
But the Mustang's great fun.
Yeah.
Me and Jacob had both of them for my birthday. Didn't go that fast because it was on a Run What You Wrong track, but it was so fun. Trying to get that Mustang off the line on treads nicely with a normally aspirated 5 litre, and then you get to the mid-track and you get a little bit of tail wiggle. It's great fun. So yeah, I mean, highlight-wise, obviously I'm looking at the front-wheel drive cars. We've seen Terry go into the 8s.
Oh, sorry.
I would say almost every Polish racer.
Terry as the mayor last night. That was fantastic.
That's it.
Thoroughly enjoyed that.
I think almost every, well, let's say almost, apart from Forston, almost everyone ran personal best. One of the highlights that would have been a highlight was that Forston and Lisa were sitting in the grandstand and Lisa's parents arrived as a surprise to come and watch Forster race, but he'd already broken.
No.
So maybe next time, but hopefully if you're still here, Forster and Lisa, again, thank you very much for coming. The curse hopefully will be lifted. 4th time lucky. He's going to be back for VW action, so that's the main thing.
Other highlights. I mean, you can look at every single class and think. Dave Swift.
Yes.
Making the semis in Pro Doorslammer.
He literally said this morning, he was like, I got to buy, I'm happy. He goes, I want to race someone. And he got to race someone.
And he won.
And he won. And he got some money.
Yeah, so good weekend for Dave Swift. Also, seeing so many cars that we've never seen before, and 3 transporters turning up from Poland, that's probably the abiding memory of the event more than any of the others. It's just the sheer determination, audacity, and overcoming any obstacles and bureaucracy on the way over here. But they had it all sorted, no real dramas. And such a great story, that. Right, engines fired up. It is semi-finals of the big bracket, sponsored by the Williams brothers. And it is random, don't forget. I didn't see who has drawn who, but Jens Konecki and Tom Atkinson. So it's Dave Cherritt that's got the bye into the final. Well, an extra 1,000 reasons to be happy with that one. So Jens Konecki and Tom Atkinson, the first semi-final. Both of them will be dialing in the 8s. Now then, Jens Konecki has made the final before and came runner-up. Jens Konecki, back in 2018, made the final and lost out to Lee Huxley. Obviously, we didn't have Doorslammers in 2020, but this is the first time that Jens could be going to his second final since then. Tom Atkinson, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, also in with the shout of it being 2 non-UK racers winning the big racket 2 days in a row too. With Thomas Haas winning yesterday.
All right, darlings then. Jens Konecki, 8.28. Tom Atkinson, 8.40. Just 12 hundredths between them. Both in pre-stage. No messing. Tom's in. Jens is in. Green light drag race. Jens is trying to close in, but he ain't doing it. Tom is your winner. 8.44. Jens goes 8.27. He got there second and broke out. Tom Atkinson is into the final.
He nearly stuffed it in the wall as well through the finish line. I think he was off the gas trying to slow down. He had him. Tom Atkinson had him on the tree. They won't be framing those reaction times, but for Tom, it doesn't matter.
And it's going to be Dave Cherritt, the Dark Revenger. So a nice payday at the races then for Dave Cherritt coming up, but is it going to be $2,000 or is it going to be 5? So he now books his spot in the final. Well, he dials a 970. Let's see what he runs. 981. Okay, so final set in all classes. And we have Pro Doorslammer finalists down there. And oh boy, what a mouth-watering prospect that is. Dave Vector and Jan Eriksson. And I think that is going to be the next race to come around. The Bluebird is going out there. And that A few time trial runners down there, but let the Bluebird do its thing, and I think when we come back it is going to be Pro Door Slammer final here at Doorslammers. Nitro FM 96.2 can take the airwaves over for the time being, but we will be back with all the excitement still to come.
Your Pro Doorslammer final round. The two quickest cars on the property all weekend, matching up for 10,000 quid. David Vector and Jan Eriksson. So, defending champion at the Doorslammers and defending European Pro Mod champ as well, Jan Eriksson in the orange Camaro from Sweden in the Slip Tricks lane, is now undefeated in 15 straight races here at Santa Pod Raceway. That is an unbelievable count. I'm not sure anybody has ever gone that long in any kind of competition undefeated. I don't know whether anyone's listening if they can check it, but I'm pretty damn sure that's got to be some kind of record. And looking to break that record is the man who set low ET of the weekend so far. From the Netherlands, it's David Vector in the Kestrel lane. Not only has he run a personal best, it's nigh on track and European record as well earlier on today. 5.74. Jan Eriksson has been 5.76. The thing is, they've got to do it now and leave on time to win 10,000 quid. Ironically, the Dutchman is not in the orange car, would you believe? So, Holland and Sweden for 10,000 quid. Here we go. 5.77 at 2.49. Dave left way early. They both had identical 60 foots, 0.21 red for David. I think they both sort of surprised each other going into stage there. 0.97 for Dave to 957, sorry. And then he hit tyre shake and headed out towards the wall about 3.30. Jan Eriksson, absolutely unstoppable. 957 to 60. 07 on the tree. 254 to 330, 8th mile in 3.80, almost exactly where he always is, and the back half, exactly what he always does, 1.97, over the stripe, 577, 249 miles an hour. What a show they put on, and a worthy winner. That's 20 grand he's in at this race.
£20,150, because the bounty was not taken.
And it was on him.
And it was on him.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That is huge. And again, going into next week at the main event, he is 16 rounds of racing unbeaten. He's lined up 16 times against opposition that have tried to take him out, and no one has.
Unfortunately, Dave has maybe less than fluid left behind on the track, because our spotters are quite busy out there at the moment. And actually, I thought I saw the last spotter just standing legs astride then, but they're having a real good look. But well done to Jan Eriksson. A duplicate check for last year.
just take last year's. Just get last year's out.
Just change the date.
That. Yeah, just change the date on it.
Again, yeah.
Keep the name on it. He's our first repeat winner in Pro Doorslammer as well.
He is, yes, yeah.
First ever since the re-emergence, if you will, of the Doorslammers. I think it's just easier to go out there and do all the sweeping. Give them a big round of applause. I would say they're heading home with 10 grand. They're not. They're staying here till next week to do it all over again. Also, David Vector's team, well done to all of them. I'm sure they'd have taken a couple of 5.7 second timing tickets at the start of the weekend.
Well, we got our breath back after that one, and we've got a lot more racing still to go, but that was Pro Doorslammer done. And I tell you what, whilst the track crew are doing their thing out there, we go back to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back once again when we are good to go. Oh, problems for the BMW. Thomas gets about, what, 20 feet. So it is going to be Patrick into the final. 884.
Goodness.
Simon Innes goes green. Jens Konecki gets the green. Right, it's 10.57 playing 8.26. Going to be close at the stripe, and it is a breakout for Simon Innes. Jens Konecki takes the win. Oh, and Nick goes red. It's Dave Cherrett that takes the win. Well, Nick did everything he could to lose that. He broke out as well. 9.48 with a 6.
Tom stepped up. Not much in it on the tree. Oh, Billy once again wiggling all over the place. Tom doesn't break out, and Tom takes the win. 8.44.
Wow, both of them out of the gate. Super strong. 151 and 152. 60 foot at the 8th mile. 118 to 115. Andre Majek goes 9.53 and 100. And the lights drop. Reaction time advantage for Jeff Ludgate, but he's got a mid-track wiggle, but he is out at front at the moment. This is going to be all Jeff Ludgate as he goes 8.87, 157.
Well, Al Williamson got the jump, but the big horsepower of the Chevy straight down the lane to a 7.58 at 197 miles an hour. Brian Bateman gets a whole shot off the start line. Oh, Al McSmeany with a bit of a wiggle on, but he's out of it. It's Brian Bateman with a 7.93. He gets another chance at that.
Oh, and Darren Scannell is...
Oh. He's looking over his shoulder in the car.
Yeah, problems there for Jack, unfortunately. So Darren Scannell,
Oh, there is a little trail.
11.87 at 105 takes the win. He's through to the final. That is his second final in 4-cylinder.
Next pair then. Dale Houston taking on Connor Devine, two of our Scottish racers. Connor goes 169, 60 foot, 115 at the 8th. This is going to be a good run. 10.09, 142.
God, that's a good hard launch there. 122 to 60 foot. It's going to be an 8-2, or is it an even 8-1? Oh, 8-2 with the 2 zeros after it.
And he's in full stage. The lights drop. Simon is away first. He gets a little bit of spin. But Andy Nichols again powers through the 8th mile. He's doing 133 and finishes with a 9.01, 170. Yet. Well, the lights drop and David Lamech is away in the distance. Calvin's got a big back half speed and he's trying to catch him up, but it is going to be into the final. David Lamech with an 8.60 at 100. He's probably going to run a 7 in front of nobody.
Oh. Ben Kennedy. Another great looking run from that little pop. Looks like he's slowing at the top end though. Yeah, 9.91, 113.
Yeah, he's just going around for super gas at the weekend. Chris Nasser and Harvey Bogle.
Airy. Ooh, 9.79 to a 9.9.
What? Totally destroys the wheelie bars there. They are now just a passenger along board. They have no use whatsoever. They bent completely. They are now pointing upwards like an exhaust on a VW flat 1. Not entirely to plan with this one. Just making smoke signals as he goes up the track. .981, 147 miles an hour. It's ridiculously quick. only a 004 red for Keith. And James breaks. Oh dear, James breaks out by half a mile. Good to hear yellow and the race. But now we have some grudge matches or solo passes, whatever appears around the corner. But we do have a lot of our finalists in the lanes as well. So pick your golf. Branislav. He is in. Yeah, playing and Daniel with the orange TDI Mark 1. He's in the Slick Tricks lane. Quite sure what happened with Daniel. Oh, it lost fire.
11:33 at 1:20 in the Kestrel lane. Constantine Blumel. Just got a bit of a bonfire going on out there.
Yeah. Some little smoke rings just pop, pop, pop.
Yeah, they're going to run side by side again. I think that's the only run I haven't seen that Camaro get down the racetrack in like a mid-9. 9:54 at 1:43.
I'm looking forward to seeing after this weekend, like an update from the Polish guys saying this was my previous PB and this is what I left with.
It might go on for a while.
It might go on for a while. Whitaker way out in front, doing 116 at the 8th, and goes through with a 983 at 147, and Bartos goes through 1130 at 118. So another pair of grudge races, but at the head of the lanes for cylinder final, True Street final.
Right, Luke White with the front wheel drive, and that's Ben Kennedy with the relentless pop. .930 and 131. Ben is literally throwing everything he's got at that car now. Big puff of smoke in the shutdown area.
Is it the world's quickest Lexus-powered race car?
It's heading that way.
A very good chance.
Certainly door car. But, But yeah, you're right. The pairing lane's looking very nice indeed with most of our finalists, with the exception of the big bracket, I think.
So, yeah, 4-cylinder. We've got Pro Street right behind them. So, you really only have finals to go.
Right, well, that final is done. Yeah, I'd say 4-cylinder. We'll be seeing Richie Webb taking on Darren Scannell. Pro Street will be Andy Bond taking on Brian Pateman. 6-cylinder, Jeff Ludgate and Gary Camilleri. True Street will see Patrick and Arnie fighting that one out. Front wheel drive, David Lamick and Andy Nichols. And of course the big bracket, we'll see Dave Cherrett. Wow, Dave Cherrett. And he will be taking on Tom Atkinson. Just having a look at the lanes. Looks like it could be 4-cylinder final up first. But as I say, I think we are just gathering all the finalists together. In actual fact, no, we've got very quickly back down into the lanes. So grudge racers and time trialers making their way down. Not many of them are running this late now. But yeah, absolutely phenomenal weekend. Obviously, I picked out some of my highlights. But Luke, highlights from you?
We started, didn't we? We said Terry Newton into the 8s. That semi-final between David Lammick and Ahmed Jamshed, as David has put it, that is the greatest race of my life. Just so many PBs. Even, I mean, how many more? The fact that we passed 200 people on the European Front Wheel Drive League this weekend, I think we added 7 more people to the league at one event.
Yeah.
I mean, Brad
Incredible.
into the 9s, Scott into the 9s, Darren into the 9s. It's just been brilliant.
Huge. Darren?
Just kidding. My highlight, goodness me.
Highlights, not necessarily.
Highlights.
You can go as many as you want.
I've got to try. Do you know what? I've got to say the track crew and the track.
Oh, yes.
For the simple reason that without them, none of this would happen.
Yeah.
All the stuff, all the behind the scenes organisation that goes on with it. It's the reason that people come all the way from Poland and everywhere else is because of them.
Yeah.
But if I have to pick a moment or two. So many outstanding runs. I can't even. I genuinely can't even start. Like you said, Alex's first 8. Dave's 574. Although probably the 75 was better because then after that we knew the 74 was coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just been some great racing all throughout every single class. Seeing some of the really diverse machinery, like the guy with the Hurricane from Germany.
Oh,
that was
mental.
Just fabulous. And that's the only event you see that kind of stuff at is Doorslammers and racing against other door cars as well.
Yeah, certainly been some Larry runs, that's for sure. With S has been written on the blacktop out there. You can see the tar marks and just follow the weaving that goes up the track. Been absolutely outstanding. The only thing I'd be very curious to do, whether it's been done or not, I don't know. Because funny enough, what made me think of this, you know Mike Salinas in the US, the Top Fuel team, his company's called Scrappers. Yeah. And he used to go to the racetrack and pick up all the metal and stuff that was laying around that people would leave behind.
Nice.
And he started a recycling business and now he's a multi-millionaire. I just wondered how big the pile of broken stuff would be in the pits. Exactly. At the end of a weekend like this.
Well, you see, if the UK was as sensible as the rest of Europe, where cans are recycled, you could do the same. You go to Hockenheim, you go to how far? The kids walk around with bags.
Oh, for money, you mean? They do recycle them here.
Yeah. Not like that.
Not for money, but they do recycle them.
Yeah, but over there you get money. So you put a can in, you get 10 cents back. You go to Hockenheim, the kids are standing in front of you like, you finished with that beer? And you're like, yeah. And they go, and literally kids are just dragging around these bags. And they just, and the same at how far? People just go around picking up the cans. And at the end of the weekend, ching, 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 and they make a load of money.
Very sensible.
If we had exactly the same scheme in the UK,
It's
if you
like
walked along that, I mean, the bank is looking beautiful. The people at VW Breakout and Doorslammers, you have certainly done a nice, clean job this weekend.
Ooh, Darren Scannell being pushed round and past the water box. Richie Webb is not running. Yeah, go on. Fill
Is
that,
he?
fill
Is he
that
not?
gap.
He's
No.
being pushed round. We got to push off.
Or was it a photo shoot?
I very much doubt it, considering they're... No, Darren's car's running. But they pushed him round the burnout box.
What's wrong with that? There's no rules.
No, but both cars are obviously wounded. And both don't want to say cheerio to 5,000 quid, which I think is the
Oh
purse
my word!
for 4-cylinder. Oh, Richie's has started.
Everyone down there is clapping.
But his car was running. Yeah, so no one wants to say bonjour, as Del would say, to $5,000. Well, Richards is running to the point he's done a burnout, so that's probably bad news for Darren Scannell. No, he's got to stage up on his own. He's going to stage up on his own. Weirdness abounds. That was very weird for Richie as well, because Richie was pushed round.
Yeah.
So something's obviously hurting for both of these cars, but neither of them can fix it in time for the final.
How weird!
You could have your push off.
Well, one would hope. Oh, Darren Scannell's into full stage.
Yeah.
I think that's the camera guy.
Oh,
Whoops. Yeah. So Garrett Scannell does actually have to stage under his own power. It is running. I can see the exhaust popping.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's revving it. Oh.
well, that's Richie Webb on the way to collecting the win here at 4-cylinder. How bizarre! 11:14 is enough. Darren Scannell, commiserations to him, but
Obviously a busted
strange,
gearbox
yeah.
of some kind, or... Yeah, Richie Webb takes the 4-cylinder win over a monster field as well. And considering he didn't run really any quicker than he just did yesterday just to get in the show. He was all about being right place at right time. What a huge shame for Darren Scannell, because any kind of representative run like he's run all weekend long would have taken the big bucks.
Well, hopefully he will get that fixed with the money that he's won, because he's entered into Street Weekend next month.
Good car to do it with too.
Yeah.
Final of Pro Street. Other than Dave Mace, has anybody ever knocked off Andy Bond in Pro Street? I don't think so.
let's have a quick look. Right, Ash Cooper got defeated by Andy Bond last year. Previous year, Dave Mace, as you say, won it. Previous to that, Joe Stevens tried but missed him. And then in 2018, Andy Bond made the final. That was the year Mark Todd won the final.
So this is your final of Pro Street. It's a big ask for Brian Pateman, but he's going to give it his best shot, I'm sure. He's going to try and whole shot Andy Bond, pull every trick in the book to try and take him out. I'm not entirely sure he's going to park on him on the start line like Dave Mace did
Yeah.
a couple of years ago.
Well, thank you very much for Angie, the fire crew. Just messaged in to say Darren Scannell lost his clutch on the last run.
Ah. Okay, so Andy Bond is in pre-stage. Brian Pateman just creeping up to the line.
Brian Pateman does move first, but he's got to hope Andy Bond has some kind of problem. That's pretty close.
but it is Andy Bond with a 7:58, 198 miles an hour to a really good try from Brian Pateman at 7:98, 175. Brian was 07 on the tree, but Andy wasn't far behind at 0.13.
So Andy defends his crown here at Doorslammers.
Oh, that's a lot of money to go to McDonald's and Costa with, which is all he seems to do, really.
And that's his third Doorslammers title. Oh, well done to him.
So, True Street final round, we only have the AMX coming round. We don't have our friend from Poland with the monster Audi.
No, Patrick. Yeah, there was a lot of smoke in the shutdown area, if you remember. So Arnie Pament is going to take a solo to win the big money in True Street. What a payday for Arnie.
Now, you'll know, because this isn't a car I've seen ever before.
Oh, yeah, he comes a lot. And actually, good friends with him on Facebook, actually. We do message occasionally as well. And when he was at the Hot Rod Drags, Vintage Nationals the other week, and the car was just running phenomenally well.
Well, this is a victory lap to claim. I think it's $5,000 or might be slightly less than that, depending on.
882, 155. What a way to wrap it up.
That's a victory lap and a half.
Very, very good indeed. Well on to Arnie and the gang down there. Back into the 8s once again.
All right. European Front-Wheel Drive final. Poland's David Lamek in the Slicktrix Racing lane. The UK's Andy Nichols in the Kestrel beer lane. Can Andy Nichols be the second person to go double champion at the Doorslammers?
Can he leave on time is the biggest question.
Well, that is the question, because David Lamek has been a demon on the tree in Eliminations. Has Andy put in a much bigger tune to get him back into the 8s?
He's going to need every bit of it.
He is. So many people watching him from Poland. The flag's up in the grandstand.
Timing system reboot.
Oh, what a time. Just enough time for them to cool their nerves. They're probably sitting down there thinking, don't red light, 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 and just in case, don't red light.
Okay, computer's back online.
We need to get the light back on the Christmas tree. There we go.
Here we go then.
No timing system reboots all weekend, then 2 in 10 minutes.
It is the Honda Civic versus the Opel Corsa. The light drops. Andy Nichols is awake for the final, but David Lamek drives around him all the way to the finish line and wins. 8:58, 174 miles an hour. Look at the grandstand. Everyone is on their feet clapping.
Andy Nichols was on time for the first time all day, and the car failed him, unfortunately. Do you know what? That if Andy Nichols just ran a 9.0, he'd have been in with a shout.
Yep. All right, for everyone watching in Malta as well, Gary Camilleri is in the final. He is taking on the UK's Jeff Ludgate, a gentleman who was not even entered in this event until Friday.
I think he has got his neck brace either on or done up, one of the two. Now, that was a very subdued burnout from Gary that time.
It was.
Compared to usual.
Okay, thumbs up.
One more race to go after this, I think.
So, to pay for the trip from Malta to the UK.
And all the broken stuff, probably.
Gary is away. That's a lovely straight launch. 1.12 to the 60-foot. 8th mile, 136. And Gary Camilleri rolls to the finish line for the win at the Doorslammers 2023. Right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the Polish team as they go in front of the grandstand, the winner of the European front-wheel drive class
And the
for
Maltese
2023.
Okay.
And the Maltese team.
This is the last race of the day, and it is the Williams brothers big bracket. It is Tom Atkinson against Dave Cherritt. The winner will pocket £5,000. The runner-up will take £2,000. Not very often these two line up against each other. Dave Cherritt runs in Pro ET. Tom Atkinson runs in Super Pro ET. And now we know why they left Tom in the car this weekend. But then John could have done it either way. So let's see. The Darlings, 8:42, placed 9:75. It's going to be Tom that's going to be doing the chasing.
The last pair of cars on what's been an epic weekend. So the second £5,000 race of the weekend, and about the fourth one in a row, actually.
Yeah. Tom goes in. Dave is in. The tree will count for Dave first. He gets the green. So does Tom.
That was very polite. Dave Cherritt's backing off. Tom's going very wiggly.
Oh, 975 with a 0. Wow, a perfect ET and a 0-2 light. There was no way Tom was going to win that one.
Especially after a .24 light as
Yeah,
well.
but my word, that was very, very well judged. If
Well,
he almost threw it away.
I was just going to say he was a couple of thousandths away from chucking it all away. He had so much to play with. He had nearly half a second at the stripe.
Yeah.
And he would have, been in a bit of a mood if
Yeah.
he'd broken out, I think, when he saw the ticket.
100%.
9/10 thousandths away from throwing it away. My word. What a way to wrap it up.
But he didn't. But see, that's kind of a microcosm of the whole weekend. Everything's just been so close, so good. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you both very, very much indeed.
Likewise.
Times like this when we get old, like Colin, we're going to look back and we're going to think, I'm just, you're here forever. But weekends like this live in the memory for a long time for lots of reasons. And the great thing about Doorslammers of old, in years gone by back in the 80s, was the international competition, the fact that racers used to turn up from all over the place, and the fans as well, and just make it special. And that's exactly what's happened again today.
Without a shadow of a doubt. We would love whoever is staying on site, if you want to hang around, we'll be doing some Czech presentations as soon as possible. So we need everybody up to the area where we do the announcements. Of course, that is just behind the pod shop. The time now is, just after 6:30. I'm going to have a guess that we'll be getting things underway over there, well, as soon as possible, but no later than 7 o'clock. But yeah, it's going to be a great end to the Doorslammers 2023 edition. Thank you ever so much indeed, as I say, to Luke, to Daryl, to Eurodragster.com for coverage this weekend, of course. And, of course, to our timing crew, our track crew, goes without saying. And let's not forget the signing on office that have been extremely busy this weekend, reminding people you need to sign on before you get on the track. And, of course, Nitro FM 96.2, always in the background there for us.